Woo! I still screw up even after all these last 3.5 years. What's up, everybody? What is up, fellas? Holy crap. Want to say right off the bat, even though, well, most of you haven't read the description as usual, I wanted to definitely give a shout out to everyone for last week. We went from nothing to something. Really a lot of something amazing, so much better than I think anybody expected and we could have hoped for. Man, I owe it all to you, and especially to the 9 of you guys who decided to jump in into the studio with me last week. It was amazing. With me, that made at one point 10 people on screen. Not only is that, we kept breaking records with. Initially, we broke the first record with 7 people on screen, and then we broke it again with 8, then 9, and then 10. But 10 is actually the upper limit of what I'm able to physically have in the studio on screen at any given time. That's a limit imposed by the StreamYard software, the streaming software. So I couldn't even have squeezed in an extra person, even if I had wanted to at that point. So we hit the absolute limit of the software, and yeah, man, that was fun. It was a great time. Always so much more fun to have a lot of you guys drop in and hang out together on screen. I think a lot of you would agree with that, and also. It's not just that we were all together and had a bunch of us on screen, plus a bunch of us watching from the chat. It's the fact that we did actually end up having some really good, scintillating conversations. So I hope you all enjoyed it as much as I did. To those of you who watch on Rewind, I hope you guys enjoyed what you saw on Rewind. I think you did, because the last few Hangout episodes, had dropped in average views into the 425, 450 range or whatever. Whereas for quite some time, the Hangouts were getting like over 500. And with this one, we went back over 500 views. And so that's always nice to see. It's probably around 550 or so now. So very, very nice. Very, very thrilled. So let me, you know what? Because I always forget and I do it later. Let me first say hello and just a shout out to my newest subs. Tom, you'll appreciate, Tom, that I went from 700 to 720 like really quickly. It's like the slower I want it to go, the more it seems to be ramping up. I'm not sure I like that. In fact, I know I don't. But most of the people are anonymous. So for the few who aren't, shout out to the newest subs whose names I can see. Father Son Vintage Cards - Comics and Keith Miller. But of course, welcome to you, the rest of you, most of you who were anonymous, whose names I can't see. So yeah, hope you guys enjoy the content and find something that you like going forward. All right. And then let me get this link to you, which is Carl put out a video. Carl Sodergren. Now I always gotta specify who it is, because there's more than one Carl now, and we're not talking about Triple X. So he did an interesting unboxing. I haven't actually had time to watch it yet, but just the title is very interesting, because he did an unboxing. And he's telling you, he's kind of spoiling it. He's telling you it's for original Gunslinger Spawn art, the title he likes. But it's art that he bought years ago. So that's the weird thing about it, and which is why I'm really looking forward to seeing what the heck it's all about and how it ended up being an unboxing for something about years ago. Which in the description or at the beginning of the video, I did watch the first minute or so. He did mention that he explains it in the video, the whole backstory to it. So that should be a lot of fun. So please do check that out at this following link that I am pasting. There you go. So hopefully that works for you. And let me see what else. It's a bit of a quiet week. I don't think anybody other than Nikki B has a direct link. So let me pull that one out for you here and put that in. Here, let me put this into the chat. There we go. I've been busy, and Nick hit me back, and it's funny because this is what happens, guys, when you want me to post something on your behalf, and you only wait till the last day on the day of my show to do it. There are times when I'm not going to be able to do it for you because I'm busy with other things. But while I'm talking to you all, I am actually in the process of grabbing the because Nikki had sent me the direct link to the show this coming Friday. But I said to him, I was like, well, but what about a thumbnail? What about, you must have a thumbnail to the show since you actually used it for the show. And I thought it was a fun one, and he eventually did get back to me. But again, I was away from the computer and I didn't have time to set it up. But here it is. I'm going to show it to you right now. So don't forget, as always, it is this coming Friday, as it is every Friday, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 o'clock Pacific, on the EXP right here on YouTube. And this is a good one. Check it out. You're going to see Nikki Deanna Jones. Look at that. Nikki Deanna Jones and the Holy Grail. Sweet, sweet Photoshop work there. And so Nick tells me that he's going to be showing something of a grail for him. And yeah, so I don't know what it is. But it sounds like it's going to be fun. And he basically said he's premiering a grail in his collection, and he's going to be talking about John Cassaday, since John Cassaday's birthday will be on the following Monday after his show, right? And he ties into the grail, and that's why he's going to be showing it. So there you go. Now I've tied it all in for you guys, and you know why it's all happening that way. So there you go. So tune in, check that out. Okay, so that's it for the promos, everybody. Now, why do you guys why does everybody wait to the last minute to reach out to me about things? Like, I don't have necessarily time on, again, Sundays to check my emails and all the time and to prep things, to promote, whatever. So let that be a lesson to you, Mike, Mr. NSN Art. I noticed you sent me something, and I haven't had time to even open it and read it. So that's going to have to wait till after the show. And Carlos, I think. Let me see. Is it Carlos? It's Caesar. Caesar is writing to me 8 minutes after my show has started. So asking me about a show of an unboxing. I don't have time to read it, Caesar. But if you're asking me whether I want to do another unboxing show and you're interested in doing it, of course the answer is yes, of course. It's like a tradition, But I'll read that after the show if you don't mind. And I don't know. Have you logged in here? Are you listening to me right now? I don't know. So yeah, hopefully you heard that. But if not, I will email you later. And so let me jump in, everybody, real quick. There's way too many messages. Wow, you guys have bombarded me. So I'm going to have to skip a lot and try to go quick. Let me see. Look at that. Look at that. Heart's in the house. Heart, the no longer regular viewer, now that he's no longer a regular collector. Now he's not even a collector. Now that he's retired from collecting. Mr. 2525 himself. You are number one in the chat and number one in my heart, sir. So who else we got here? Carl Sodergren. Wow, number 2. Love the happier thumbnail. No more sad clickbait. Listen, it was freezing. The sadness was more about the freezing. Look where I was living. Look at that picture. That's where I live. Now, this time, I kind of moved a couple of 100 yards down the way. For tonight's show, I showed you a picture of my house. That's where we live. Right behind me, that's That's the house when you look at the thumbnail. Here we go. That's me standing right outside my house, right? So that's a lot of fun, right? Check it out. Left the door open, right? The family's inside, warming up nicely. But yeah, so I'm happy. And I've got a more of a thinner coat that's not for the coldest months, because I'm feeling better. I'm feeling warmer. I'm warming up. You guys did such a great job last week that I feel warmed up, you know. So let's see who else is here. JT Collector is back. What's up? What's good? I certainly am the clickbait, man. What up, Tom? Good to see you. Mr. Red Jack himself. What's up? What's up? Vivian. What's up? Hit that thumbs up, says Darth Kavi, the evil bastard. What's up, Kavi? Here, let me, by the way, you got a good look at the homestead. Now you can look at my ugly face. And who else do we got? Marcus, of course. Marcus with the hello to Vivian and the back and forths, of course, all the time. Who else? Anybody new here tonight? We got CJ. What's up, CJ? And let me see. The Rickster's back as always. Good to see you for sure. And who else? 4 more after our 12 inches. You got a 12-incher? Wow. It's pretty sweet, CJ. It's impressive. Good evening, John Brown. What's good? Good to see you as always. And ready for some existential stuff tonight. I'm not sure if that's going to happen. But here's a hello from heart to everyone. Hello. Okay, it's no wonder there's so many comments. It's all the same, all of the same guys making all the comments. What is going on? Pluribus need answers. Heart is a man of mystery. What's up? Hyder in the house. Hey, maybe Hyder, after tuning in the last several weeks, really quickly to say hello. Maybe he finally pops in tonight. Who knows? I will remind him that he emailed me today. And again, I didn't have time to respond to that email. But he emailed me and suggesting a topic that riffs off one of last week's, big topics. It's like, oh, you should cover, about this part, but mention this. And it's like, I don't have time to reply to him, but Hyder, you're welcome. I'm done with it. But if you want to talk about that, you're welcome to jump on in and bring up what you brought up in the email, and we can talk about it. Hearts on Work release. Let's see. Who else? Peter Rowe. There's the man. One of the 9 fellas who jumped in last week. Very awesome. Thank you again, Peter. And wishing the best for you. Yes, sir. Kavi. Nah, you have a lot of flight time tomorrow, do you? No. I need a break tonight. Let's make it more regular, between 3.5 to 4 tops, let's say. Kekon-san. Greetings. What's good in Las Vegas, Mr. Kekon-san? Lovely to have you here. Flight to where? Boy, people are nosy, right, Hyder? The chat is insane. It is. Holy crap, man. Hello. What up, party people? Look at that. Robert Berman's back. What's good, Robert? Who else we got? Cleveland Kavi. Cleveland Kavi, I don't get that one. So somebody will have to explain that one. Either you or Kavi, I suppose. And look at that. Peter with the million different acts. And break this roof. Gotcha. Hey. Okay. Oh, this is good. I like it that it's just when it's back and forth hellos, I can get through them really quickly. So that's pretty cool. Can't get there from here. Need a download. This is how little you've been around, actually, Hyder, that you don't even know. I've been doing this for so many months now, and you don't even know about it. The link to pop in is down here. Click the click the description so that you see the whole description. And the link, the key to the studio is right there at the end of the second paragraph of the description. You'll see it there. Feel free to click it, my friend. I heard even Miss Vivian was going to join, but Ruben said no. You're partially right, Brian. I always tell her one day she should come and do a show with me. But she just, like she said back then and like she just said now, yeah, ain't gonna happen. Yeehaw. Yeah, so we're not going to be seeing that anytime soon. And let me see. Yes, sir. Thank you for reminders. Hit the, exactly. Everybody down here somewhere, you see the thumbs up here. Just hit that. No need to keep hitting that subscribe button. That's not necessary. But the thumbs up is cool. It's just good encouragement. That'd be nice. Click that. That's like just saying, oh, I appreciate what you're doing. This, keep creating content so we can enjoy ourselves on a Sunday night. What's the latest drama in the winter months? No drama. I mean, we had the electrical issue drama. Scary electrical issues with the house electrical wiring issues. I don't want to get into that, though. Some of it was taken care of today by an electrician, so that's a good thing. Get us a little calmer, but we got to wait till he comes back and does more work. So, let me see. Ruben, the afraid of success. See, that's the thing. That's where you're wrong, CJ. As I've explained to you many, many times before, on YouTube, the higher number of subscribers for any given channel, I see it as not a measure of success, but rather just a wasted effort, wasted time. In a small hobby like ours, okay? So sure, for the people that are covering things with large audiences, things of a nature of working out, right? The health industry, music, right? Worldwide, things that are of interest to people worldwide. And on the level of like hundreds of millions of people potential minimum, right? For them, it matters, right? They can get hundreds of thousands of subscribers. It matters. They can make some money off of the advertising. In a hobby the size of ours, nobody's ever going to be able to make, at least in our lifetimes, any money. In comics, yes, for a few people, yes, you can make some money. But original art, not in our lifetimes. Way too small. It ain't going to grow big enough so that anybody can make any substantial amount of money with YouTube. So, I am not afraid of success, CJ, because I've already achieved it with the channel. Everything that I wanted to achieve and set out to achieve, I have achieved it. My goals were never about making money, and I achieved those goals. So it's all good. All good. Good in the hood. Carl's not into cliffhangers and mysterious intrigue. It's not for 10 years before the unboxing stage. Well, we will find out soon. What's up, David Barr? What's good in Australia? Probably feeling cold out there, I'm thinking. Not as cold as here, I think, but I'm sure it's kind of cold. Stop the Insanity. I missed that. I really want to do some Stop the Insanity, but like, I got to wait for Matt. And Matty's busy. And he already told me, sorry to disappoint you, everybody, but Matt already told me that he's booked for all of December. He won't be able to set, to set aside time to do a Stop the Insanity. Actually, I need to do a Hold for the Gold episode first, because I have way more examples of that than Stop the Insanity. So I got to get one of those out of the way first before I do Stop the Insanity. But either way, Stop the Insanity or adjacent shows. Unfortunately, the next one won't be until January at the earliest. There you go, number 17. Please keep hitting those likes, a thumbs up. I appreciate it, everybody. Thank you. Hey, Rich, don't think I'm opening it until I'm ready to sell it. Look at that. Oh, my gosh. Athenium Comic Art jumps in to say hello. What's good? Look at that. Hopefully, a few of you said hello in response. That black duct tape is non-removable after 5 years. And Sean Clancy comes in. What's up, man? Good to see you. Another guy who wasn't popped in for a while. Just look at the scan. That's true. Why open it when you can look at a scan, right? Who needs to collect? Just collect scans. Let me see. Just talk about Nick and Brian Pulido reunited. Is there anything to really talk about? I think I want to save that so he'll probably talk about it, I think, on his show, you know? Yeah. That's his thing. So that's something for Friday, you know? A good Friday night, yeah. Nick, greater than Harrison Ford. Definitely. Why doesn't he do the show from the restaurant? It would save time and he can enjoy his dinner. That's true, too. But he pretty much, he seems to live at the restaurants. Hi to you, Kenneth Bird. What's good in Virginia? And Nick bought up the Chaos Comics and auction from back in the day and outbid Pulido. Did he? I'll take your word for it. Someone sent you a Spotify list. You might have. I don't know. I don't have time to look at you when you guys at your emails when you're sending it to me at the last second. And here, Caesar. Don't need an answer right now. There he is. All right. Well, that's good because, like I said, I don't have time to be reading the messages while I'm live doing a show. But if it's what I was talking about, my answer is yes, if you're interested. But yeah, I'll reply to the email after, tonight after the show. And let me see who else. He is number one. Hey, look at that. The Sooner Man himself. When you read this, 10 minutes up. I know, exactly. 12, actually. 12, James, 12. Because you guys are crazy with the comments now. Why are you guys so excited with the comments? Why are you guys talking so much? I hope you're talkative when we get into some kind of a, an interesting conversation, a topic of conversation. I hope then you're all talkative then. Scared that the old 2021 package I never opened would have Canadian C19 cells. What? I don't even know what that is. C19? What? Oh my gosh. Hey, Rubén the Igloo. Yeah. You'll have to visit to me again. Open invitation, Kavi. You know that. And you too, Marcus. That's Marcus writing it. Kavi's right beneath him, saying hello to James. You're welcome to visit my igloo anytime, Marcus, if you want to take a trip. And reversible, but time is not. Indeed. What up, Yoshi in the house? Wow, exactly. Look at that very shiny thumb up button. Exactly. What's up, Yoshi? Good to see you, man. Been a minute. Wow. And look at that. Lovely Kenneth saying hello to everybody as always. Appreciate it, Kenneth. Yeah, pretty much. That's kind of like the average house here in Canada. That's what they typically kind of look like. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, and believe it or not, you get warm in there. It's a scientific thing. You don't need a heater inside. And let me see, homesteadies, where beanie indoors weather for me. Some of us can't afford snow, just lay under a bench, or if you're lucky, there you go. What's up, John C in the house? See, that's it. That's John. He's admitting it. He's compared to me, he's apparently poor, what you would consider Canadian poor. I don't want to make fun of the guy for that or anything, but he revealed it himself. He can't even afford snow. So him and his family, the kids are moved out, but he and his wife, they're under a bridge, like he says. But let's not talk about that. It's not fair to laugh at him, And look at that. Oh my God, the real. Oh, you're really good, Caesar. You're really good. The real collector. That's crazy. Oh man. Oh boy. I'm the fake one, I guess. Pluribus seems interesting. Saw the free episode. Yeah, I haven't got time for that. Throw some masonite in the fireplace. Yeah, exactly. You should have enough. And Scott hitting 3 weeks in a row. What's good? And Scott loved last week's episode. He said he had a great time last week at the end of the episode. I appreciate that, Scott. Thank you. Glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, it really was great. I'm not even just, back patting myself. It was great. And again, not because of me, because of everybody who participated. Everybody came together like that in a show of solidarity and camaraderie, which is what I love about doing my channel, So that's fantastic. And okay, did Ruben watch the Black Comic Lords virtual convention on YouTube? No, I clicked. I think it was on Instagram, Marcus. I saw the post only just late last night. I think on Instagram. I was confused. I was like, what's happening here? What is it? I read it quickly. I was like, oh, They're doing something with Big Phil or something, but I haven't seen it. Hopefully you can still watch it though, right? But feel free to step in and tell us all about it, Marcus. Watch the Little of the Lord show. Okay, just sitting and scanning while I listen. Sitting and scanning. It's always good, Robert. You know, flight was to Cleveland. Going to Cleveland, Hyder. Cleveland. All right. Cleveland Indians, baby. Sorry they didn't sell comics until it was very late in the day. Oh, so they still sold comics, but just at the end. That's weird. I'll have to go check out and see how it went. I've been in and out of BCL throughout the day. Oh, there's somebody who was there. Saw some art, but mostly exclusive signed comics. Okay, well, that's kind of not for me, as you know. So I don't know that I'll go check it out quickly. I don't think I'll watch the whole thing, especially if it was all day long. A big French comic festival in Angoulême was canceled. What? Less than 2 months before it was supposed to occur. Robert, are you talking about the Angoulême festival? The famous Angoulême festival that they do every single year? They canceled Angoulême for this year? Because I'm not aware if they do more than one con per year. I just know the big Angoulême festival. So that's crazy. Okay, I'm going to have to find out what happened there and why it's canceled. That's very interesting and shocking, to be honest. Lee, what's good, buddy? And who else? Burn Mason Night. Hey, Jeff. Hey. Hellos. Heard about the Angoulême show. You will. Hart heard about it. Do the inequality. Okay. That's going to be interesting. We'll have to hopefully talk about that. Maybe people will pop in tonight and we can talk about it a bit, at least a little bit. Not that, most of us really even know what Angoulême is or let alone go there. The only collector I know who's ever gone there is my friend Jeff. And maybe my friend Fred. I don't know. Fred, let me know when we talk in person. Yeah. So, but must have canceled because Kazra and the Tulio muscled them out. Yeah, they're much bigger, so I doubt they'd be muscled out by CAF. What's good? The other Sooner in the house. Look at that, Mr. Dan Perobi, who for some reason doesn't try to change his name back to the one we all know and love. And we're all getting, I guess maybe some of us are getting used to you as being Dan Perobi. Whatever, man. Change it back to Dwayne Zapane if you can, Mr. Dan Perobi. If you can. Maybe you just can't. I don't know. They like to say it's because of the women protest against the organizers. So when did this news break? Okay, well, we'll wait and see if, who else is here. And then, yeah, I'd like to, okay, that'll be first on the list. Hopefully somebody can pop in. And I don't know. Marcus ain't going to pop in, but because women protest against the organizers, but it's OAX. YouTube achievement is Nomi. And then he puts a nice kiss and Heart's always a clown. What a joker. So blast the music and start sweating to the oldies. Subscribers numbers will explode. Like I said, I want the opposite. I want subscribers to leave. True. Fine art has no cut corners. Good one, Peter. We'll never be able to let Matt down on that one. I think it's kind of become entrenched, and I'm sure he loves it deep down. Grab the shaker for an even bigger audience. Ruben holds for the gold and holds for the poop. Oh, baby. But only when I'm in San Diego. Swing for the ring. Peter, torn paper, fine art. Lee, sorry, I punked out early last week. No, chemical burn on my eyes caused me to go to urgent care 10 minutes into the show. Whoa. What happened? Nope. You never apologize. Even if it wasn't an emergency, you should never apologize. But holy crap, Lee, what happened? Like, wow. A chemical burn while you were on with me? Or did it happen before and it only started affecting you after? Wow. What the hell? How? I mean, you're here now, so I'm assuming you're okay. Let us know. I hope, I'm behind. I'm trying to catch up quickly here. So I'm okay, here you go. A week of antibiotic eye drops later. Wow. That's scary, man. That's really scary. Wow. I'm glad to hear that, though. Woof. Cross the collective again. Wow. What did you think of the complete sellout of Mannix covers on Friday's show? Well, you know, whenever people are looking to do a regular show to entertain people and selling art is a part of it, I think the more sales, the merrier, right? It's a good thing. So it doesn't matter to me that it was Mannix covers selling out. And listen, at $500, like if you think about it, Marcus, shouldn't that be the norm? Shouldn't sellouts be a norm for $500 on a Mannix cover, right? A published cover? That's what I think. That should be the expectation. So yeah. Feel better for Shirley, yeah. And then we have Triple X. Hey, I told you it's the sequel. We got Sean back. Sean back. Is Sean back? Let me see. I'm on a plane coming back from MICE, Massachusetts Independent Comics Expo. I very much enjoyed the cameo by Felix the other day. Yeah, that was 2 weeks ago. This is my very first chance to watch the show live. Well, there you go, on a plane. How awesome. Very cool, man. Good to have you. And let me see. Howdy, everyone. Pastor Ruben. How many cars can you fit into the igloo? Unfortunately, I know there's obviously, as you could tell, it's not, you know, that's just the front doorway. So it's just for us. You know, you park the car like around the side or whatever, you know, that's it. There's a plenty of space all around. So it's all good. It's all good coffee, you know. Next time, we've got a lot of land, you know. I think I could always just close the show, Lees, always rewind. No need for those extremes. Correct. Dog sled on a snowmobile. Dogmobile would be better. What up? Look at that. Another one who came in last week to help out. Jason, what's good? Ice fishing. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's good. When you're that remote, you know, where we are, yeah, the fish tend to bite throughout the winter. So it's pretty good. If you ever visit me from the south, you know, yeah, you'd be happy to take you ice fishing. Let's see who else. I was hoping they would preview the movie for us that Big Phil made. Oh, and they didn't. If maybe he didn't have a preview ready, maybe that's why. Because I'm pretty sure they would have done so if they had one ready. Because who wouldn't want to promote it, right? Especially on something like an online convention. Wish could afford a dog. Have a hookup 80 squirrels to this land. Guys, you know, stop. Just better leave it well enough alone. Let's not make fun of John. You know, John's whatever. Like if he and his wife are living under a bridge, it's bad enough. Like the fact that he has to attach 80 squirrels to pull his sled, nobody should know that. You know what I mean? Except for the locals, of course, you know. And it was canceled. Wow. Crazy, Robert. Thank you for bringing that up. Cowan won the award. Great. Love Cowan. That's awesome. And right, Marcy, I want to watch Phil's movie. Yeah. Oh, well, whenever that's due, I'll watch it too, for sure. And need a special showing in OAX. Who knows? Maybe that's what they're planning. Writers protest. Okay. Dangle walnuts and string in front of the squirrels to increase power. Hey, there's another fella who helped out last week in the studio. What's up? Alberto Gonzalez. Happy Sunday to you too, my friend. Can I get service at Pep Boys? Fine artists painted on walls or ceilings by one-eared artist. Nice. You don't know? Come on, James. You don't know? Why do you think I call you the Oklahoma Kid and him the Oklahoma Kid? That's the only kind of fine art that matters. There you go. And walnuts and strings. Okay, enough with the jokes. I'm going to start the show here. Alberto's entered the chat. According to Fora. What's up, Murdoch? Angoulême was canceled due to a boycott. Interesting. Okay. Frostbite greater than is greater than a squirrel bite. I don't know. Only if the squirrel is rabies, you know, infected. Yeah. What's exception to the rule? Ruben, ice fishing was not on my bingo card. You got $5 tickets at the BCL. Oh, okay. There you go. They're probably tying it in. Or maybe just wanting to promote OAX, I guess. You know? All right, I've caught up. Awesome. Overpriced art Xeroxes. Awesome. I've caught up. Okay, so everybody, Thank you for being so lively. Like I said, I hope that you guys are going to be lively while we get into some topics for tonight. I don't have anything planned. I hope that you guys might bring up some topics like Robert did with the Angoulême thing. I know, Angoulême, I don't imagine will last very long as a topic, since it's, again, not something that the vast majority of us attend. But if anybody else has anything newsworthy that you guys want to talk about, would be good. But it'd be better if you bring it up, if you're willing to come on and bring it up from the confines of the studio. That it's easier that way, you know. Forbes article, if anyone wants to read it, pretty interesting. Yeah, you can. I think you just attempted to put in a link there, Murdoch. It for I guess safety, privacy, or whatever reasons, security. Chatters cannot put links in. So even if your message will show up, but the link won't. Yeah. So that's it, unfortunately. And you were there and at OAX at the same time. Nice. So anyways, yeah, so here's my requisite. This is that time of the show, everybody, where I do the requisite mention that tonight indeed is just again, like last week, a hangout. And it turned out really great last week. But as you guys saw, what makes it great is the camaraderie we share when people are willing to come in and chat from inside the studio with me. One person talking to a screen of silence, never, right? It just doesn't work as good. So anybody wanting to come in, as always, what I do is I put the key to the studio down in the description of this video. In this particular case, it's the description is 2 paragraphs long, and the link, you'll see it clearly after the second paragraph. So there you go. And so let me see. I'm game, Ruben. Can I come in? You can indeed come in. Just hit that link below the description of this video you're watching, my friend. And you'll pop in and I'll bring you in. I'll be happy to have you. It's been a while since you've been here, Hart. So be happy to have you. Awesome. There you go. Kavi. It only works for Kavi, Murdoch, right? This works for Kavi. He can put it in because he's an admin for my channel. So that's the only reason it works for him, but it won't work for anybody else. So who's going to come in from the cold? Great question. And Hart's going to do it. All right. So here he is. He's popping in right now. And that's the Forbes thing. Yeah. That's what I thought. And I bet God you can put it in. Nice. Animal. You animal. And what else? Yes, I figured as much. I lock myself out weekly. Look at that. Tom's all excited. Tom's always cheering everybody else on, but still hasn't made his first appearance here. Even though I would have expected him to make his first appearance before Ian, the Jewish dragon himself, did. And yet the Jewish dragon beat him to it. So with that being said, Kavi has the key to the castle indeed. But you all have the key to the castle tonight. So yeah, chill out. Chill out my ass. Chill out my ass, Tom. Soon, buddy. You've been saying it for like 8 months. You need a haircut. Yeah, like everybody gives a crap about what your hair looks like. We're not here to be fashionistas, my friend. But all right, Mr. 2525 is here. I'm so happy to have him. Let me bring him in. What's up, Hart?
Hey, buddy. How's it going?
It's going good, man. So for those of you who may not know, you should know because I've mentioned it many times before, Hart and I are good pals. So it's not like it's the first time we've seen each other in like a long time. So we talk privately, but it's always still fun to have him, participate live on the shows with all of you guys. So always fun to have him here. We always have some good laughs. So yeah, man, happy to have you. I appreciate you coming in tonight, man. Yeah,
I'm challenging Tom right now to an arm wrestling or a hair wrestling event. I don't know. We got to do something. Tom, come on, man up or cheek up.
Look at that. See, now they're trying to pressure him.
Ah,
Tom is all talk. And of course, you with your, come on, Tom. Ruben only chills out in his igloo. Exactly, Rick. Exactly. Rick, I'm assuming that your daughter, it's been a long time since she tried pressuring you to come on to the show herself and do a show with me. But, you know, just putting it out there, you did say you were thinking about it. And it feels like that was, I don't know, 15 to 18 months ago already. So just putting it out there that we all don't forget. None of us forget these things. You know, we just try not to bug you. You know, we know that you shyer types. You know, there's all kinds of personality types. We get it. Don't want to pressure people, but, you know, an occasional reminder. I don't mind doing that. So
yeah.
Just want you to know we don't forget. I certainly don't forget. So just putting it out there. Just putting it out there.
Hey, I'm showing off my brand new Kirby background. Come on.
Look at that. Not only does, where's your degree from all the hours spent learning from the master? You have an honorary degree. You don't need the piece of paper to prove it, you know? We all know you graduated.
I failed college.
Yeah. But so look at Hart's background, everybody. Very, very cool Kirby Crackle outer space fourth world type background. So that's really neat. And what I really like, to be honest, what I really like even more than just your background, Hart, is that unlike most people who use a background, you are not ghost-like weaving in and out. Yeah.
No.
With the blurry outlines, right? Melding.
Right. It's new laptop, new Apple laptop. Everything's shiny and crisp and clear. I'm surprised.
That's fantastic.
My old laptop would have been blurry.
That's fantastic. And I'm assuming since you mentioned, CJ says hello. And since I'm assuming that, I am assuming that because you mentioned that it's your new laptop, you're not, this has nothing to do with the fact that you might, because I thought you might have been, it might be this good because you're using a green screen, but I guess not.
No, that's the laptop doing its thing. I have a function or a button up top that when I use the camera from the laptop, it gives me an option to add background. So I just took a picture from my my picture files, and I had a Kirby design, so I put it in there. I was going to put a picture of you behind me, but then I think that would be insinuating something. But you know what? We'll do that later in private.
Hart wants me behind him, apparently.
Yes. Then we put Marcus in front of me.
Oh my God! Getting out of control now. That was quick. It devolved very rapidly, as it is wont to do from time to time.
Well,
like anybody's shocked, right?
I'm challenging Marcus just as much as I'm challenging Tom, right? Those two guys should be showing up, and we should be leaving. That's how it works, right? They'll take over the show. Let them deal with it.
Oh, look at that. Hey, Cab is back just to register his like and say
Cab.
Pleasantly surprised to see Hart. Hey, Hart. Hey.
Good to awesome. See you in the text.
And he hopes you're keeping well.
Thanks.
Awesome. Good to see you, Cab. Always lovely to have you, even if it's just for the minute. And Hi Peter's like saying no offense. Still thinking. Yeah, you've been thinking a long time, Rick. You've been thinking a long time. That's why I figured it was a good idea to remind you, you know.
How about Peter? Peter, come on in. Talk about your war stuff. I love hearing about that stuff.
Always stressed my system will work right. Last time, only my phone link worked. Hey, listen, you know yourself, Tom. That's not a reason to stress, because there have been occasional glitches where a guest or two didn't have the greatest connection, and whatever. We managed whatever, you know.
It's all about the community and talking to people, seeing them face to face. That's the best part.
That's it. Oh, and by the way, Tom, don't forget, that's really a bad excuse too, given that you could always set up a private chat with me so we could test out your system. Right? It doesn't have to be live. We could have a private chat, and we'll test it to see if it works, how it works. We can troubleshoot, and then you know what works and what doesn't, and then we can set up an appearance for you, you know? So there you go. No excuses now.
Yeah, and I can make a screen of Ruben behind you too, just as much as. No.
What?
I was going to make a screenshot of you behind Tom.
I'm behind Tom.
Yeah.
No,
And then still Marcus in the front. I'm just, keep Marcus in the front. That's what the whole show is about.
Exactly. Look at that. Excuse me, Cab says, but not the College of Life. Right. I graduated from the School of Life a long time ago, and it has served me very well, I must say. My favorite degree. So absolutely. Thank you for that. Wisdom, as always imparting the wisdom, Cab. Appreciate it. So look at that. Wow. No time to set up a Stop the Insanity, which everybody's like craving and begging for.
Yeah.
Time to pop in to say hello for the time being, anyways. What's up, Maddie?
Hey, Matt.
What's up? Another guy who popped into the chat last week and helped and did his part to make it a great episode last week.
Is that a joke? Pop in?
I'll let me continue, shall I? And CJ says you're looking like a distinguished gentleman. That's nice.
Oh.
RAM is expensive again. Is it? Krispy Kreme laptop with Kirby Crackle. You guys are nutty. Hey, Cab. Hello from David Barr in Oz. And look at that. Look how much less stressed Hart looks since he quit art. Exactly.
I mean, I don't do hunting. I don't do looking around. Well, a little bit maybe is here and there and seeing stuff that other caffers have put up, and I comment here and there. I like the stuff that's coming out, but there's no need for me to go, ooh, I want that,
Likely story, Tom. Likely story. Marcus is pulling our legs as usual, of course. Test with Bill. Then when the show started, both stopped working. Again, but you did the test probably like 15 minutes before you went live, I'm thinking, right? That's what I'm thinking. So let me know. And oh my gosh, I got somebody popping in as a big surprise. Holy shit, he's got the big smile now. He can't help himself. Wow. Okay, let me bring him in to say hello. His name, he has changed his name to is that an A? Rabin the Gatherer? What the hell is he talking about? He's gonna, I'm sure, explain it to us.
Oh.
Hey, what's up, man?
What's up? What's good, man?
I'm blurry. Look at that.
Yeah, a little bit, but mostly the background. It's not too bad.
Yeah, I can.
You're pretty good.
Yeah, you're actually okay. Actually, you're getting clearer.
Okay.
And oh, look at that! Now it's both clear. Yeah, nice, man. How you
Afternoon,
doing,
man? What's going on?
Hey.
What's happening, man?
Yeah. No,
It's just a nice, easygoing night.
Just want to come in and hang out with us for a bit to shoot the shit together for a while.
Yeah, we got done Sunday nights our bowling league because I'm fully domesticated.
Yeah.
We won. We did all right. So,
Okay, good. And tell me these days, because the last time I asked you was a long, quite a long time ago. What would you say is your average these days?
Bowling average?
Yeah.
It's actually been on a pretty good tear, right around 200.
Any turkeys?
Nice.
Any turkeys?
Yeah, turkeys, chickens, sparrows, all the above, man. No.
Yeah.
No, it's fun. It's I mostly do it because my son likes to come and watch. So it's a Sunday,
Something
about
for
2.5
him.
hours. We kind of hang out together. So
That's awesome.
But no, it's all good. I guess you guys are looking for a topic or something like that. I know this Thursday, I think this is the first time I've seen it since I've been collecting. Both the Comic Connect featured and the Comic Link featured auction are ending on the same night.
Ooh.
Comic Connect and Comic Link?
Mm-hmm. Both their big auctions are ending on the exact same night.
Oh,
so
when is that?
Thursday. So I think
Thursday.
it's going to be for the buyers. I think it's going to be a buyer's market, man.
Kami.
Hey.
You gotta love how people. I'll keep telling them, yeah, pop in if you want, guys, pop in, and nobody pops in. But then when they see
I'll go
one or two guys pop in, they're like, okay, I'll come in now.
What office setting do we want? No.
What's good, Kavi? What's good?
It took me like a few minutes to find the perfect background to go
Oh, that's
blurry
right.
in and out of next to hearts.
Yeah.
Right.
So
We're joined at the hip now. We're
you go.
permanently.
They're too cool for us, Ruben.
I'm gonna.
Look at that.
Oh, wait. He's taking his clothes off. Great. Let's go private.
Good.
It's
Yeah.
shockingly.
I'm on the
Yeah.
wrong channel.
Okay.
It's OnlyFans.
I don't
It's
subscribe to
OnlyFans,
now.
guys.
OnlyFans.
It's really hot in here all of a sudden. That's weird. Okay.
Start throwing that money around there, guys.
Uh,
He'll take off more clothes as you throw money into his account.
but
you
hold
know.
on. So, Mr. Oklahoma Kid, can you hold a thought for a second? Only because it's gonna. Oh my God! Look who's here
Hey.
again. Again, doesn't want to do. He said he was busy all month. Couldn't do it. Stop the insanity.
Read my comment. I'm good till 7:30.
The shit's insanity.
Oh,
now.
okay. Fair enough.
Yeah.
But
Vegas 7:30 or his 7:30?
Vegas 7:30.
Okay.
So I just wanted to say for the Oklahoma Kid, just because before we touch it, I wanted to just quickly get out of the way the other topic I wanted to just kind of ask, because I know very little about it. I don't know if you were here, James, already when they mentioned about the Angoulême Festival in Belgium. I don't know if you're even aware of what that is. Big convention out there in Europe, and it's a yearly thing. And Robert Berman just mentioned that they canceled it, and I was like, "What? Are you talking about the same Angoulême I'm talking about?" And they said, "Yeah." And apparently, Hart knows he read something, so you know a little bit about it.
Well, NHK Japan announced that about the cancellation, and there was rumors of sexism as well as possible rape that occurred to one of the employees of the convention or the convention. What is it? The person that sets up the convention?
Yeah. The organizer.
that kind of thing. So the inequality to artists as far as I guess representation, maybe. Matt, do you know anything more?
No,
You don't know-
it's
No?
news to
Okay.
me.
And where
Which
else
convention
located
is this?
It's the French one.
Angoulême. It's called Angoulême
Angoulême.
in Belgium.
Yeah.
That's it's a big show. Like I said earlier, again, I know it's not going to be a long topic because most of us don't even know about it, let alone go there. I only know one friend, Jeff Singh, who goes there. He's been there many times. But it's for Europe. It's a very big convention. So to hear that it's canceled literally months before it's even scheduled to go on, that's shocking. Like,
I know one artist, some well-known artist. He was in 2023 or 2024. I forget which one it was. He was accused of showing child pornography. Hey, Peter.
Hey.
And incest in his comics.
whoa. Sorry, who now?
I
The guy
forget
that
there's
guy that has
there's an
something to
artist,
do with the
some
con?
artist that was at the con that was being like highlighted.
Yeah.
You know, getting his props. He put in his book like incest as well as child pornography. So and the other attendees and artists didn't think that was, quite appropriate.
Let me go on the record. Say I'm anti-sexual harassment, anti-rape, and anti-child
There you go.
convention.
Yeah.
Jesus, I hope
I
so.
don't think there's much.
I hope you are. Everybody
James,
should be.
James, did you really feel that on this channel? You have to say that as if the norm
Right
on
when
the
Alberto
channel would
joined.
be.
Just to be clear, I'm anti all of these bad things.
Yeah.
Throwing it out there.
Okay.
I'm anti Marcus. Is that okay?
Now that James said that, I want to go on the record and say that as the channel owner, so am I a million times more than James. And I would hope that everybody who has ever been here on the channel also feels the same.
Yeah.
For the record. Okay.
Yeah.
But it is, I get the drama, man. That sucks.
Yeah, I mean,
the
that,
attendees, sucks to the people that were victims.
And you figure Serge Gainsbourg, who's like a national treasure of France, had a top 10 song with lemon incest. And there's a crazy video when he sings it with his daughter, Charlotte, which is even crazier, who I believe was about 12 or 13 at the time. So there's a precedent for that being included in French pop culture stuff. Whatever is being considered, what do we have to say on YouTube? Mild corn. What qualifies as that, in an illustrated manga. But I mean, everything in context, right? Like, is he saying it's a good thing? You know, is it just work that addresses it? Is it celebratory? Like, you really have to know the context of these things. And I fear that probably half of the people just heard about it and was like, oh, that's terrible, let's cancel him, without even looking into whether or not it was used as a storytelling mechanic to present it as a bad thing.
Well, I think it was more about he was being highlighted and given props and all that stuff. So he was one of the big show guests for that for 2023 or 2024, and the other attendees didn't feel that was appropriate towards, you know, him getting awards for that.
Right.
Yeah. So I think it's the subject matter more than anything. It could be that the artist is a great artist, but he incorporated that into his book. Whether he was doing it as against, I don't know. I never read his book, so, you know.
That's crazy though. It's weird. Like, you know, I don't know. I guess you know, over the years here in North America, we've heard plenty of, you know, I guess a handful of these situations of accusations with creators, especially, right?
Right.
And you know, typically in those situations, it's like those people get canceled, but we're talking about the convention, like the entire convention deciding to, like, we're not doing it this year. Like, that's wild. Like, that's a big deal.
They also lost their public funding. That's the other thing that happened. So that was a major blow on them. Yeah.
Right.
So,
right.
Yeah.
Stanley, the answer is yes, of course. Are you crazy? Yeah.
Stanley's coming in?
That makes a lot of sense, obviously. I forgot that they got a lot of funding.
Did you just say Stanley is joining?
No, he's not.
Oh,
that's a cancellation with teeth, though. So, you know, if they can get the funding canceled, then that's like a geared campaign of cancellation, and clearly a successful one.
Yeah, well, that's the thing.
It would be good to know what the facts in the case are, although I don't think we even have time to check and look into it. But
we would have to do a deep dive.
Yeah. Wild.
Yeah, who knows? For all that we know,
Jeff Sing's in the chat. He's saying something about it.
Okay. Hey, you should have popped in, Jeff. Let me catch up to you here. Whatever. Everybody's talking about me wearing pants. You guys act like I'm always.
You wear pants?
You see?
Oh,
you see what I'm saying? I was booked to go. I didn't even know you were going to go this year. Just in the process of canceling that part of the trip. Wow. Yeah, pretty crazy, man. Pretty crazy. Jeff, do you know, let us know if you know anything more than what was already stated here. We don't know much, obviously, but let us know if you know more. I figured if anybody knew anything in detail, it would be you. And if you'd like to pop in to tell us and then leave, you feel free as well. But yeah, that's crazy because you think about it. And again, of course, you know, people are more important than profits, right? I always say,
right.
But we all know that when it comes to profits, you know, typically corporations, you know, not that a convention funded by the state is a corporation, but you know what I mean. When there's big money involved, typically for these large happenings, they always kind of find a way to keep it going, kind of thing, and nip it in the bud or whatever. And maybe, like I said, cancel people. It's pretty shocking that they would cancel the entire event.
I just looked on Google, and so that guy is the guy that runs the convention. So this sounds like a Dragon Con situation.
Like
Dragon Con. Remember the guy that started Dragon Con is a convicted child molester, and they were trying to get him off the board year after year after year, and it didn't work.
I didn't even know that one.
Yeah, and then they finally got him kicked off of the board. It took I think 8 years of legal maneuvers to make it happen, and that appears, at least from what I can tell from just a really simple search here, that there were SA allegations and going back to 2024 that a lot of the publishers that would have been local and participating pulled. And so that immediately affects the funding. I think that it's a matched funding thing, the way is that probably works. So when the biggest publishers and artists who would have had a presence at the show canceled, then all the money went out and it became impossible. So it may never come back. As long as that guy is at the helm, I don't think anybody's going to come back. if there's a change in leadership, it could, as is what happened with Dragon Con. And even the protests at Dragon Con were sort of few and far between for years because that guy was not allowed near children, so he couldn't go to the convention center, but he was still profiting from it, and that made people not want to participate for years that might otherwise have. Well, now Dragon Con is huge.
Mickey puts it succinctly, saying the organization mishandled the complaint of a sexual assault against a worker at last year's festival.
Okay.
The victim was dismissed from her job shortly after reporting the rape to her supervisor. Oh, that's problematic, obviously. So there we go. Jeff says that it just means a few extra days in Paris and Brussels. There we go. Well, no, not such a bad problem to have. No need to feel sorry for me. Trust me. The one thing I wasn't feeling for you, Jeff, was sorry. I assure you of that. But
90-minute train ride to Champagne.
Stuff for a Sunday night hangout.
Was that James?
It's just a pretty heavy topic for a Sunday night hangout.
It is. But that's why I wanted to get it out of the way also quickly. And let us evening, amigo Mikhail. Let's jump into the one that you brought up, James, man. So you were saying both Comic Connect and Comic Link auctions.
It sounds so quaint now after cancellations and abuse.
But this is what
we're easing into it now.
Channel is, right?
Yeah.
So it's okay.
How do you transition?
We
just did. Actual It's Comic Link. No, man, they're just happening on the same day. So I think.
Are they closing at the same time, or is it just the same night?
One's snipe bidding and the other is set bidding. So I think everyone's going to be okay.
Oh, well, you have Comic Connect, how they do their biddings, where they always do the extensions, at the last bid.
Setting 3 minutes.
And then Comic Link has, it ends at a certain time. So get your dual screens, get your 3 screens, get whatever you got going on. But if I was a seller, I would be pissed. That's all I can say.
Oh, yeah.
Isn't this a pretty small Comic Link one with only
it's a full feature, man. No, it's a featured auction.
It's not a Wednesday?
Not
it's not Wednesday.
They're both main auctions.
You're not confusing it with the focused one, right?
I'm not confusing it, Ruby.
Okay.
You're saying that
I know you know your shit, but believe it or not, a lot of guys who've been around in the hobby for a long time, they still keep, when we talk privately about the auctions, they still always say the Comic Link one. And I'm like, well, which one is it? Which kind is it? And they still is that what's it called? Feature? What's the little one?
Yeah.
And they forget
there's higher end and less pages of lots to go through.
Yeah. It's featured and focused for those of you who also don't remember.
It's the quality of lots that
exactly.
Shown. And both of them have. I mean, right now Heritage is king, and it's always been, but there's a big differentiation of which Heritage is putting out now.
I gotta say to Rick's comment, he says poorly coordinated. Okay, don't forget, just because it's not the right choice of words, Rick, because don't forget, 2 separate companies, they're not gonna coordinate with each other, right? They're just gonna what they should be doing is looking and saying, okay, what are these other guys doing? When's their next auction? Let me just put my next one so it doesn't coincide with theirs. Period. But there's no coordination, right? But yeah, just look at the schedule and how do you let that happen? That's weird. That is really unless one thing I didn't even think of is, what do you guys think of the possibility that one or the other purposely did it, somehow thinking, hey, this could benefit us? I don't know. What do you think about that?
Yeah, it thought crossed my mind, but I can't see an upside.
Me too. No, I agree. Yeah,
an upside.
Which one has the bigger, heavy hitter pages?
They both do.
They both do?
Comic Link's got that Todd McFarlane cover with Spider-Man and Wolverine, and Connect's got the the giant size X-Men Cochran page.
Wow.
The Bob Layton Iron Man, the Demon in the Bottle page.
They
some
both
other
got
stuff
a bunch
too.
of stuff.
There's
spending money on
an Arthur Adams redo of the classic X-Men #1 cover, but it's a single instead of a double page spread like it is in the original, and that's already at $26,000.
I know the guy who, I actually know the legacy of that one. I think the person who put it up there, he's hoping it doubles. I'm pretty sure. But there's some good stuff, man.
So what's your Is there good stuff that you think you would bid on, James? On both?
Yeah, I mean, I'm more of a, mid-tier type bidder for a lot of the stuff. So, I mean, it kind of fits right in.
Yeah.
So I might throw out a couple bids here and there.
Yeah.
I won't say.
What would be your strategy? Because it seems like Marcus mentioned it would be possible that you do the comic link as your focus because of the other one with the extended bids. Is that because I'm not sure how Comic Connect works in terms of I know how the whole extended bidding works, but is there official finishing time? Is it 8 or is it 9 or like what's the?
Yeah, I think there's technically an official finishing time right now. I think within the last, I think it's 3 minutes. Don't quote me on that. If a bid comes in the last 3 minutes, there's an extension.
No, that I get. But what I'm saying is, before that happens, there has to be a set finishing time.
Yeah,
like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 1. You're right.
Yeah.
So
same time as around the same time as Comic Link.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
And you asked my strategy. It's mostly drink a little alcohol and then just do some impulse buys. So we'll see what happens.
The Connect the Link event. Connect the Link. Do it at the same time.
You're gonna have. I'm sure you're gonna have two tabs open. I guess, right? Though. That's how you'll do it.
Tab screens
or whatever. But
Chrome,
yeah.
Actually, Chrome has a new functionality. I don't know if you guys know this, but you can merge tabs now. So I do, but I got confused as to I was getting pissed off with it because I don't know what it was. It wasn't really doing anything that I liked. It was kind of pissing me off. What is it really for? It looks like it's angry easily, Ruben. Stop getting angry so easily. It's just a tab. It's just a tab.
It was just like this thing.
All he wanted was a Pepsi, and you wouldn't bring it to him.
Have a Snickers, dude. But no, I'm just kidding.
This weird little thing started popping in between two of my tabs, and I'd be like, "What happened?" Then suddenly a tab. I tried to click on a tab, and it disappeared. I was like, "What the hell's going on?"
Hey, James, are your account names the same on both auctions?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay.
Why?
I'm just saying you mix up your names, or you're crossing over. You might miss out,
man.
It's all one bank
honestly,
account.
what I should do is just not.
Comic Connect closes at 7 o'clock. Starts closing at 7 o'clock. I don't know if that's the exact same time. 7 o'clock Eastern. So
yeah, they're East, right? So they would be Eastern for sure. Yeah.
I would say the thing with Comic Connect, and I'm just throwing these things out here. Usually, you can get Art Adams art slightly cheaper on Comic Link. I'm sorry, than Heritage or whatever, because Art's always the first lots. Yeah, it always has a defined end time.
Sure.
So a lot of times people, they're getting off of work if they're West Coast, or they forget about the auction just for 2 or 3 minutes late, and then Art Adams has already gone through. So yeah, it's a good place to pick up. Art Adams for slightly.
Yeah, I do feel like Comic Link drags for like 4 hours or 5 hours. It seems like from the moment they start closing until they end, whereas Comic Connect seems to be a little bit more tightly bundled. I feel like.
What was that?
Yeah, those Metropolis guys.
I can't say I've like sat there and timed how long the whole thing takes ever. But I don't know.
Yeah, I saw that
same night. Yeah. That would be kind of interesting.
Got the email. They're looking for a new consignor rep or something like that.
Oh, is that so? Would that be the same type of job to be?
Like Gary Land or
Gary?
No, not Gary. The other guy. His name.
I think it would be someone reporting to Micah. I would imagine, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Something
related to that. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good. I guess that means business is good if you can hire a full-time person to do that for you. That's good. But I guess you know what, James. I guess as far as that topic goes, people always manage, right? Don't people always manage? Because by the way, it's not the first time that a couple of auctions finish on the same day.
Yeah, it's the first time though that I've seen the 2 premium / featured auctions.
Oh, maybe that I'll give that to you. I'm not aware of that, but
they've probably been looking into the metrics of like what's the best day and date for this type of thing with a couple of other criteria, and they both came to the exact same date and time, not understanding how that's going to impact each other. But you can't reschedule just because your competition does something.
They were probably trying to just both avoid Heritage and both land on the same day. What are you bidding on, Peter? What are you tracking on it?
Nothing.
All right.
He's going for the Art Adams.
It is, yeah. Like, I mean, they're both offering up different kinds of collectibles, closing on different kinds of days. So it is kind of even stranger that that specific collectible lined up on the exact same day. Also, yeah.
So Stanley is asking: are more smaller auctions better than having a fewer big auctions? I don't know. I don't think so.
I mean, there's two views: buyer or seller, right?
Yeah. There's not for seller.
Yeah, I would assume Stanley talks more as a collector, you know.
Oh, then it's better for him
to have what? Which one?
To have a lot more smaller auctions because they're not going to hit the same kind of peak pricing.
Yeah, but at the same time, I feel like
we already have more smaller auctions than
right.
I mean,
that's what I think.
Yeah.
And I think even people that are on the mid, or whether they consider themselves like mid or lower of the price range, I think, like, at least in my conversations I have with people, even people on those ends seem to talk like, they get more excited about talking about the big auctions because it's still exciting to see what the coolest pieces are at the bigger auctions. You know what I mean? I don't know. I feel like even lower end type collectors, they still get excited.
Well, I mean, like talking about the signature auction is like talking about the playoffs of a sport you're into in a way. Like even if you're not even if you're not a player, it's fun to talk about it.
Yeah.
That's how I approach it. It's like I'm not bidding on the signature auction big boy pieces. So
a lot of smaller houses haven't really dipped a toe into comic art yet, and I'm talking about houses that could do really well with it. So if you were to see someone like Phillips or Doyle, who are pretty large, smaller auction houses, I know that's an oxymoron, or like Butterfield, like all of a sudden like dip a toe into comic art, then it would be a really interesting thing. We did see in the Nicolas Cage sale several years ago that he had some comic centric art. Like he had some S. Clay Wilson stuff, like mainly underground stuff, and a lot of stuff he had bought from us at La Luz de Jesus over the years. So we went in to try and like make sure that if RK Sloan pieces were going to sell for low, that we could just buy them and take them off the market. And they went through their lots so fast that we completely missed like half of the stuff that we would have been interested in. That was the auction where he owned the cover to Goo, the Sonic Youth album. So it was a Ray Pettibone illustration. That ended up going for, I think, like $20,000 or something like that. But a lot of really quality published pieces from RK Sloan and others went for like under $1,000 each. It's a few years back.
I'll tell you, if Marcus, if yours is gutter tier, that's just content. It's not price. You do have valuable art. It's just what's on it.
And Alberto, who's with us, says maybe some of these fine art auction houses should auction comic art.
Someone's stirring the pot right there. Someone's stirring the pot. Yeah, I sent you an email with a list of important museum shows earlier in response to a different email that someone had sent. And I mean, 1990, Snoopy shows at the Louvre. So this is our reality. Like this is not new. It's been happening for a while. This right now at the Scuttleball Center in Los Angeles is a massive Jack Kirby retrospective. Their comic art has entered the fine art space. All the publications that kind of make the decisions about what is fine art are covering these exhibitions. So
museums are featuring art, not necessarily that comic art is fine art. And I would again go back to the definition that's commonly used for fine art. It's not that gallery people have said, okay, this is going to be in our museum, but it's also, is this work for hire? Is this commercial work, or is this done for creation of art, purely for creation of art?
But all art was done for hire.
That's the
history.
Dictionary definition of fine art.
Then the Sistine Chapel isn't fine art. The Sistine Chapel was a commission.
They've grandfathered that in already.
I mean, I don't know what definition
I agree with you on that.
By,
They've already grandfathered that in as in the fine art experts.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I think that the definition, I would quibble with the source that the people who make the decisions about what is and isn't fine art, which are people who are the fine art museums, the people who are writing academically about it,
Cartels.
they get to decide, and they've already decided. So whether I agree or you disagree is completely counter to the fact that the people who actually define these things think that it is.
I am very skeptical that if you did a survey of fine art experts, that they would agree with you.
Yeah, me too.
So, and I think that just because something is displayed in an art museum doesn't make it fine art. It is art, and they're including it there because it is art.
Right.
Hey,
But Peter,
I'm a fine art expert. You can ask me right now, and I'll tell you.
Just give us your
James.
What do you
Fine art.
He's just describing himself as a fine art expert as opposed to a fine art expert, right? Like,
I love the pinup.
So I have a question. So the guys that have decided that comic art isn't fine art or a form of art, I see it as they're trying to get into the next hot thing. So contemporary art is what it is. Modern art, contemporary art is kind of hand in hand nomenclature, right, Matt? Is that,
Yep.
Yep. So I see it as comic art being the next thing that they're going to go, okay, we're going to put money into this because this is the next Van Gogh or whatever. I'm just going to say, let's say Kirby. Kirby's going to be the next Van Gogh, and everybody else will be
banana with duct tape.
Right. Exactly. So
Yeah.
you get that ball rolling, and they're going to start going, okay, now we're going to start investing in these comic art, and we're going to bring them into the limelight, and we're going to start auctions, we're going to start museums, we're going to start galleries. That's the way I see art moving throughout the ages. It's not just, it's the masses that control the art movement. Yes, they control it, but they want to move into the next best thing.
I mean, there were people that fought against photography being called fine art for almost 100 years, and it is accepted as fine art. Most photography and almost all award-winning photography is done for hire. So like whether it's, the very famous photo of the girl running in Vietnam with the napalm strike happening in the background, that was an AP photographer. As it turns out, not the one that was credited with taking the picture, but an AP photographer nonetheless, a stringer. But every important photograph that you're familiar with and that you would probably consider fine art was done for hire, whether it was done for Life magazine or National Geographic or Time or the New York Times. This is where we're at. So again, that weird definition that you've given falls apart. But more importantly,
Dictionary
is that it's what?
Dictionary definition.
Which
We all
dictionary?
agree. We just
there's also
as a group.
go look it up.
We just
Now,
agree
there's
as a
also
group,
which-
no matter what, Captain America is not fine art.
and there's
Hold on,
also
we disagree on that.
It is.
Hold on. Can
there's
you
also an argument to be made, and it's not even an argument.
hold on, Matt.
Definition.
Hold on, Matt.
Yep.
James was speaking. I didn't hear. Can you just repeat that, James?
What did I say, Alberto?
About
I was
Captain
gonna
America.
ask if
You were
everybody
asking
agreed
Captain
that
America art was fine art, and I said it definitely is, and it's in a category of its own. But
Oh, Captain America art. Okay.
Yeah.
Is it iconography?
All other narrative comic art in the fine art categorization of Alberto's museum, which makes sense.
Yeah, and there's this illustrative fine art by definition. So it's
That I
like
agree
just
with.
as there is conceptual fine art. Not all conceptual art is necessarily fine art, but I think that I think a lot of us could agree that some is. And then the people who make decisions about these things would say, well, a lot of it is. So I think you're getting mired into a self-disproving thing where you've kind of dug in and you're just not paying attention to the facts on the ground, and more importantly, the facts in the world. And let's not confuse. And I'm going to tell you something
And I looked at the dictionary and I look, what is the definition of fine art? But I will agree with, I certainly agree with Hart that, over time, what is considered, the fine art community tends to glom on to, the next big thing. And certainly, maybe comic art will be the next big thing.
Well,
you're saying will be. I'm saying it is. That it's happened. That
But
you
even-
missed it. You missed the coordination.
But
Because, you know,
it's
you're
a matter
like
of
the lady
opinion.
on the roof waiting for the boat to come by and saying, God, please save me.
Well,
And
you
then
can
she
go
dies,
ahead
and he's like,
and
"It's
do
not
all
a
kind of
boat,
metaphors
lady."
that you want, but you know the dictionary definition is there.
Which
And
dictionary?
something's in a
There's a
museum.
lot of
doesn't
different
make it
dictionaries.
fine art. It's
Which
an art museum.
dictionary did you use?
Take a poll,
Look on
Ruben. Take a poll.
Merriam
Is
Webster.
Peter right?
You
or
can
is
look at
Matt
all
right?
the
Take an audience
various
poll,
dictionaries.
take
You
a
want me to
shot.
look
I'm
at
right.
everything? I will
Let's
for
just-
you. You know,
Hey,
why are you
stopped
attacking
listening.
the credibility
I
of me
know.
looking at it at a dictionary
care anymore.
definition?
Hey, Matt, going back to
Creative
I'm
art,
getting ready for
especially
bed now.
visual art, whose products are to be appreciated primarily or solely for the imaginative, aesthetic, or intellectual content. There's 3 different criteria. So you can say that it is imaginative, you can say it's aesthetic, or you can say it's intellectual. It doesn't have to be all 3 of those things. It has to be any one of those things. That's according to the dictionary definition of fine art, QED, page 36. Next topic.
quick question, Matt,
Here's
just
the
to add on to
definition I
you.
pulled up right away. Art produced or intended primarily for beauty rather than utility.
Somebody asked
Where's that come
Ron.
from?
Well,
Somebody
is it,
asked ChatGPT,
yeah,
and somebody asked
Peter.
Copilot, and just see who wins.
Peter, isn't it first it's for what was the 2 topics, 2 subjects you said just now? One was for beauty and one was
For beauty rather than utility.
okay, so comic art starts as a utility but becomes beauty in our industry, in our hobby, right?
Well, they're
So
not mutually exclusive.
but it transitions. I'm talking about a transitive kind of form of art. So it's one thing in the beginning is production art. It's for a publishing, and then when it comes to our hobby, we
Sure.
consider it fine art, no matter what it is, because we see the beauty in Kirby, Cassidy, Byrne, whoever it is that we, Werner Roth, whoever it is we gravitate to, because that is the essence of art. It's just whatever we love becomes art in our mind, and then we try to share it with other people, and that kind of blossoms into other people learning that this is art too. At first I thought comic art was funny pictures, but now Hart showed me a Jack Kirby that I was like blown away from. It just transitions, I think.
Just so you know, because we did, you guys brought up the defining fine art. Derek has a very nice of him. He put in that Merriam-Webster defines fine art as art like painting, sculpture, or music, primarily focused on creating beautiful objects for aesthetic or intellectual purposes, rather than solely practical or commercial ones, emphasizing beauty, emotion, and skill with traditional examples, including drawing, painting, sculptures. Thank you for that, Derek. Let me just ask, guys.
After 2 decades in the music business, I call some BS on all music being fine art.
Beastie Boys.
Let me say, Kavi, just not to get off on a tangent. I've never heard of anybody, to be honest, called music.
I
fine
rarely
art.
hear that.
I've heard them call it an art, and it is an art. I never heard fine art though.
Yeah, I rarely ever
Music
hear
is
that.
one of the arts, definitely, for sure. Okay.
What about opera?
Sorry,
What about opera?
that's music.
Mm.
Yeah, I
It
just
is.
consider it music.
But it's
Of course.
fine music.
So it's an art.
And a
Hey,
lot
but
of music is
I consider
commissioned.
that art just like I consider a Broadway play art, but I don't consider a Broadway play fine art.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Matt, I was going to add to your photography statement. One of my favorite photographers of all time is Gordon Parks. Black and white photography, his photographs of Muhammad Ali and other stuff that he's done just blows me away. And I consider Gordon Parks a fine artist.
As does the art world.
Yeah, in his depictions, in his presentation of people, places, and things, is just amazing. Anybody wants to look up a photographer, look up Gordon Parks.
The famous shot of Ali standing over, his defeated opponent is a classic. And actually, I licensed it at one point for a documentary. But I think what we're also forgetting is that, things can be produced for money, and they can also be made by the person who created it to be beautiful. And therefore, every definition covers that. obviously an illustrator wants that work to be as good as possible. So they are endeavoring in creating beauty. So every definition that you've heard would cover comic book art as fine art, just as it is written. And
there's no commercialization.
Rationalizations are more juicy than sex.
There's no mention of commercialization.
Rationalizations are more juicy than sex.
Can I just add? Derek also continued.
I suggest different types of sex for you, but we'll continue.
Derek also expanded. He said that it also says that and architecture, though modern definitions expanded. So of course, like everything over time changes, right?
Transitions
to include photography, printmaking, and more. You know,
but even the first part of it does not disqualify anything that is produced specifically for, work for hire, like that. It just has to involve.
But check it out. He finalizes it with, in essence, and these are not his words, right? It's Merriam-Webster or whatever. If art is made to be appreciated for its own sake, its beauty, meaning, or power to evoke feeling, it's fine art. A concept which is rooted in creating masterful, expressive works. That's exactly how I've always seen the sort of the difference between fine art and other arts. You know what I mean? Although, again, like any other definition of certain things, like sometimes it doesn't have a black and white. Sometimes there could be shades of gray in between. You know what I mean? But I will say this. Hold on for a second, Hart. I will say just because of what you. Hart and Matt were saying, okay, because correct me if I'm wrong, Hart, but from what it seems to me, it looks like you are actually more often than not agreeing with what Matt's saying, or am I wrong?
No, you're correct.
Okay,
because
so you're on his side of the argument. Okay,
I'm yeah.
Okay. So, and
I love Matt.
Okay, so this is not to obviously disparage, but whatever. Like when you want to have examples, you got to bring up examples. Rest in peace. The guy's no longer with us, but I have to say, and I use him often, okay, because he was a pedestrian artist. So I'll bring it up again. So by your guys' beliefs, right? Is this to say then that if I randomly pick out of anybody's collection, an Alan Kupperberg Hulk Annual 12-page, and I present it to somebody in the fine art world, whatever, somebody at, the whatever museum of fine art, that you would expect that they should treat that as equal to anything they have hanging on their walls?
No, no one has ever said that. And
do you personally still feel that it should be considered fine art just because it's comic art and you enjoy the art of crafting stories through telling pictures?
I mean, there are some people that think it's art just because you hang it on your wall. And I mean, we're getting caught up in a definition of fine art, right? But
that's what we said last week, Matt. It's art. But the question, is it fine art? I kept saying it's illustration, and I have no problem admitting it's illustration. And
that Kupperberg, so by your definition, every single, Renaissance work is fine art? No, not even the museums think every Renaissance work is fine art.
No.
There's bad shit from every era. It's not all equal. You're not even comparing apples and oranges. You're comparing like wood with water. I
always say, Matt, I don't care what anybody, whether they agree or not, that's fine. Everybody can have their opinion. But, and it's not even me, I'm not even the first person to come to say this, but I do believe, and again, I don't know, who knows what the real number exactly is, whatever, there's no exact number, but I do believe that when you talk about things like the arts, anything that's kind of for entertainment purposes that you get enjoyment from, I've always believed, like, if you really study it, 90% of it is, again, not to be mean, but 90% is crap, and maybe 10% is like really like it should be considered like this is great. So I feel like in comic book creation, I do feel the same way. Like, just because I love a bunch of the stuff I own, it doesn't mean I feel like it's some of the greatest comic art I've ever seen ever made. I still feel that I probably don't own much of what I would consider to be the greatest comic book art. You know what I mean?
You hate Cooperberg, right?
It's not that I hate him. I have no feeling towards him. He's just a very pedestrian. He was a very pedestrian level comic book artist.
But could you do the same thing he did?
Huh?
Could you design a page just like he did and slap it out and get it to the publisher? I mean,
I'll step in and
No,
say
that's a ridiculous argument.
that you don't need to have the ability of a person to criticize their ability to do what they do.
Yeah, I have a theory. I can have a theory.
NBA players that I'm not as good at.
Right.
Playing basketball.
And you can say they had a shitty game, and people will.
Yeah, we can have the theoretical knowledge of art or sports or whatever, and still be able to critique it and make arguments about it.
But in the same way, Ruben, in the same way that was a bad faith comparison, yours was a bad faith comparison because you're saying that all things within a certain type are equal, and they are not. There are excellent things and terrible things, right? As you just said. I don't think anybody has ever made the case that all comic art is fine art. Not even any of us who think that comic art is fine art under the right circumstances, which there should really be a parenthesis next.
Hold on, did you just qualify that? Because I don't remember you qualifying that last week.
No, but I'm clarifying because I didn't say one or the other. I'm saying that comic art is being seen as fine art. Not all comic art, but comic art.
Right.
Which is to say that there is comic art that is seen as fine art. I'm not saying all comic art is fine art.
You guys have a good night, man.
But you're clarifying now.
Well, it was clearly unclear. But I mean,
all right, James, later, buddy. Thanks for popping in.
See you, James.
Bye, James.
Yeah, because where was all this clarification last week? You weren't really mentioning these things. Now you're being very succinct and specific.
Because you have just clarified that you think that we said all comic art is fine art, and we did not. We said comic art is being seen as fine art. That comic art is being seen as fine art. I never said all comic art is fine art. There's bad comic art that would not be fine art.
I feel that the general impression from last week's discussion was that was the argument. Peter, what was your impression?
That was my impression too. I'm kind of surprised that Matt's saying this now, but it
is entered into the canon. So what I'm saying is it is a type of artwork that is being viewed and has been viewed for several decades now as a subdivision of fine art. And this is, I mean, how many museum shows do you want me to give you? Like, these are fine art museums.
The museum show doesn't make it fine art. It's
that's my argument
of art in an art museum.
Actually,
and so a fine art publication covering it doesn't. In the art world, it does. So you are taking a layman's definition of a thing and trying to disqualify an expert's opinion of a thing.
No,
the experts are saying this is fine art. We're putting it next to Picasso's. We're putting it next to Pollock.
Survey. If you probably, I would say, if there's a survey of fine art experts, my expectation would be that they would not say comic art is fine art.
That's
now that's I'm saying that as a hypothesis or a theory, a hypothesis, but I think it's pretty reasonable. Based on some of the things I've seen fine art experts, how they approach comic art and what they've said about comic art on documentaries and things like that. Now you're going to ask me, which documentary you're talking about? Well, there's a Liechtenstein documentary that I watched, and it was pretty clear that the gentlemen, the people who were asked about it did not feel that comic art was fine art. And they had a very different feeling towards it than other art, than the art
was the documentary
in their museum as fine art.
Was Liechtenstein considered fine art, Peter, in this documentary then?
Yeah.
Well, isn't he a tracer then?
I think he's a tracer. I don't care what you feel about appropriation or not. He's still a traced.
Okay.
That's what I feel. But those fine art experts did not agree. They had a very different view of it.
There were a lot of people in the era in which Liechtenstein was creating his first comic book related pieces that did not consider pop art to be fine art.
Right. It took Peter Max and all that.
Decades for Warhol, Peter Max, Liechtenstein, other people that are on the fringe of it, like Rauschenberg. that none of it was considered fine art in its day of creation, that over time it was recognized because it challenged established definitions or established norms. And
Right.
things do transcend. Definitions do change. And clearly, at this moment in 2025, as it's almost 2026, you can go to Art News and you can pull up tons of articles on comic book art. You can go to Art in America and pull up at least a dozen articles on comic art exhibitions and fine art museums. I mean, the tide has changed, and I just don't think you're aware of it. And I don't think that you probably subscribe to Art in America or Art Forum or Art News.
Let me say that this documentary is not old. It's only in the last several years documentary. Number two, you know, the what I'll call the art elite, or the people who want to say, okay, this is the in thing to like. Well, Warhol, Lichtenstein at that time, you know, like Tom Wolfe portrayed, you know, that became the in thing that they considered to be fine art. Now, I will grant you that in the future, will the fine art elite, you know, glom on to something like comic art and say, okay, we consider this the new in thing? Certainly that's possible. I
think it's a fact.
It already exists. Yeah. We're in your future already, Peter. But
I don't agree, but anyway.
But I think I know something that will bring us together on this, Peter, because I think that what you need to agree with me is for a major fine art collector to make a massive investment in comic art. And why I don't think that is going to happen yet is because it's just not expensive enough. Like, I had an exhibition from a somewhat known artist, and the Broad Foundation came and looked at the show, and they're like, we love it. How much for everything? And I added it up, and it was like $40,000. And they're like, oh, never mind. They weren't interested unless they were spending $2 million, because that's not to them a worthwhile investment. So for anybody that's paying $100 million and more for like very, very expensive and I think universally assumed fine art, that for them to care about something that's just really like getting under $1 million, it's not really passing $1 million for like panel pages from comic art. When the norm of a certain era of work starts to get very expensive and routinely things are going for $1 million, you're going to see that type of investment happen, and they will jump in heavy. And I guess that's what it's going to take to convince you that it's fine art. But to the people that are programming all the museum exhibits, who are the most important people in the art world, it's what runs the art world, is their judgment of something is what defines the worth and the definition of it. And
the fact that they can tax write off.
Of course. I've spoken at length about that and about the insuring of the stuff. Right. So, you know, that's what's really, I think it'll probably take for you and Ruben to come around and say, well, this definitively makes the case for us. So we're not at that point yet, for sure.
I mean, I think there's a difference between whether something's an investment or not, and whether something's fine art or not. I mean, I think they can be two separate things, because somebody may go approach this art and say, oh, it's only, you know, a person of, you know, with deep pockets could say, oh, that's not really worth my time, only $40,000 or $100,000. Whereas, you know, $100 million or $50 million or,
but Peter,
et cetera, would be worth their time in terms of an investment, right?
Right. But Peter, a fine art collector, what they do is they buy art from the auction, let's say for $40,000, and then they donate it to a museum and they say it's worth $175,000. And then that's the new norm for that price then. So at that point, all the other art that are from that artist start moving up in the art community, and they become more worth than the 40,000 that person originally had it at. So comic art will have the same swoop, in my opinion, because it'll be that kind of a movement where people are going to say, okay, I'm going to score it at $60,000 for an Art Adams Classic X-Men #1, let's say that, and later on I can give it to a museum once they realize that its original art is art. and I'll insure it for $200,000. And then everything long shot, Art Adams, X-Men will go up in price, and we'll see like big ceilings being hit.
Now, I think that also that there is definitely a perception at the museum curator level that there are certain pieces that are unobjectively fine art. And I would say that Steranko's cover art for Marvel in the 60s on the Nick Fury Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. stuff is like universally considered fine art. And it's considered fine art because it's a conceptual rejection of the pop art movement, right? So I don't think anybody here could argue against that. I mean, that those Steranko covers are fine art by every definition.
I would not. And, you know, I also know that, for example, Art Spiegelman, Mouse, that's highly regarded. That's been, you know, critically acclaimed. And I can see where someone might say that is fine art and it's
high concept. So it's high concept, illustrative, fine sequential art.
It also was his own personal creation that, you know, you can't say was commercial work in a sense.
It had a message.
You know who that sounds like? That sounds like Frederick Wertham. Frederick Wertham, when he followed up his very famous book, Seduction of the Innocent, which everybody hated him for, he then wrote a book in the early 60s about fanzines, praising the publishers of fanzines. That it turns out that his problem with, you know, the crap, as he called it, and like damaging material of comics wasn't even so much the material itself, but that it was being marketed by big corporations to children. Whereas in his book on fanzines, I think it's called The Wild World of Fanzines, he makes the case for this is a very important expressive movement created by young adults for other young adults. So really the only thing that upset him about it when you read his second book is that he was aggravated that it was being peddled to children by corporations who probably weren't paying their artists well. So he was sharing tables in the 1960s, because he wrote that book so much later than Seduction of the Innocent, with the underground artists whose work he loved, who hated him because he got EC Comics canceled. So it's a really kind of interesting dynamic, but you're kind of making that same argument, which is to say that, well, I made this for me and someone published it and I got paid to publish it, but really I made it for me. So that's okay.
Well, I'm not making an argument like Frederick Wertham, so I appreciate you making that association with me. But I do think it's interesting that Frederick Wertham, over the course of his life in his latter years, sort of walked back on some of his research because he was
it was a shoddy assumption,
critical about that his methodology was not so rigorous. Right. And that actually comic books did have a good impact and did have a positive impact on children, rather than just, not delinquency, but actually helping kids to read. That's my understanding of, Frederick Wertham sort of revisiting and rethinking and confessing I've been somewhat wrong.
Yeah, but the second book, though, is very, like I said, it makes a very strong argument that he was very supportive of self-publishing, and that why he was such a big fan of the comics with an X and like independent comic movement of the 1960s was because it was an expression that wasn't born out of corporate structure. But yeah, certainly his research was incredibly shoddy. His assumption was 80% of all juvenile delinquents read comic books. Well, yeah, 80% of all kids read comic books. So there was no control group there. But that's why I brought it up. And that's why, because you mentioned Spiegelman, and again, it is something that was very personal to him, and it did get published and he did get paid for it. But I would argue that even some of the artists who were working for Marvel and DC, and even the guys that didn't necessarily create them. And so like when you're looking at Jack Kirby, he checks off all the boxes. He's a co-creator. It was very personal to him. He's illustrating people he knew growing up in his neighborhood and making them superheroes. There's a commentary about being a Jewish American and about empowering people that were, being beaten down for centuries. There's a lot that goes into his creation of superheroes, which counts as high concept, which counts as fine art. And I think it just makes it illustrative fine art. It's all high concept.
Okay. And with that, I'm going to segue because we're going to lose some people. We already have. It's a great topic, but a lot of these guys, it's too deep for them. They're not interested in going into it that long. So that's fine. I
I'm
understand.
glad we're moving along too.
Yeah, I understand that, but I wanted to ask you guys because I had saved it from earlier. Robert Berman had asked. Let me just pop it up here.
Blame Albert.
I'm curious because I had not heard of this myself.
Not Alberto.
He said, has anybody seen the Uma Thurman Samuel Jackson movie, The Kill Room, that satirizes the modern art marketplace? I never heard of that myself. Anybody?
No, I never saw that.
Wow.
Sounds interesting though. I gotta
exactly. Exactly. Now I'm like, I gotta remember, what is it called? The Kill Room. Okay, because I want to check it out later after the show.
I've seen The Square.
Huh?
The Square.
The Square?
Yeah, it's a French film about an art curator's life in an absurd exhibition. And then there's also that was it Art Grind. What was the one that had the guy that played Mysterio?
Velvet Buzzsaw, you mean?
Velvet Buzzsaw, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Great satire on the modern art world.
Gyllenhaal?
And to an extent,
Jake Gyllenhaal. Yeah, you're right.
Jake Gyllenhaal. And then the Animals film that Tom Ford directed also does a really great, captures the life of a fine art curator, the artwork that was in her gallery, her outfits, her demeanor, and really nailed it. But it's less a satire than it is a thriller.
How about this for our next topic? Who's picked up anything interesting?
Hold on. No, not yet.
Lighthearted.
I actually have another one that I bookmarked by Lee earlier, and it does go back to last week's thing. But since we had, well, now one of them's gone, but there's two of you. Since there's two of you who weren't here last week as guests in the studio, just curious what you think about this comment. We talked about it last week, but I'm just curious, especially for you, Hart, and you, Cobby. Lee, those of you who watched last week, I already know everybody else's opinions, but Lee says Lucas's Museum of Narrative Arts is gonna flip this shit on its edge. So he seems to be
what's the technical definition of flipping shit on edge?
Well, to me, it sounds like he's like really exciting. Like, wow, yeah, this is gonna make wow, the original art's gonna go nuts. Kind of like the art.
Meaning in like generating more interest
growth, it brings it all.
It brings a bigger scope to the art. I mean, and the memorabilia of Star Wars or whatever he's putting in there. I mean, I don't know if it's gonna blow the lid off of it. Just like Kavi said, what's that entail? I mean, It could be like it brings 600,000 people to the exhibit, and then it dies down in 6 months.
Yeah. For sure. I mean, that's what we kind of talked about last week. So we don't know, right? The main point that I had brought up to Matt and everybody else at the time was, obviously we have to guess because we don't know what's going to be in it, right? And I think a lot of the people in our hobby are excited because they're thinking of the fact that, we know that Lucas was a comic art collector. So I think everybody's getting potentially overly excited, and they think that, I think a lot of us are thinking, oh my God, I can't wait because it's going to open and this place is going to be replete with like tons of comic book art. And that was the one kind of point I was making last week, was that shit, we don't know, right? This whole thing could open up and maybe 10% of the space has got some comic art in the corner and the rest doesn't, right? And then that really doesn't move the needle. Or it could be the other way and we'd be like, wow, 50% of this place must have been filled with comic art. And then that could move a needle. You know what I mean? So
okay, well, for my personal statement, I say it will move the needle. It might not move it 110%. It might take it 55%, but it still will move forward. Okay? So I don't see it as withdrawing people from the market, the zeal of art.
Talking about how we think it may affect the hobby. Is what we're generally.
I think it'll affect.
Well,
the
what if
hobby
the experience
positively.
is so spiritual for true comic art collectors that they walk out of there and they never want to collect another piece again because they can't achieve such magnificence?
Yeah,
That
Well,
could
it-
happen. I mean, like some people get really shocked
might
out
happen to
of a
me.
thing. Yeah.
I'm
I-
excited about visiting, but by the time I leave, I might be out of the hobby.
There've been
I
a
went to
couple
the
directors
Skirball
already.
exhibit.
Oh.
I went to the Skirball
Not
Jack
Alberto.
Kirby exhibit, right? And I was really impressed with that exhibit. The Skirball exhibit is beautiful. They did a great job. They have not only Kirby art, they have Kirby production work for his animation. They have his uniform. They have cosplay, I guess, costumes of the characters from like the Third World and stuff like that. And they bring a little more of Jack's home life into the mix too. It's not just comic art, nothing else. They actually incorporate a little bit of his life in there too. And I think that helped me connect even more to Jack because I never got to meet him. I would have loved to. But
did they
it was
say-
like, what was that?
I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead, Art.
No, go for it. Go for it, Peter.
I want to know, did the Kirby family assist in that or in the Kirby Museum? Did they work with them on that? Did they
I
help?
have no idea because I was just going through it. It's a smaller part of the Skirball. I mean, it was probably took me about a half an hour to get through it because I was like staring at everything, right? But yes, some people with their families kind of moved faster because they were just with kids and their young kids kind of don't care. So they were just showing, ooh, look at this. This is comic book. Ooh, look at this. But to a more adult person, I think it was more impressive than just to a small kid that's running through it and saying, oh, look at that costume. Oh, look at that poster. And it's just a mural that they put some kind of image on the wall. The good stuff was all framed. I mean, yes, it was owned by, Berkey and all these other big Glenn Gould, I guess, or I think, yeah, something like that. So it mentioned who owns them, but to see them all together was quite impressive. And I was like, oh my God, if I could own only like 2 of these things, I would be like, grabbing them and going. So, but the seeing his pictures of him and Roz during wartime and after wartime, where were they? Thousand Oaks? That's where they were at? Yeah, so I think there was a picture of their house in Thousand Oaks, as well as a mannequin with his uniform from the Army. I think it's Army, right? I'm not sure. But yeah, it was really a good experience because the person or persons who orchestrated this really did a good job of moving you through the space. So even though it was a small space, I would recommend anybody that's in California to go see it. If you're vacationing Cali, go to Skirball. It's near LA. It's a little expensive in my opinion, but that's
There's a
that's
there's a
LA.
Kirby thing that just opened up in Manhattan too, right? Or is it Brooklyn? I think.
I don't know. No, this is the Skirball.
I know Kazra was out there, I think.
Oh, I don't know anything about that. So
So also the Skirball is like basically right next door to the Getty.
yes, yeah.
It's kind of like a museum area of town. And so the Skirball's focus is it's a Jewish cultural institution with the museum attached. So all the museums are going to relate to people of Jewish heritage in the arts. And they also do cultural exhibitions about, I think it's a permanent exhibition there of life during wartime, to never forget the Holocaust and stuff like that. So there's really a push, and their shows keep getting better and better. I remember when I was going in the late 90s, it was a pretty simple display, and they've started to get really creative about how they do these things. But I think that the Tim Burton exhibition at LACMA was a real big game changer for museum curation, and that they had a guy who was known for several different things, all of them pop culture, I should say all of them sequential. And when they put his work on display, it was really like walking through his life and not just like walking through a bunch of images of life or pieces of things that he had made. And that has become a focus. That they ended up doing that with the Kubrick exhibition. That was certainly central to At Home with Monsters, the Guillermo del Toro show. So, these are three very, very important fine art museum exhibitions that traveled the globe, that were hosted by the most important cultural institutions in the cities that they went to, the museums that really matter.
Matt, you bring up a great statement about bringing the artist to life. I've been to shows, museums that I've seen Rothko's, I've seen Franz Klein, I've seen Pollock, I've seen Warhol, I've seen Picasso, Van Gogh, but nothing really attaches me to those paintings because it's just one or two paintings that they did. And it just has a little blurb when it was done, who owns it, whatever. It doesn't bring the person to life. I would have to watch a documentary just to know what Rothko did. Well, nobody knows what Rothko did with his paintings because he kept it secret, right? So all his techniques are unknown to most people. But
you look at Jasper Johns, they did that amazing show at the Broad. And this is basically 5 gigantic museum rooms full of paintings of the American flag. That's what he did. That was his shtick. And you would think that would be really, really boring, but it's actually fascinating because the way it was displayed and they gave context to everything. And there was, not just art on the wall, there were interactive things. It was a really good way of doing that. I think that the success of the quote unquote Instagram museums or Instagram exhibitions where people just go to take pictures have had already in just a few years a massive effect on how museums are setting up shows so that people want to take pictures with the art, not of the art.
Well, that's why we go to cons.
Yeah.
We go to cons to see the artist, to talk to the artist, to enjoy the art with the artist, and, give our thanks to them for doing what they did. Yeah. He or she,
Your description of the Kirby exhibit made me think, what if, that we're very fortunate that Kirby survived the war because a lot of his friends didn't.
Right.
He was on the front line, the Third Army, in the middle of it, and he saw a tremendous amount of bad stuff.
Yep.
And, for the comic book historians, they talk about, Manili died. There was a comic book artist, Atlas Timely, that Stan Lee relied on a lot of time, called Joe Manili.
Joe Manili, I know.
He was going home on the train. He was drunk. He fell off and he died. And a lot of people say, well, if he had not passed away, he would have been the Jack Kirby of the Marvel Age. But what if Jack Kirby had died? Would we have the Silver Age? Would we have had the creations of Marvel that, we enjoy and love so much? What would have happened if Kirby...
The impact of what Jack did, in my opinion, and this is just my sole opinion, is he brought new blood into the whole genre. He gave artists the permission to do strange panel stuff, go full gusto, put the story, but actually put something interesting in the panels, not just, a straight shot of a person laughing or running around. Doing weird stuff is what Jack brought to the mix. Sometimes his art didn't look, anatomically correct, but that wasn't about the whole thing with Jack. Jack was the emotion that he brought to the page. And
it was actually more about dynamism and power.
There you go.
Not emotion, but yeah.
Well, I consider it emotion. So
dynamism is what really made Jack's work what it is, right?
Because of that, there's a generation of comic book fans who grew up just after his era that grew up on Buscema and and Neil Adams and much more realistic proportion stuff that don't like Jack Kirby's art. They thought it was a little bit passé. They thought it was not as good as what was going on. But then you go back and read it, and even though it's it's not the best written stuff in the world, but it's perfect for what it was, and it created, as you say, a shift in what was being appreciated and what kids were reading. But, to
Yeah.
your point, Peter, and there's no way to know this, right? But I think that Marvel probably would have just leaned into Westerns, and we probably wouldn't have had
And romance.
the 60 or 70 years that we've had of very popular superhero comics. I think it would have been a little bit more like how movies are, where sometimes Westerns get big, sometimes sci-fi gets big,
Right.
and it would be like that. I mean, we've had superheroes at the forefront of published comics for such a long time, but they really no longer are. Like when you include manga, which is really what's pushing the numbers up in the industry, with the exception of something like Ultimate Batman or Absolute Batman is a huge thing. It's kind of like a generational defining comic book. But other than that, I mean, really, it's teen romance again. It's like the manga stuff is teen romance with a supernatural element, a lot of it, or there's like a science fiction element to a Lost Boy story. So we're kind of back in that cycle. It's just less recognizable for people who only read floppies.
Yeah, gotcha.
Well, everybody, with that, let us welcome hello to our next friend in this popping into the studio, who's been having a lot of trouble trying to pop in. So glad to finally be able to visualize you, Felix. Good to see you.
Hey
guys.
Hi, Felix.
I was trying to reach out to Ruben earlier before his show and just wasn't able to do it. And anyway, I've had this on in the background. I have had a blast listening to Matt and Peter go at it. Fantastic. I love that. I honestly, that spirited discussion. This is what I want to talk to Ruben about. I'd love to take, chunks of the show, which I think a wider audience would really enjoy. But bravo, guys, because I think you both expressed your sides so articulately and very passionately, but without getting too defensive or getting emotional. I'll just simply say, as someone who's also interested in this topic, and this sounds like a cop-out, but I agree with you both. On the one hand, I
That is a fucking
don't like. Well,
Another
totally
profile
is.
in courage.
Let me clarify. Let me elaborate. I generally don't like to talk about comic art and fine art in the same sentence because it comes off very pretentious to me. So whether or not it is fine art is almost besides the point. But at the same time, it is being recognized and respected, and not all of it. I think that's kind of silly. I never believed Matt meant all comic art is regarded as art, but there is, and you can decide if it's the best of comic art, but there definitely is comic art that is viewed as fine art, or at least as art. And really, to me, as a guy who sells art, I don't think it really matters. I mean, it's an argument that everyone can make. Time will tell. It may or may not happen in my lifetime or at all. But the people who are going to be interested in it, the people who are going to connect to it, I don't think they're going to care whether or not it's considered fine art. All right, now
I agree with that.
I read a book. Yeah, I read a book by this author named Richard Polsky, and I'll recommend it to everyone watching now. It's called "I Sold Andy Warhol Too Soon." It's a follow-up to his first book, which is "I Bought Andy Warhol." He was a young art collector. It was a big stretch for him. He had to scrape all his money together to get an Andy Warhol print, and the book was all about that journey. And then Andy Warhol prices went crazy, and he sold it. But yet he still sold it too soon. And he wrote a follow-up book that was just hilarious called "I Sold Andy Warhol Too Soon." And for any of us who have collected art, say for the past however many years, and sold some along the way, and see what it's going for now, we can all relate. Anyway, this guy, Richard Polsky, he also wrote another book. I'm going to hold it up now. It's called The Art Prophets. All right.
Yeah.
The artists, dealers, tastemakers who shook the art world. And, he is, he talks about, obviously, when pop art emerged in the 60s, people saw it as junk art, no respect at all. And now, like I said the last time, I was on, 2 weeks ago, that was only 50, 60 years ago. And look where it is now. So, this book then is sort of talking about the emerging art forms post pop art. And on the back, you see pop art. And this is for Peter, comic book art. Comic book art. Art, poster art, outsider art, Native American art, earthwork, ceramic sculpture, photography, photorealism, street art. And I'll go to the comic art chapter. And it's fascinating. I mean, the main champion for him of comic book art was Stan Lee, starting with Marvel in '63. And the two that he identified, obviously, are Kirby and Ditko. But then go further along, and I think I heard you guys mention Spiegelman. He mentioned Spiegelman. He talks about Dark Knight Returns, my favorite. Watchmen, my other favorite. But also Chris Ware and Jimmy Corrigan, et cetera, et cetera. It's just one chapter in this book. This came out in 2011. But I think this will support Matt's contention.
Okay.
But I think
someone who is.
I appreciate that.
Someone who is deeply involved in the art world has identified comic book art as emerging art form. Yeah.
An emerging art form.
Yes.
Absolutely agree.
Yeah.
That's totally different from the argument we keep having, on two shows about whether comic art is fine art or whether it's still just what it's always been considered.
But it depends how narrow your definition of fine art is, And earlier it's like, well, what's the dictionary definition of fine art? Well, what is your definition of fine art?
Right.
What does fine art mean to you? So to Peter, it's not fine art. To Matt, it's fine art. Who's to say? In 1965, Andy Warhol, people laughed at him. I don't consider Roy Lichtenstein a fine artist, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah. I think for me, it was simply that ultimately, we could argue till the cows come home, and everybody will always have their own sort of view and opinion on it and how they look at it. But I think at the end of it, for me, all I want to keep stressing is that regardless of whether you think it's fine art or illustration, whatever, to me, it doesn't even matter. It doesn't affect my enjoyment of the art form itself. I've always said it's an art form unto itself. And so however you want to label it, does it really even matter? I love it and I respect it for what it is, regardless of how we all decide to label it, right? So that's, in the end, it's fun to discuss and argue about, but it's enjoyable. But in the end, it still will never be something where I think there's a consensus by everybody anyways. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and ultimately, again, I don't think it matters. And with regards to Lucas Museum, I knew the former curator there, and I have a little bit of an idea of what form it might take, although nobody really knows. My read on it is it is only going to be a small part of the museum, like you said, 10% of the museum. But that's all it'll take. 10% of that giant museum is still bigger than the Kirby exhibit at Skirball, which is amazing. And I think that's really all it's going to take.
I had one of the original curators too. When they were just broken ground, so long before the building was constructed, even to the point that it is now. Come into Gallery 30 South in Pasadena and look at that exhibition that we had of the Star Wars paintings on actual, Renaissance canvases and things like that. And he's like, "Oh, this is really interesting." And I was like, "What do you think, for the museum?" He's like, "That's not going to be our focus." And then he walked over and saw some of the Panic Collective stuff, which were these abstract expressionist paintings of album covers that were all 120 centimeters large. And he's like, "This is very much interesting to me for the museum." So, and they've since fallen by the wayside and will not, be there for the original grand opening. And who knows, maybe the person who's currently the director won't be there. The director that was just hired for the Las Vegas Museum of Art was just let go, and that's 2 years from opening. So directors have a big influence on exhibitions, but it's boards. It's the boards of these museums that vote yay or nay on things, and everything goes through the board. So the ideas will come in through a director via other independent curators, and then the board will decide like what's going to go up. I don't know what the board looks like at Lucas. Maybe it's a board of one, maybe it's George, but I would assume that there are probably several people that are on the board that have put money into helping it get built, that want a cultural institution that reflects a specific type of artwork that hasn't already been presented. And so, to Felix's point, 10% of a gigantic place is 100% larger than almost any other place that's been focused on narrative art for a very, very long time. The exception being the Resnick Pavilion.
Yeah. Like, listen, I'm not even. I certainly am not arguing about whether, is it going to be 10% of the place or 75%? Like, I don't care if we're talking about, hey, if the question is, hey, is it good that this new sort of museum type place opens up in Southern California and they're going to have some comic book art in it? Like, of course it's great. Like, why wouldn't we want, why shouldn't all of us who are in this hobby want our hobby to have more, I don't know if attention is the right word, but why not get it out there? Why not let other people discover the things that we love, right? Like, I've always been that way. I've always wanted to share all of the hobbies that I've been involved in with other people.
Then you have more competition and auctions.
Well, and I knew somebody was going to say that. If somebody always says that, I don't give two shits.
Hey, it's the truth, man.
And I know
the truth.
There is truth to that, and there is but it's funny, but there is truth to that. And I don't give a shit. It's like whatever. I don't care. I think in the great scheme of things, it's just nice to see something I love, grow more and bring other people in eventually or whatever. And yeah,
there have been various lists that have come out about what the Lucas Museum has and who they're looking to
oh,
feature.
really?
Yeah, and I think the very first iteration had people like St. Julian and John Cassidy. It really ran the gamut. But the most recent one I saw had the obvious Hal Foster, George Harriman, Winsor McKay, Alex Raymond. Those are all Lucas favorites.
I would expect those classic strip
but going up all the way through Crumb, and then the 1 to 2, of course, that stuck out to me: Mike Mignola and Frank Miller, Gary Larson. These are all officially on Lucas Museum of Narrative Art letterhead. The artists that would be that they plan to feature.
Okay, thanks for that, Felix. Because I was going to ask that question of who might be in which pieces, which artists might be they're going to feature or focus on. But thanks, that's really good to know.
Well, the previous curator told me that Lucas is super deep on his favorites, but then they know they have holes. He even mentioned Todd McFarlane in particular, which really surprised me, that they know they'll have to borrow, a great McFarlane from a collector. So they're really, at the time, trying to make those connections and relationship with collectors, because they do plan to rotate a lot. There's going to be constantly rotating the art.
And that added provenance for each one of those pieces, like it or not, almost assuredly raises their value. And not just because that they're going to demand a certain insurance coverage for loaning the piece for our conversation on museums and funding. So the more pieces that Lucas brings in from other collections elevates other collectors. And I want to say this, and I want to say it in a way that I think that this is very positive, that here we're on a screen where at least a couple of people don't consider comic book art fine art. So, but you are the demographic that needs to be convinced more so than the general public, because if you're already in it and you don't believe that, then you're a really good canary in the coal mine for how the general public are going to take things, right?
But Matt, can I just interrupt? I'm not saying what my opinion is of whether comic art is fine art or not. I'm just saying it's not considered, in my view, by other experts or the community or whatever. But I really appreciate some that art profit book and those kinds of things. I think, Felix coming in and talking about that's really very helpful and useful. I'm not, totally set or fixed or whatever. But I will say that, I value comic art for what it is, and I don't really care whether it's fine art or not. But I would be interested to know, for example, do you, like Felix or Matt, do you know of any collectors who have been contacted by the Lucas Museum for, to loan their pieces or asking about pieces?
I haven't been contacted since the person I knew left. Maybe Felix has.
No, but I think it's happening. And Jim Halperin on my podcast. So if you listen to it, listen to what he doesn't say or won't say. I'll leave it at that.
Now, one aspect of it, and I think so. Mike's in the chat, NSN Art, and he posted something today, which was, I'm not a huge fan of AI created art, but he had a panel page and he used an AI program to bring it to life. And I think that I know that augmented reality is very important to Lucas and to a lot of the people that are putting together these kind of newer museums. Want something that is very personally engaging, so you get an experience going to a museum again that isn't just looking at stuff on a wall, but walking through it, experiencing it, seeing it in a way that you've never seen it before. So I think it would be really interesting to have an app where they walk through the museum with a QR code and you shoot the QR code, and all of a sudden you're in an augmented reality version of the museum that goes deeper than the art that you're seeing. I think that if I were a betting man, I would say that that's almost assuredly going to happen, and that will be good for engaging younger people into the idea of owning the actual artwork that they see in front of them, because it opens up in their head the fun and the joy of collecting comic art from a completely different perspective. And maybe, to Kavi's point, it'll either, reinvigorate or completely drive away the rest of us. Some of who will completely sell off their collections, and other people will be like, oh my God, I want more. Like, I thought I was out and I'm back in, like the Godfather 3.
I said that in jest, as if they were like displaying the prices next to the pieces, or for me, I'm super stoked to go to the museum. Is it going to make me more gung ho about the hobby? I don't necessarily know. I already got to a certain serious level about the hobby. I don't see a lot of people going to a museum and then suddenly turning into art collectors. I feel like that's something much deeper within a person that occurs organically and not because of one specific event or thing that happens. I think
what if original art was in the gift shop on your way out?
Things that happen in your life that kind of lead you towards being an art collector, in my opinion. Or at least that's how it happened for me.
Well, I think the first step is exposure. And if you have, say, like 100,000 people going through that museum every year, there is going to be a subset. How big that subset is, we won't know. There is going to be a subset that's going to say, I want that too. And it doesn't take much. It doesn't take. It won't
same
take
thing about San Diego Comic-Con, though.
To move the needle. Right. And as you may have observed, the hobby has only grown. It hasn't shrunk. Now, we could be facing a demographic time bomb. We're all going to be around the same age, but maybe this museum is going to help counteract that. We won't know. Now, what you said in jest earlier, that people are going to go into museums, see all this amazing art, and say, "Fuck it, I give up." That I've seen that happen in this hobby, and I can give you an example. There is one very, very wealthy individual. The type of wealth that would allow him to bid for the Oakland Raiders at the time. Okay, he discovered comic book art, and he said, "I'm going to buy every Dark Knight page there is. I'm going to buy it." And he found someone to sort of act as his agent or broker, and this guy had to sort of gently tell him, "Yeah, it's not as easy as you think. It's not just writing a check, And he said, "Well, you don't understand. I'll pay whatever." Well, it didn't take him too long to realize that it wasn't going to be easy, and that whatever he got, he was never going to be the top collector anytime soon. And that knowledge, I think, he just never fully engaged after that. So I've seen it, but again, net, most people will want to won't be discouraged. Most people will want to participate, I think.
And like I say, the idea of having that stuff in the gift shop, like if there's an ability to have published artwork, in sleeves available to purchase at the gift shop, that's going to be massive. And I mean, the Lucas Foundation owns a lot of Star Wars art, especially from the Dark Horse runs, or at least did at a certain point. But I'm sure that they could contact vendors who could consign just as you would any place else and have it available. That would be a massive game changer because people have to know they can buy it, right? Like seeing it's one thing.
Yeah, knowing it's available, right?
You don't know that you can own it necessarily unless as you're walking out, you're like, oh my God, I can own this? Like that's crazy.
Yeah. But I would say, Matt, my opinion is simply that while, I certainly believe that, and because you threw that back out at Cobby earlier about, but what if they have it in the gift shop and you can buy it on the way out, right? While I agree that, I could see somebody like, what the fuck is this? What? And then they start asking questions. What? Is it like a print? No, what? It's the only one that exists. What? Okay, I'll buy it, right? Whatever. But I do believe that happening would be the vast minority of all the people passing through who were attracted to the comic book art they saw. So yes, I could see that happen. Kind of like to me, that's a similar question to like the argument of like, all these last 30 years of comic book, or 25, I guess, of comic book movies, are they growing the art hobby or even comics? Like how many more people are in the art hobby because they went out and just saw the superhero movie and they loved it? I think it's possible somebody out there, it happened to them. But again, an infinitesimally small percentage of the, a negligible amount is what I'm saying, So yes, it's possible. I just don't believe it's going to be in any larger kind of scale.
It's hard to believe that it's the sole reason for anybody. You know what I mean? Like it's influential on their overall fandom. Yes, I agree with that.
It ties in with what Derek is asking here, right? Like, do existing museum art exhibits influence or create new collectors, people that are outside of comic art all at the moment? You know what I mean? We don't.
Guillermo del Toro's did, because then he started auctioning off pieces from that museum show.
By the way, he's on the board. He's on the Lucas board.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was on that panel, right? San Diego.
How about not necessarily people are influenced by museums primarily, but they do want what other rich people want, And so you have someone like, I think you guys have talked about Pokemon cards. It's not really my thing, but I've gotten a crash course on the whole trading card scene, and it's bananas. It'll make every single one of you feel so much better about the money you've wasted on comic book art.
Right. Who will be the Logan Paul of original?
Yeah. But you have someone like Steve. You have these influencers, right? Like Steve Aoki, and they're always showing their fancy cards, and I think that has driven that particular market more than if Pokemon cards were being displayed in museums. So I mean, it's good. Someone like that could do that with comic book art. I guess
I could see it happening.
Yeah. And by the way, I think you're the one who first mentioned it, Felix. Not that I'm feeling anything negative about it or thinking that there's any kind of weirdness going on, but I'm just curious because you said it. Is there any, I don't know, is there anything positive or negative about the fact that, speaking about George Lucas, that the Narrative Museum, which is still not scheduled to open for another 9 months, is already on a former curator? Like, does that mean anything? Like, what's that?
They've cycled through a bunch, and I think from what I understand, George is just taking the reins himself more and more.
Okay.
Right? And this is strictly me. This is with zero inside knowledge or just my observation.
Yeah.
I think when he brought on people, I think representation was very important, and it is important. And they really want to stress underrepresented art forms, which includes everything we talked about, but by underrepresented artists. But I think again, I'm just looking at their agenda and then their proposed education. I'm going to sound like the racist grandpa watches Fox News all day. It did feel like super woke, like maybe too much so, right? Like, who's going to go to the museum for that? Ultimately, you still got to get people in the door. I mean, that to me should be the priority. You need to, what is it? You need a little honey.
Yeah.
And I think I think my read on it is they're starting to realize that, the people for it would never talk about Star Wars, but yeah, you do need some Star Wars in there. People are going to go to the Lucas Museum with an expectation for Star Wars.
Oh, yeah.
You got to give them some Star Wars. It can't.
Yeah.
all,
Got to dangle the pop culture carrots to get people.
Yeah, it can't all be underrepresented, outsider art.
Yeah,
for sure. In fact, that's what I kind of have expecting. That's what I've been expecting is like
Jaime Hernandez is another guy. Jaime Hernandez is apparently very big. He checks a lot of boxes because he's an LA guy.
Yeah.
LA Latino, writing Latino stories,
culture,
culturally significant, very important in the history of independent publishing. Yeah, I mean that he's a great example of that. There's also, I think, in looking at, like you said, about have we gone too far in this direction? Have we gone too far in that direction? And what is the right proportion for all these things? I think all museums are kind of learning that at the same time. It's really not that unusual for curators to be hired 2 years, 3 years before a groundbreaking even to be on a board and get things going. But then I think when you've got somebody like Lucas who wants results, like at a certain point, like, why am I hiring somebody to be my director for 2 years before the museum is open? Like, I know what we've got. We can show this. This isn't a super hard job for them. So you can see people getting cut. You can see responsibilities changing and people, changing positions. But also, I mean, we don't know that these directors were dismissed. We just know that they're not there. Like, I know that one of the original directors ended up picking a different gig because the news of them landing that gig got them a better offer from somebody else and they went. So
I also know too now that there has been a firm opening date, that a lot of the curators and directors have been working remotely. They're not in LA, and with the museum opening, now it's time to come to LA. And I know at least one of them decided he didn't want to. So he's staying where he is.
Matt, you got 4 minutes.
3 by my count.
Oh,
giving him a time check.
Well, this is a great segue for me to leave. I'm glad I'm in a box right next to Peter. I love our talks. I love them. I really do. Nobody knows this, but like after our last show, we talked a little bit and I was like, dude, I found a lot of information about the piece that he showed last week and sent in, why it's such an amazingly anomalous piece, just within when it was published and what it represents.
Oh, the one that Peter had shown?
Yeah. This I found a lot of research on the planes that were painted that it was probably impossible for the artist to have ever even seen them.
Oh, cool.
And yet it becomes a very important post World War II plane. We're talking about a plane before World War I, like even erupts. And so please don't anybody think that, I don't love everybody on this screen, because I do. And we get spirited, but it's all with respect and love.
Yeah.
And so
Peter's going to sell that painting to Lucas next week, right?
No, I was going to sell it to Matt.
I know.
Okay.
Clearly, I've staked my flag in the ground for that with my not Lucas money. But thank you guys.
Thanks, Matt. As always, appreciate it.
Matt.
Pleasure to see you guys.
Good night, Matt.
Sorry, Carl, didn't get to talk to you today, but
I just wanted to pop in. I was like, I got to be part of the sequel, right?
awesome.
Even if it's like a bit part.
Right, Matt. Man.
That's what I'm doing too, Carl. So don't feel bad.
No, it's good. It's just, you got to invite some of the core cast back.
Hydra. So I don't know if you guys want to take this, but so I kept saying, because Hydra emailed me earlier today, and I watched your guys' show last week. Oh yeah, it was so good, but you didn't ask this. You should ask this. And as I always tell everybody who does that to me when they reach out privately, I'm like, jump in fucking live and ask yourself so we can talk about it. I don't want to have to ask for you. You're the one who wants to talk about it. But I love Hydra, so I'll ask on his behalf because he's already told me he doesn't want to pop in tonight. are we, I guess, are we collecting the art or the content of the art? And frankly, I already told them privately through email. I was like, yeah, in comic art, most of us are collecting the content first. And then we like to get the content we like drawn by whoever our favorite artists are. But that's why I always say, for most people, character first, then artist. Because you're looking for these superheroes you love by your favorite artists, right? And if I was wrong about that, then the proof would be that most collectors in this hobby would be buying up all that talking head pages, two people talking in a kitchen, walking down the street. And most of us avoid those pages. So it is mostly about characters first and then our favorite artists drawing those characters. But I don't know, anybody else want to kind of say something about that?
As an artist,
that two people talking in a kitchen Watchmen page, though. I'd love that.
Listen, Kavi, FYI, let me just state for a fact here, Kavi, you know as well as I do, though, that anybody having pages like that, it's the exception, not the rule.
I said that to reaffirm my belief in your point.
Thank you.
I feel like any of us would. I mean, maybe not. I sure would like a page with a guy eating a can of beans. I'd love that.
I can get you a Hulk page where he used to love eating beans, so that exists.
No, mainly just Rorschach.
It's a magical fruit, right?
I think to answer Hydra's question more directly, or at least how I see it, there is collecting art for the content of the art, and there's also collecting, buying, speculating, investing in first appearances. They're not necessarily the same thing, and I would say they're really not the same thing. You know, I think that the first appearance thing is its own thing. When you only care about the first appearance, please don't tell me you love the character and it's all about the content, because the second appearance apparently doesn't matter at all. Yeah. You know, like anything important that happens later doesn't matter when it's just about the first appearance. So anyway, that's how I see it in terms of what Hydra's asking.
Yeah.
Well, as a designer and as an illustrator, I unfortunately go for the artist first. Not unfortunately, I do, because that's where I see it.
See, that's where I argue, Hart.
That's
where I argue. That's where I argue
I think this just brings about all the various different, versions of how Hart collects versus how
Ruben
collects.
I mean, my 25 is made up of the artists that I love to collect. Okay, it's not, the content is secondary or tertiary, yes, but first and foremost, I love the artist and their work.
Fair enough.
Sorry.
And that's completely fair and valid, and the way you collect. So that's
there is this growing sect of collectors who only care about first appearance stuff because and it's, again, we've seen it pumping up from people.
Don't call them collectors though, because
you're right. You're right. Sorry. How dare I? No, but you can see it happening. They're getting people from the comic world who really care about first appearances and slabs and leaning into the one-off aspect of original comic art, and then they're just trying to tap into a whole other, getting comic collectors to come over to original art. So you see those are the people that are pumping up the first appearance stuff when it doesn't really matter about necessarily the art itself.
Carl, is Lucas doing that?
God, they haven't called me. I'm surprised they haven't. I don't know why they haven't, but yeah.
You'd be consulting, right?
Yeah, I'll give my number.
Yeah, there you go.
It's sort of interesting. I pulled together a Grail list recently because I was concerned my collecting was needed to have more focus and be less compulsive. And it's interesting because I sort of it came down to I was collecting by topic and by area of interest, and then broken down by artists. And then there were some that I was just collecting by an artist, a representative piece by that artist. I suspect it's a lot. Some people are more character focused, some people are more artist focused, but for me, I mean, it kind of came across as certainly there were some artists that I was very, very concentrated in, but it was more of, okay, I want I'd like to focus on these sort of artists and maybe an example or two, even if it falls outside. And some of these are outside my areas of focus. I certainly recommend that for anyone who hasn't done that, is to sort of list, what you really want to focus on, and that really helps the addiction, so to speak.
Alberto, is it only Captain America for you?
Yeah, I was gonna say I might. Yeah, well, no, I collect a little bit of everything, but I was gonna say I might be maybe a little bit of the exception. To me, collecting is, yes, I focus a lot on Captain America and it's the art, but I do have a lot of examples. Like I have a page that just featured Ronald Reagan in it from back in the 80s, and I thought that was fun. I didn't buy it just because the art was cool, but it was just kind of historic. It was fun. It has some cultural relevancy from the time, and I bought that art. And I also have like a few strips in particular, like a lot of Peanuts strips or Garfield strips, and those many times I am going to buy them for the content many times more than for the art. It's going to be like, did I like the gag? Did I like whether it was funny or not, whether it reminded me or something? It's not necessarily the art, but so I think it's always going to be a little mixture of both for me, where I'm not just going to buy something. Yeah.
Did the Reagan page have anything about Star Wars or Reaganomics, or what was it that drew you to that?
No, it was just the interaction between Cap and the president at the time, and the fact that Marvel was always trying to like bring heroes a little bit more to the real world, whereas DC was always a little bit more in its own universe, and Marvel was trying to bring things to what was happening in the real world. So I just thought it was kind of cool.
Gotcha.
It just felt like a good depiction of the 80s in general.
Alberto, have you ever thought of, I'd like to get a page of Cap with every president that he appeared with? Have you ever thought of that?
I wouldn't be.
That's what you would call themes, right? Themes in collecting, Yeah, those can be fun.
Yeah, if they're fun, for sure. I wouldn't be. There's a lot of presidents that seem to have been skipped from that. I don't know if it's because
it's a pretty hyper-specific theme.
Yeah, it became very politically
versus
incorrect.
Like Peter's World War I art theme, or like category. That's like a broader category, much broader category.
I know Cap met Clinton. I think he was. There's at least I think there's an Oval Office scene with Clinton. I think.
Yeah, that might have been from the era where I was not collecting as much. I know there were a few scenes of older presidents from that, and I know recently, I think it was an auction. There was it was not a president, but it was Cap and Kissinger in there, and I think that might be coming up. So sometimes it's fun just for historical purposes. The art is not necessarily the best. I wouldn't buy it to just say, "Wow, this is a beautiful example of the Kirby page or a Dwyer page or whoever it is," but in that case, it is for the content.
Yeah.
Murdoch makes an interesting little comment that kind of goes to what I was saying before. Because as I've gotten older, I've sort of switched from I need something from this artist, which a lot of people go after, to it has to have characters I care about, So even some people, when they try to just get examples, I want to get at least one example of all these artists that I like, and they get whatever they can afford, but then later realize, well, a lot of the ones I got because it's the best I could afford, they don't have content that really I care about, really, right? So then you want to kind of get again, even they realize that I want the content needs to mean something to me,
It's like getting a Byrne Fantastic Four page with none of the FF is on it, just because that's what you could.
Just because you could say it's I got to burn FF from the FF.
And there's still cool ones of like space scenes and stuff like that. But
exactly, you could still get nice stuff.
Yeah,
but then some people are like, after a while, you keep looking at it and you're like, that tug of, you know, the reason you even know that comic is because the heroes initially are what attracted you to it, right? And eventually you're like, I really would like to get one with the characters on it, you know? I mean, it makes sense, right?
I'm a huge Steve Root fan, but I know
you're a big one too. Yeah.
I only want the art with Nexus on it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I'll take any beautifully drawn Steve Root Nexus page. It doesn't have to just be the first appearance. That to me is like a real content collector. And I love Steve Root on Nexus enough that I really don't want anyone else on Nexus. I get offered art from those fill-in issues, which were done by amazing artists like Paul Smith or Mike Mignola, early Mike Mignola, and no interest. It's got to be Root.
Yeah, you're looking at it for the Rude thing, yeah, for sure.
Would you be interested in a Rude page that's from anything that he did in DC, for example?
No, I respect it. It's gorgeous, but you know, if I had unlimited funds, I would take it all. But but otherwise, I'm going to focus and prioritize Nexus.
Let's redo the whole fine art argument if we all had unlimited funds.
Right.
You first, Kavi.
Sure.
Everything fine art done.
I only want it if it's $2 million.
Exactly.
I can say that I have 3 pages that I call my Nixon page, my Johnson page, and my Einstein page.
What does that mean?
Well, they have there's Einstein in it.
Oh, okay. I thought it was some kind of a code for you.
Einstein was the smartest buy he ever made. That's his Einstein.
That's
page.
exactly it, Carl. There you go.
Oh no, yeah, no, just because they're in it.
They're on it. Yeah.
I've never done an Einstein purchase, so I don't know.
Most of my purchases aren't Einstein-like.
Oh, okay. We'll talk.
But just to kind of piggyback on what Felix said about like specific artists on specific characters, like Ruben, you know, like Cyborg Superman, that's like my character, the Death and Return of Superman stuff. But it's really only those guys that were doing the story at the time. It's only Dan Jurgens, Bogdanov. That's it. And then, you know, it's not just all Cyborg Superman art. So it's super specific. Yeah. So
yeah, for sure. Superhero 6071 says,
but there is probably a collector out there that is so gung-ho about Cyborg Superman that they do the opposite of what you're saying.
Correct.
Sure, of course.
Because the pages from like Return of Superman, those are expensive, so like they're harder to obtain. So the next thing would be focused on just other appearances. So, but for me, it's like I have not no interest. I think it's cool, but I realize that I don't need to own that type of stuff.
I know that Ruben hates a particular Cyborg Superman costume, right?
Right. Yeah. See, that's the thing. It's funny. Like, if it's because I do admit, like, for the most part, I want to get art, you know, with the characters that I like, and so for me, what attracted me to the characters in the first place was how they looked. Their costume, right? The costume design. It's all about design, the appeal of the design. So, I love Deathstroke, the Terminator from DC, and the initial costume version is my favorite, right? And over the years, they've changed it so much. The character has no visual appeal to me anymore. Likewise, I love Cyborg Superman, but for a few years there in the 90s, they put him, you know, he initially started looking like a cross between the T2 whatever movie site, the T1000 or whatever from the T2 movie, and Superman, right? So a cyborg wearing a Superman costume, and then they put him in his own original costume, and I just don't like the way it looks. And for that reason alone, I am not buying. I haven't bought a really cool early Stuart Immonen splash that Hart owns, you know, and that he's looking to sell. So that's
the same for me. I mean, unless again, but here's the thing: unless it was from Superman Doomsday Hunter Prey, where he got that suit. It was Dan Jurgens representing when he like absorbed that armor and had that red suit.
But wouldn't you? Yeah, but at that point, wouldn't you say that it's because you really enjoyed that miniseries? So now the story comes into play.
Right.
And we're buying because we also love that story.
Yes.
Hey, Ruben. Ruben, as far as Deathstroke, the old Deathstroke,
Yeah.
Do you like him with a mask or without a
Always
mask?
with. It's
Okay.
like, and I will say, you know what? It's not just me. I've noticed this in terms of, because as a seller for so many years, I've noticed this. This goes for like the majority of collectors. The mask, when you're talking about a costume, the mask is everything. So most collectors that buy whoever their favorite character is, okay, if the character's costume means that they wear a full-headed mask, especially, right? Most people are much less interested when the page has, even if it's like the characters in 6 out of 6 panels, but they're not wearing the mask. The interest drops off a cliff for most people. So Spidey, for instance, I've seen plenty of Spidey pages where he's in full costume, but he's Peter Parker from the neck up.
Right.
And people right away, those pages are harder to sell. They don't sell as much for as much money. So the same thing goes for, I've noticed, for pretty much any character who normally wears a mask.
So you would consider that not in costume, even though he's got 90% of the costume.
Exactly. I wouldn't say, I wouldn't publicly,
It's partial costume.
like if I'm selling a page, I certainly wouldn't write not in costume, because people are going to reach out to me just to say, what the hell are you talking about? He's not in costume. He's wearing everything except the mask, but to avoid problems, like I just simply know that if I'm pricing the page, I know I'm not going to price it as much as I could if he was wearing the mask,
Right.
Yeah.
So, Ruben, question for you. I don't know if you've seen, there's a page on Comic Connect in the current auction. It's a Spidey McFarlane page, which is just Peter Parker eating, I think it's a donut with ketchup or something like that. And it's right now at 2,300, which is obviously. And do you think that's going to stay there because of the lack of Spidey, or do you think that's McFarlane Spidey is still going to carry the price?
So I have to see it. So I don't like to opine on art that I don't even know what it looks like, because there are other variables that sometimes will make up for the bad ones you're thinking about. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
Alberto, is it glazed donut or is it a frosted donut?
That
might
Don't
be
look the
black.
same in black and white art, so I can't tell you. I'd have to see the colored version of it.
The collector that's going to speak to is a person who can't afford an in costume Spidey, but they really want something from that book, so
Right.
they're gonna spend up to get that. So that will still, the price will get elevated, but and again, I think it's that story and artist.
But they get buyer's remorse afterwards, right, Carl?
No,
I mean,
I don't think so. I really don't think so, because you're speaking to a different budget. A person who has the money to spend on an in costume page is not even going to bother with that page because it's not what they want. So, but the person who wants something from that story, they're going to go as hard as they can to get that page.
Okay, I want to say that I just saw the page that Alberto's asking me about. The only thing I'll say about that is that's going to sell for what a Peter Parker completely in regular clothes typically would sell for when he's in 2 out of 4 panels or whatever. Yeah, 2 out of 3 panels. That's basically what that's going to sell for. Like, that's the kind of page, we've talked about this before. That's the kind of page that a McFarlane Spider-Man fan who generally can't afford the pages with Spidey on them will buy or try to buy just so they can say, oh, I finally got a McFarlane Spider-Man page, right? Just to be able to say that they got one. That's who typically buys that kind of a page, So it'll sell for whatever they sell for. I don't track those pages, so I don't know what they typically sell for.
Or a collector who likes Spider-Man or Peter Parker eating various things like burgers.
That's a new theme, Peter.
The one that's in.
It's like Alberto's president theme, right?
Yeah.
Characters eating food. Yeah.
But that's like a theme. That falls into the theme category that I was talking about earlier, right? The themes are fun. I like when people buy. Look, I sold a lot of art to a guy who collects. He lives in Washington D.C. and so he collects pages, pretty much from any comic, as long as it has famous Washington D.C. monuments in one of the panels or 2 of the panels or whatever.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's a lot of fun. It's cool, So he loves that, and yeah, it's a fun thing. Look, I have a little bit of a theme, like where, and I haven't acquired in many years, but I have a little theme going where I buy. I've had my 33-year or whatever 32-year long interest in the stock market and investing. So whenever I can, if I see pages where I see in a panel, oh, the New York Stock Exchange is there or whatever, or if the dialogue has something to do with people talking about investing, stuff like that, I'll buy that just because it's a fun little side theme to do, whatever,
I'll just draw one into one of my pages and I'll sell it to you. How's that?
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, let's do that. By the way, Felix, can I ask you? You mentioned Nexus earlier, and I know that you've always been. I've always known you've been a big Nexus guy, Steve Rude guy with Nexus. Before the last couple of years, where all that beautiful earlier art started to finally appear, had you been making efforts or any inroads to any efforts to try to collect his Nexus art, or were you kind of just like loving it but not really making any efforts to collect it? Or
oh no, since I've started collecting, I've really tried to acquire great examples.
Okay.
And I've had a lot of pages go through my hands. I've upgraded a lot.
Okay.
But in just the last couple of years, I don't know what happened. It's one of those series that you think it's only going to become more obscure over time, and
right,
it's going to be easier to get. The people who've had it before will maybe start letting it go. And then the demand is going to be lower because it's an 80s series that, there are no new fans of it.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you've been paying attention. It has just gone crazy.
Yeah.
Wasn't there like a $20,000 interior page or something?
I've seen panel pages, 12 grand, 15 grand, or something.
23 grand or something. This last one.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
On a weekly auction.
Wow.
I think, right? Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's crazy. But you know what though? I feel like when that starts happening, as long as it's not like one or two or three sort of examples, and then you kind of don't see it happen for a long time. And I think, like I said, the last couple of years, 2-3 years, I think I've seen it enough to where, and forget 20 grand, but like I was shocked when I saw the first one go for like 35 or something like that. I was like, oh wow, ooh, because it was the first time I'd seen one sort of go.
Was that one of the old ones or one of the like new ones that look old?
No, from the original series, but not from the first 3 issues. But I think it was, I don't know, maybe issue like 20 something or whatever.
You could get those pages for under 2K. I mean, 2K would be the max. I mean, I was buying them for 1K at less.
Okay.
And I would sell them for that much. Just if I got something else I liked better. For the longest time, that's what it was like.
Yeah, but that's it. But I just wanted to say that me, when I see enough examples sell, not only for what I think is like a pretty surprisingly high price, so even like 3 grand, whatever. Then if you see them continue to like, okay, there's another couple of examples that sold for 7,500 and then 9,000, and then you see a couple go at 11 and 12 and 13. And then you see another couple. Holy shit, that one went for 15. And now you guys are saying, oh my God, one hit 20. I think when that happens, more, at least in the history of the online, portion of the history of the hobby, the last 30 years, I think it has legs. My feeling is that even in spite of the fact that Nexus as an IP, generally it's not really around for the masses to kind of be subjected to it, I think it reaches a point where the masses reflect on it and see it as it's a long time classic. We finally have taken 40 years to give it its due, and so we have now decided Steve Rude Nexus is a classic combination of story, art, character that should be respected, and I think it has legs. I think it continues to just kind of like, at some point, does it tail off? I don't know. I assume so, but I don't think you're just going to turn around one day in the next couple of years and see early Rude Nexus pages from the first few issues suddenly only selling for like $500 again or something. You know what I mean? Like I think it has legs. It's established, like Simonson Thor, Miller Daredevil, that kind of thing.
Separate question, because you own the Elementals #1 cover, right? The Willingham Elementals #1 cover. That was another favorite of mine.
Yeah.
What would you rather have, the #1 cover that you own, or the Justice Machine Annual, which I believe isn't that technically the first appearance?
It is.
Yeah.
It is. So let me say this. I have always, and no joke, I've always, even since I was a kid and I was going crazy, oh my God, Elementals, I have always, not only did I not care back then as a 14-year-old, I did not feel this need to buy and save up to get that Justice Machine Annual, which I never did in the end. Not only did I not feel like it was important, I will say I was a Michael Golden fan, but I thought that cover, the way he drew the Elementals, I thought they were ugly as sin, and to this day I still feel the Elementals look ugly on his cover. I'm not a fan.
I will take the Elementals #1 cover all day long over that Justice Machine Annual cover, but I also like that Justice Machine Annual cover a lot. Yeah, because it's Michael Golden. And I disagree. I think Elementals look pretty cool on it.
Yeah. Well, I should. Okay, let me specify. When I say ugly, I really mean that. And again, I'm not picturing it right now very clearly, but I seem to recall at least the women's faces look. That's what I feel like. The faces were like, ooh, that's not very.
They were fugly.
Yeah, elongated and just not attractive looking. That's what I really mean. I don't care about the rest of it. It's just the faces stood out to me as unattractive, and I was like, I don't want that. I don't want that. I mean, it's still a cool piece to have, obviously. And I should say, Felix, many years ago, on 2 occasions, I did have the chance. I could have owned it, and I was like,
the Justice Machine Annual cover is it out there? Is it on Cap?
Oh yeah.
Is it?
Oh, you've never seen it?
No. Who has it? Shoot.
Oh my! I don't remember who has it now. But not only has it been out there, it has already had, since I first saw it pop up, it's already had, I would say, at least 3 owners.
Huh.
So it's moved around. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can email you I should have a scan of it. So,
hey, Ruben, wasn't Gustavich the interior?
Yep.
Mike Gustavich. Okay, yeah. All right.
Yeah, he was the one he was the co-creator of the Justice Machine. That's right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
How do you say his name? Is it Gustavich?
You know what? I always said Gustavich.
Gustavich, okay.
But I've never heard him say it, so I just keep saying Gustavich. Yeah, Gustavich. Yeah.
I actually, I'm just Googling it, and it was at Heritage in 2019. So
okay, that's probably the most recent transfer of ownership, actually. Yeah, because that one came out longer than that, many years before that. So you're gonna have to track it down, Felix. Now you know it's out there. Now you're like, now your mind's working. I could see it working overtime, man.
I know I'm not getting the Elementals 1 cover out of you. So,
but you know what's funny? It's like over the years, my friend Dan in Toronto, he's like, oh, I love it. I love Elementals. Oh, would you sell it? And I've always been like the type of person to be like, I don't know. I'm not looking to move it, but like nobody's ever come out and said, I'll give you this much if you'd be willing to sell it, right? And it's like I told him, I said, like, would you, make an offer? I don't know. Maybe if you tempt me, right? I've always been a believer that like nothing is forever. And I say that because I know I got into this knowing that I'm not a Viking funeral person. I'm never going to take a single piece of art into the grave with me, right? So it's all going to leave anyways. And you don't know, Felix, but I've told these guys many times over the years on my channel, my intent is absolutely to be the guy who I want to stop collecting so I can then part with my collection, because I don't want to risk dying with my collection, leaving my collection behind for my family to take care of. I want to leave the cash behind, And so, and for years, I've been trying to slowly try to sell stuff, whatever. Obviously, I'm not doing that great, but I am trying to get myself in the mindset of like, okay, stop, or at least start selling, even though I'm still kind of buying, So nothing's forever. And I told my friend Dan, I was like, this was several years ago. You know, we were at a convention, and I said, look, like, if you want it, make an offer. You might, I don't know, like, I never thought of selling it, so therefore I'm not really, I don't have a price as to what I would want. And maybe you blow me away, you know, and he wouldn't do it. And so I said, just to test him out, I was like, okay, how about you give me $15K right now? Right now, you agree to it, and I'll sell it to you. And he's like, oh, $15K. No, because now it's funny how the psychology of collecting works. I was like, he's like, oh, now he's got a number to play with. He's like, oh, $15K, $15K. Oh, yeah, no, I don't know about it. How much do you think it really should be worth? That's what you want. But what do you think? Right? And I'm like, well, that's the thing. Whatever. Like, I don't know. Whatever. I'm not looking to sell it. But again, never say never. You know, you know, if you look at my the comments on the post, you'll see even Albert's like, oh, something about like, oh, I love this cover. Oh, good memories or whatever. You know, I know he would like it too. Then again, with Albert, you never know. He may want it, enjoy it for 3 months, and then so he could put it back up for sale, whatever. So, whatever. But like a lot of people have reached out and asked about it, whatever. But not a single person has ever actually said, "Hey, I'd be willing to give you this much if you sold that." Right? And so, as long as that doesn't happen, yeah, I'm happy and content to make that one of the last pieces that I let go. You know what I mean?
I'd be willing to give you $2.
Thank you.
Right now.
It's all worth it.
I will double.
Only fans.
Thank you, and I will. Coffee, you got it.
Double it until it sells.
And I will spend the 7.
Coffee and I are going splitsies.
It's a double. It's a wraparound cover, so it's larger. So I will spend the $60.
Tear it off.
You, and you just make sure you send me mail me like a $2.
Oh yeah. That's it.
Yeah.
I'll send it via
bring it to
mail, Canada to Timbuktu.
That's funny.
Yeah, bring it
So
to
you're putting
OAX.
it out
Cavi
in
and
the
I can-
stratosphere. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, bring that cover to OAX, Ruben, so Cavi and I can look at it. And
Nobody pays attention at OAX when Ruben shows up. Come on.
I'm not even going to go to OAX. How am I going to bring the cover there? And by the way, even if I traveled across the border into the States, I would never take any of my art with me. That's never going to happen because I've done that before and I paid for it dearly. So never going to happen again. I won't do that. Yeah. So I would never travel. That's why I don't do shows. That's why you never see me. Even when I used to travel a lot to conventions, I wasn't setting up. I set up in San Diego in 2001. I wanted to keep doing it, and then I got in shit with the government into it 2001, and I learned my lesson. And yeah, never go across the border to set up at shows. You know, so. But whatever. Nevertheless, that's that. Sorry, did one of you guys said something? I saw we were talking, and I wanted to address it, and I forgot who said what now.
I think it was Kavi, right? No? Okay. Alberto already spoke, right? Oh.
So we
Carl's staying silent right now, okay? Carl's being very quiet.
I don't know if I want to take this because we're an original art-focused channel, but I'll at least put it on screen because you're a newer person here. Cutthroat Comics says, what do you guys think a new Batman should move on from as Bruce Wayne being Batman? No longer in DC comic book. Are you trying to say, do we think that DC should change who Batman is and move on from Bruce Wayne? I guess that's what you're probably asking. I'm a purist.
Never going to happen.
They've tried other things. They've tried.
I'm a purist anyway, so I'll answer very quickly. I'm a purist, so I actually hate it when they can't come up with better ideas than like change the person who wears the costume. So no, I definitely don't think they should ever change. If you do it temporarily for a story or whatever, okay, it's fine. But let's get back to the usual guy quickly.
They came real close about 6 years ago with when Dan Didio was running DC.
Yeah,
he had a whole initiative called 4G because one of my guys,
the 5G thing,
5G, whatever it was, he did the redesign on Batman, and it was African American Batman.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's what ultimately after he got fired and they sort of decided we're going to cancel this, but because the creators had already been working on at least a couple of issues of that 5G thing.
Yeah.
They reworked it, and that's where you guys saw. For those of you who remember, Future State,
Future State,
Future State, a couple of issues from a few titles. That's what that was. Yeah, that was going to be the 5G thing or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. But so there you go, Cutthroat Comics. That's all I guess we have to kind of say about it. Like I said, that's hey Antoine, that's something that's more for a comic book kind of focused channel, not an original art channel. Let me see what else you guys are saying. So most collectors care more about Batman on a gargoyle with bats instead of the artist being great. To me, I agree. To me, though, the quality of the artist's work matters more than who did it. Right. And sometimes you'll see like lesser name artists or no name artists that are really, really much more skilled and talented than some of them, like people that the guys that people know, you know, it's possible. Some young talent out there and they just need to make their name basically, you know? Let's see what else you guys are saying in here. Collectors are like Black Cat. They only want to do it with the mask on. Oh boy. How about some serious stuff, guys? Let me see. It's a weird. Oh, you're talking about from earlier, the McFarlane page.
Peter looks like he's in witness protection or something. What's happening? Oh, there he's back.
I don't know what happened.
Actually,
Matt did it.
I don't know. Your whole
He was ready
camera
for
went
his
dark.
close-up, Mr. DeMille.
Yeah.
you know what I was saying earlier about the costumes and missing the headgear. User Insler says that's a tough one for him. I like both. For example, Unmasked Wolverine, aka Logan, in character in itself. So that one, User Insler, I can also say, for me, is not an exception to the rule. While I've always loved Wolverine, and so I love Logan. But if I want to buy art of the character, I would much rather have fully masked Wolverine than full costume up to the neck and no mask. Because to me, that's Logan and not Wolverine. That's just me. I don't know how everybody else thinks about it, but
I like Patch. I honestly like Patch.
I despise Patch. I hated
I love Patch.
I hated that 1988
Finally,
Wolverine series. I was so
differ on
disappointed.
Patch is awesome, dude.
Yeah, okay. Listen, different strokes and all that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Peter Parker's still a character draw, whereas Deathstroke or Deadpool aren't really the character without the tights. I don't know that I agree. I mean, I care about Peter Parker, yeah, but does that mean I want to buy this really nice looking Peter Parker page? Again, from time to time, yes, but it's the exception rather than the rule. You know, I prefer talking about the rule in general, right? Let's see. You guys are talking about hamburger pages. Hey, before I forget, I don't want to forget. I almost did 2 weeks ago. Felix, was there something that you actually you wanted to surprise us with tonight? Was there something particular like you did last time? Or did you just want to come in and hang out and shoot the shit with us?
Oh, yeah. I was actually going to have a conversation with you just about the show. And, you mentioned doing a show and tell. That's great. But as I was listening, Peter and Matt got into that discussion. And so anyway, I just popped in for that. No
okay. Okay, that's good. That's good. Yeah, like I told you anyways, to email, whatever, like whenever you want to, you can find a Sunday that works for you, let me know. And I'll start going into your gallery and looking for pieces to select, unless you want to be the selector. Most people on my show let me be the selector, so they don't have to do the work.
Sure. You do.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, you just pick the week and yeah, we'll work it out. No worries, man. So that's it. Anybody, anything anybody else here want to bring up? Any last things we can get into? Otherwise, we could call it. Antoine says, is it rude doing a crowdfunded new episode? I think I saw that. I don't know if it's already finished or what, but I do, he does that from time to time. Yeah. The thing about Steve Rude and Nexus is, unfortunately, when you get to the point where like the only way you can publish your self-published comic book is by going through the crowdfunding route, I feel like it makes your IP disappear just more and more and more away from the crowd that you want to get to know your IP. You know what I mean? Because I don't know. I just feel like even going by finding a publisher to publish it, you know, the fact that it's not Marvel and DC, you know, it already hurts you, right? Because they have the most visibility, but or at least image, let's say. But when you start going into self-publishing or much tinier publishers, it's just your, you know, the odds of getting an audience get decreasing. You know, it gets harder and harder to get that audience, and then I feel it's an even smaller audience when you're basically reduced to having to go crowdfunding only. Obviously, there are exceptions, you know, with crowdfunding, but generally, I feel like, man, it's like I feel sad. I feel happy when I see people like Steve Rude reviving properties like Nexus, and I see it on Kickstarter, and I'm always happy for them when they're successful in their crowdfunding campaign. But at the same time, I always feel a certain sadness that like, oh, like you can't get anybody to publish that. Like you have to go to a crowdfund thing, you know. I don't know. So,
I think with Steve,
you know, the people who contribute
Steve,
end up being happy for getting something. The people who create the Kickstarter project to begin with get to do their project, which in the other scenario they just don't get to do the project at all, right? So I don't know. If we're gonna debate Kickstarters, you know, that is a whole topic. I think overall,
no, obviously,
even for legacy creators with established story IP and characters and stuff like that, if they can go do that, I think it's cool.
Yeah, I think we're basically. Sorry, go ahead, Felix. Yeah,
I think with Rude, it's not a matter of not being able to get a publisher or not be able to get outside funding. Financing it through Kickstarter just allows them total autonomy over Nexus. And if you know anything about Steve, I mean, it's sort of like, for better or for worse, it's his baby, and no one else can have any input on it. Yeah.
But see, that's what I wasn't kind of sure, because obviously a lot of creators go to crowdfunding for those reasons, right? With Steve, I wasn't sure because I don't know him, but over the years, obviously I've heard and read a lot about him, and I don't know how much it's true. I guess it's all third-hand information or second-hand, and but I wondered, is it, in his case, is it because I've heard one of the things is that he has been in the past difficult to work with when he goes to other publishers or whatever. I don't know.
There's kind of a famous story where he pretty much could get anything he want at the Big Two, for example.
Yeah.
But this is sort of the Steve Rude experience. They hired him to draw, I believe it was a Captain America comic.
Right.
And on one of the pages, he drew a can of Coke in the background.
Right.
You can't have
product placement.
Exactly. You can't have it there. So the editor says, we got to erase it. And he said, and he walked off the book for that. Yeah.
Okay. But I mean, were in that example, were they simply saying, oh, no, erase that or whatever, cover it up, white it out? Or was
we can't have that on the page.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so he argued it, even though it hadn't gone to print yet, he argued it. I want to leave it in there.
Alberto, you need to find that page and buy it.
We all know Captain America would rather drink Coke than Pepsi because better. So, yeah.
Felix, Marcus shot out a very serious idea at you.
Yeah.
He said Rubén would trade for the Swamp Thing cover.
I'll trade you I'll trade you a Swamp Thing cover. Might not be the one you want, but
let me see. Make a deal live on screen. Yeah, nice. Love is forever and diamonds and herpes. Nice, John. Only on my show, of course.
Sounds like it's spoken from experience.
Hey, Rubén, Steve Mussolino had a question that.
Did I reach it yet, or am I just still catching up to it?
It's within the last 15 comments.
Oh, okay. Go ahead and let me know what it's about. I'll try to catch up to it here.
I think it's a question about the Netflix deal and if that affects anything in Felix's landscape yet or not, right?
Let me see. I'm gonna try to.
I can
find it.
highlight it. Here it is. Boom.
Oh, you got it. You got it.
Felix,
All right.
Netflix buying WB change anything for your guy? And I assume not yet. Or,
Still too
yeah.
early. Still
yeah,
too early.
way too early. Way too.
Still, and the deal might not even go through. I mean, it's not like
Yeah,
a
exactly,
sure
yeah.
thing. So,
And if it does, it will take 1 to
Yeah.
2 years.
You know, it's funny because, you know, for 2 days ago, I saw several articles and they were all mentioning the same thing, that you know, it's not a done deal, and so people, you know, some of the, you know, experts are like, yeah, it might not even go through, whatever. And then yesterday, so just 1 day later, yesterday I read an article and it's like, well, done deal. They have Netflix has just bought Warner, and it's like, are you just doing shitty reporting?
No, they won the bid to have the exclusive right to negotiate a final deal, and so that means
No, I think the deal's in place. They just need approval.
yeah.
Oh,
They have a deal. Yeah.
I think $82 billion.
right. That's the thing.
yes,
Yeah.
but it's contingent on it's a contingent about Discovery completing their separation as a business from Warner
Okay.
Brothers, which has not happened yet, and then there would have to be a shareholder vote. You know what I mean? Things aren't official until the shareholders vote, right?
Yeah, and
It's far from official. It's the
if
bid.
it doesn't
They have
happen,
won a bid to be able to exclusively negotiate the rest of the deal. So basically, all that's happened is that the other bidders are no longer in the negotiation at all. That's where the current, you know, Netflix just likes to announce shit right away. They sent out email blasts to their subscribers like, well,
Yeah.
we welcome HBO's content
Harry
to
Potter
Netflix.
and-
But the deal's not done. They're just hyping it, you know.
yeah, if it doesn't happen, they owe Warner's like 5-point-something billion. And it's just sort of a clause to give them the exclusive, you know, negotiation.
Hey, Compton, what's happening, dude? You always come in so late. What up?
Let's say that it all goes according to plan. Do you think, can you speculate that it would change publishing for DC Comics in any way or no? You know, because I don't hear that side of the thing covered in any of the business articles I've read. It's all about film, streaming, TV, movie content on the DC side that everybody's talking about. Not.
I think Netflix will really start pumping out the DC product if they are able to acquire Warner Brothers. I mean, for the longest time they've been trying to acquire comic book properties. You know, they did the Miller World acquisition. You know, they did obviously the Marvel TV shows. So I think we're going to see a ton of DC stuff hitting Netflix if it happens. Yeah.
And I just saw that Gunn signed another, like, through 2027, I think. It's like the deal was extended, his, you know, whatever. So maybe like that's part of, they're trying to work that into, like, that the Gunn will still be in charge of the DC stuff, even if it's under Netflix. I don't know, but it's still, who knows?
Who knows? It's hard to.
Yeah.
I just hope they pay the creative people well and don't pinch pennies. It's crazy to me. I mean, the whole purpose of Warner's owning DC in the first place is just to generate IP. I mean, you know, whatever it makes as comic book publishing is just a rounding error. It means nothing to them. It's just about, you know, coming up with ideas they can exploit for movies, TV, everything else. So pay the people.
It's such a small part of it. Like, it's such a small investment in the big deal. So yeah, keep those ideas going.
Hey, let me ask you this. I thought of doing it, but I wasn't going to in the end. I figured it's something, and maybe I could just sort of ask you privately, Felix. But since Stanley brought it up, do you want to address this? Felix should rep Steve Rude.
No chance. Zero chance. I mean, long before I became a rep, there were other very, very accomplished reps who I think could have done a lot for his art market, you know, that he rejected. So it's just, he's a lone wolf type.
Okay. Oh, you mean, so you mean it's because he doesn't want to be represented?
From all appearances, no.
Oh.
I think he honestly, he needed someone,
Yeah.
Like
Yep.
Nexus pages blowing up now is just something weird. But you
Yeah.
look at his market versus Alex Ross, for example. I think, Alex Ross is Alex Ross. I find Steve Rude to be a more interesting artist, and his market, we know it's not, but if it was proportional to his talent, he should be at least Alex Ross's level. And guess what? Alex Ross would tell you the same thing. Alex Ross is a huge Steve Rude fan.
Yeah.
And I know Alex has tried to help Steve before.
Oh.
No.
Okay.
No.
Yeah. No, he's brilliant. He's been brilliant since I first saw Nexus. Probably, when you did. I mean, I loved it from the get-go. The art was so good, and he's still so good. Like a lot of the guys who, from his era, I think we all know, whether it's a health issue, age, whatever, they don't quite have the same line anymore or fine control, and it's just not quite as good as it used to be. And he still draws amazingly well, and so that's why it kind of makes me sad, like that you don't see much from him, and it's just whatever. Every random few years, he did some crowdfunding thing for Nexus or whatever. Then I hear these stories about him, like I'm hearing tonight. I was, like I said, I heard a lot about, he's kind of difficult, and even with the art representation, I had heard, again, second, third hand, many years ago, the same excuse for that. That was the excuse I heard, was that, it's not that he doesn't want, it's that he's difficult to work with when he agrees to work with you. And I was like, okay, all right, then whatever, But again, I always take that with a grain of salt, because I don't know the guy, I never met him. So I don't want to cast aspersions on anyone,
Marcus commented that from the Rude Dude documentary that he thought his impression was Steve Rude was bipolar, was suffering from that.
Oh, really?
Well,
I heard that his son had some issues.
No, well, his son had a different health issue, but in terms of mental health issue, I don't think Steve's ever been shy, with regards to talking about it. I can't remember if it was bipolar specifically or just general depression. I actually did not like that documentary.
Oh,
yeah, I think it did him no favors at all. And
well, sorry, which documentary?
It's they did a documentary. Anyway, the Roots allowed some documentarians into their life.
Oh, okay.
And I think it ended up focusing on his personal issues rather than the art, which I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I think they should have had. Some,
what's the point of that?
Yeah, exactly.
That's lame.
And as a comic art fan, as a Steve Rude fan, it's not a happy watch. I do not recommend it.
Okay. Wow. Yeah. I mean, see, the thing that's funny about that, Felix, is I part of me kind of understands. Look, I certainly would never want to make a documentary that ultimately all I did was focus on this guy's issues outside of, as a creator. But if you told me that the documentary was about his career and his life's work, right? Drawing, and especially Nexus and all that stuff. But at the same time, it delved into, he opens himself up and he delves into his personal issues, whatever, health, whatever. So it's complete about his career and his life. I would love something like that, right? But certainly not if it's only about that and not about the art. And kind of like, have you ever seen the one that they did on Jeffrey Catherine Jones?
No.
Okay. So that one is about the art, but at the same time, it's a lot of, she went through a lot of stuff, with identity crisis, that whole thing. And because ultimately she suffered from mental illness, it does become like, it's very interesting. I think it was a really great view, but at the same time, kind of it's sad, like it makes you feel bad. Like, I don't know if that's a bad thing necessarily for a documentary. And I don't think I don't think it was like, oh, these people did her dirty or whatever. No, it was really, really well done. But I could see how if it's all like if the whole documentary focuses, on somebody's mental health rather than the art they drew, that's definitely not my thing. So like you're just telling me that. Forget the fact that you don't recommend it. Just the fact that you're saying it didn't really delve into the artwork. I'm kind of not interested in seeking it out anyways. You know what I mean?
I agree. If this is going to be a examination of an artist's work and their life, I'm not suggesting they sugarcoat everything, but they don't have to emphasize the absolute worst
aspects of it. Yeah.
It becomes like, who's that documentary for? Like,
right.
If it doesn't talk about the art.
Yeah, it was a bit sensationalist. It was
sensationalism.
Exploitive.
Yeah.
So, what do you think is the best documentary that's been done on a comic book artist?
I still haven't even seen the Dave Stevens one, so I don't want to say.
Crumb is really entertaining.
Oh, that was good. Are you talking? Is that the one that came out like in the 90s?
30 years ago. Terry's Wipeout.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah.
Entertaining for sure. Yeah. What other ones are there? Are there really that many though? To be honest, I mean, for comic.
There's the Dave Stevens one, which I think was excellent.
Okay, good to hear.
There's a Mike Mignola one, which I haven't seen yet.
What?
Yeah. There's a Frank Miller one.
Whoa.
That came out last year called American Genius.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
not so good.
I mean, if you're going to call the documentary American Genius, you kind of have to make the case of why he's a genius.
Oh, they don't?
And it doesn't to me. And I'm a huge Frank Miller fan, right?
Yeah.
There's just a lot of people like Jessica Alba talking about Frank Miller. And it's more like a parade of, here are all of Frank's famous friends.
Right.
About me. I'd rather hear from a real comics nerd.
Right.
Knows and who breathes, lives and breathes this stuff. So someone like a Dave Mandel, I think, would have been a lot more interesting than random cast members from the Sin City movie.
Yeah, I agree with that initial statement there, where it's kind of like, I think, was it last week or was it with you 2 weeks ago, where somebody, I think maybe Matt, I don't know, somebody mentioned that. So there was a panel at a convention, and then, what's her name? Alba and Rodriguez were there, whatever. And I'm like, I don't like. Okay, you've done movies with them or whatever, but like, I don't know, like, why would you get, like, with what you're saying, Felix? Why would you get in a documentary movie actors to be the talking heads for a documentary on a listen, unless the documentary was supposed to be focused on his Hollywood career, maybe it wasn't. I don't know. Tell me, because I don't know, right? If it is, it
didn't have a clear focus.
Okay.
But I did attend a screening that Frank was at where he did a Q&A.
Okay.
And I will say, if anybody gets a chance to see him live in a stand-up Q&A, he's amazing.
He's entertaining, yeah.
Super sharp. All his answers are super thoughtful. He's definitely a highly intelligent. So that part was definitely worth it.
Okay.
They could have shot a whole Q&A, a back and forth with the interviewer and showed that. I think would have been more interesting.
Okay. Okay. By the way, Felix, Steve asked, I'm not sure if you don't have to take it if you don't want to, says, what convinced you to start repping artists instead of just dealing or collecting? Well, he is collecting, so we can't put that in there, but why start repping as opposed to buying and selling of your own accord? Was there a moment when you realized artists really needed an advocate?
Yes, and it was one artist. The idea of being a dealer never appealed to me. Sort of buying for X and flipping for 2X or 3X, just not compelling to me. But working with young artists, especially, or an underappreciated artist, and helping them, raise their profile and build their market, raise their value, etc. it's more fun. It's more of a challenge, you know. And it all started with one artist, Nick Patera, because I was a big fan of his art, but also his book, The Manhattan Projects, and we became friendly. And I was just rooting for the guy. You know, I wanted to see the guy do well, and I felt like, you know, specifically his original art was selling for way too little, and he was patient zero, I guess.
Okay. Marcus, this is why I'm saying that's cool if you're in a documentary and you're speaking about the guy's movie portion of his career. Then you have, Jessica Alba, she was in the movie. Of course, I get that. That makes sense. I'm just wondering, since I haven't watched it, like I would hope that it wasn't during a segment in the documentary where they're talking about, and then the Daredevil, and then he finished his run there, and then he went on to this secondary run on Daredevil, writing it only, and then went to do Dark Knight, you know, and then you get interspersed commentary by Jessica Alba saying how brilliant he is. That's what my issue would be, is like, if that's what happened, I'd be like, why would they do that? Like, she knows nothing about that, you know, but if she's talking about the movie stuff, fine. That's what I just want to make that clear, you know.
When they did the early Marvel movies, they would do, for example, a documentary on Kirby or Colin or something like that. That was, a short piece, like 5 or 10, 15 minutes. Those were usually, they had the movie stars from the movies, but they also brought in some of the people who knew them well, or that were experts or knew their art well. There's also a documentary about Grant Morrison that I've never seen. I don't know what it's like.
I've never been a writer follower, so I typically would not listen or watch about writers. I'm more into the art, so yeah. But I haven't heard that. Listen, I haven't even heard that there was these guys are talking. You guys are talking about a Mignola, and somebody in the chat just said, the Mignola doc was good. It's like, I haven't even heard about it. Like, how old is that?
And then somebody in the chat also recommended Comic Book Confidential, which is probably from the 80s or
yes, I think
late 80s, I believe. Yeah,
it's a lot about the indies, the underground comics.
Yeah.
And
Mark Fong. Yeah, Jonathan Ross is in. Steve Ditko. Anybody?
I think that's only about half an hour, but that's a fun watch. I mean,
is it?
Yeah.
It's a little.
It's a little light.
You know, it's kind of like leave the old guy alone, you know.
Okay.
But it's entertaining. You sort of can't help watching it, and you know, is he gonna be successful in tracking down Steve Ditko? Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Somebody, Johnny Garza asks, "Are you still repping Ryan Otley?"
That's funny. I just did another podcast.
And somebody else asked you the same thing?
No. He introduced me like, Felix represents the A, B, and C, and Ryan Otley, and I just start off the podcast by saying, actually, I'm going to correct you. I no longer rep Ryan Otley. Yeah, it's been a while.
Has it? Okay.
Ryan is not selling his art anymore, and he hasn't sold it for a couple of years. He's held on to all of it, and
a couple of years.
You know, we both could kind of, you know, we just needed to make the break. You know, if he's he's not selling any of his art, then you know, I really have no real function for him. I mean, I'm not really doing anything for him.
Well, no.
And at the same time, if he's not selling any art, then you know, then there's really no reason for me to have him on the site. Having said that, though, I kept him on the site for as long as I could because he's Ryan Otley, you know.
Yeah, for sure.
I started repping him about 10 years ago, and we did great. We sold a ton of his art, and then the Invincible show happened, and that property just exploded. It blew up, and I'm so happy for Ryan. He's now in a position where he doesn't have to sell his art, and so he doesn't want to.
Yeah.
Great.
That's great.
But yes, sir, everyone, you know, anybody who's wondering, it wasn't like a bad breakup or anything. We're still friends. We went out and had dinner, and you know.
Yeah. Johnny Garza, I'm happy then you asked him. There you go. Now you know for sure, and nobody has to hopefully ask anymore. But I'm sure people will keep asking for a while, Felix. But
I love hearing stories like that, where not to you know take guys away from you, Felix, but like when artists are in that position, that's fantastic. That's a win. That's a huge win for them. And
I don't really add guys these days unless you know I have someone drop off, you know, and I don't want to just kick someone out to add someone new in, but that's, you know, that's why Clayman came aboard.
Oh, when was the Clayman? That's been a little bit, right? A few months at least, or a year?
Yeah, but it's been in the works for a while.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see, what was there here? What that's Frank. Well, there's a good what do artists do? There's a good what do artists do all day? That's about Frank Whiteley. Okay. You would know that though, Chuck, Mr. Frank Whiteley maniac that you are. Stanley says that the Stevens doc is good. So did Tom earlier. So I was going to check it out. I just haven't gotten around to it.
It's pretty good.
Ian says there was a PBS documentary about comics in general that helped suck me into comics. That's right. Ian, one of the few guys here that didn't grow up like most of us with comics.
There's a PBS special on the Hernandez brothers too. I think it might be on YouTube.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
on YouTube maybe.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah, but it was originally PBS.
PBS thing. Okay. Oh, I grew up on PBS. I love PBS stuff. That's why I don't understand. Recently, I saw some kind of articles online about I don't know the what do you call them? Not the liberals, the Republicans for a few months ago were. They were bitching and moaning about defund PBS, defund. What the hell's that? Not that I want to get into the political thing, but I was like, why would anybody want to shut down PBS? What's that all about? I thought everybody grew up on PBS stuff. No?
Well, it's politics. NPR doesn't have favorable coverage on a certain side of the aisle, and therefore.
Oh, is that why? Does PBS get the side?
What's that? Say it again.
Has PBS as a channel as a network? They take a side.
They're government funded.
Government funded, right?
Yeah.
And there's the National Public Radio, which is part of it, and they like to cover things in depth and maybe tell some truths that
Trump didn't like it. I'll say it.
There was also I think an editor or someone within NPR that resigned and said that. Complaining, criticizing that the organization was, or its reporters were biased in one way, more towards the liberal than they looked unfavorably on conservative stuff more than on, and were more liberal in their point of view.
Okay. Well, that explains it.
That precedes all this other Trump administration stuff.
That's been around for a while. Yeah.
Stanley also wants to know. I guess it's a pretty interesting question. Felix, have you ever advised an artist to hey, hold on to your art. You better be. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, any art they sell is because they want to sell it.
Right.
But my position is this: it's a gamble if you sell the art. You could be missing out on future upside. But it's also a gamble if you hold on to it.
Yeah.
We just don't know. We won't know. So whether or not you sell your art, it really depends on your needs, right? Like I represent a lot of young artists who are just getting started in life. And even something as basic as a car, selling the art helps towards that. Then buying a house, starting a family. And the way the industry is, and this is completely ass backwards, and it's not right, but they make more money. A larger percentage of their income comes from selling the art than from publishing. So it's a very important piece for them.
Yeah.
Now, if you have a guy like I rep Steve McNiven, who he actually is like in Otley's position. He doesn't have to sell his art,
right?
But he does. He's not really looking to keeping it,
right?
All of it. So he has actually kept art all along the way. Whereas Ryan, up until now, has sold everything. I was just talking to someone about Invincible. I think I sold like 500 or 600 pages of Invincible, which is a huge chunk of all his Invincible art. He has, he has a few things left, but I sold stacks of it. But now he's in a position where he doesn't have to sell anything. Right. Look, I guess I'll just tell you how I envision this working out was in the beginning, we have to sell a lot. Maybe not, and if you watch like where we were 10 years ago, 7 years ago, 5 years ago, the prices of the art was lower. And so, we sold more of it. Now the prices are higher. We don't need to sell as much, right, to achieve the same thing.
To generate the same revenue.
Right. That will allow them to hold on to whatever they want to hold on to.
Yeah.
And just so everyone understands, like I have a very basic policy when it comes to this art. Sell what you want to sell, keep what you want to keep, but anything that does get sold has to go through me. And that's it.
Right.
And if you want to keep it all, fine. But if there's anything that's going to be sold, it's got to go through me.
Yeah. I gotta admit, like, as somebody who has represented before, but on a small scale, never more than 4 guys at my peak, right? Mm-hmm. But still, I got the experience. I know what it's like. I know all the pros and cons involved in doing it. I gotta say, the one thing I find really, really irks me, it never happened to me, but I'm not going to name the names, but I see it here and there. Like when I'm on Facebook, for instance, and I'll see, on Facebook, there's a lot of artists, right, with a presence on Facebook, and I will see guys there who I know happen to be, like, I know who they're repped by. They're repped, and I know who reps them. But they'll be on Facebook, and it's like the cover or the pages to the latest thing they just finished drawing or just got published. They're there, like, putting out posts on Facebook, like, oh, guys, reach out to me, hit me up. I got the pages available, whatever. And I'm thinking, like, why do you even have a rep if you're gonna do that? Like, what's the point? Like, so what? Like,
it's just penny wise, pound foolish. Just having no plan, no strategy. If you're selling some of your art and you're letting someone else sell your art as well, you're in fact competing,
right,
with each other, and it's just not well thought out. It's
right.
Again, there's no long term plan. It's just in this immediate moment, I can make more without having to cut anyone.
Right, right.
If you don't want to work with a rep, don't work with a rep.
Right, that's my point.
You can't really have your cake and eat it too.
That's right.
You can't be like half in and half out.
Half out, yeah. That's exactly my point, Felix. It's like I look at
and there are reps who they might be okay with it. So
right. There might be. That's right. You're right.
They're okay with it. Great, but
yeah. How do you respect yourself though? Because I see that, right? And when I first started seeing that, I was like, "You son of a bitch! You're fucking your rep. You're fucking your rep by doing that." I was like, "Holy shit!" I was so pissed, right? And then,
but maybe the rep is kind of a crappy rep. Maybe the rep is not doing a great job. So just look, but this is a real mixed message to everyone out there, to all the buyers out there. You're never really going to build anything because you keep cutting your feet out from under yourself. Anyway, that's how I see it.
Yeah. No, it's true. You're like, cutting your nose to spite your own face, as they say. The old thing goes. But you are right too. Of course, I don't know that
Steve McNiven's in Canada, so his healthcare. He's not in America. His healthcare is okay. Yeah.
But yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they could just be testing the waters. If they're unhappy with the rep, it's like, what? Maybe I can do a little better just selling direct. So they're just maybe testing the waters.
So I think about, like, there's one guy in particular that really stands out, right? More than any of the others. And I always think, like, yeah, it's been years now that he does it. He does it all the time. And I'm like, man, I don't remember the last time he drew something and that stuff was sent to the rep and the rep put it up on the website, And it's like, but then like Felix says, right? I'm not gonna butt in and ask him. But like Felix says, maybe the rep is like, oh, I'm just happy to have a 79th artist on my roster, and as long as I have you, I guess I'll take what I can get. And okay, whatever you don't sell on your own, yeah, eventually just ship it to me. I don't know how you respect yourself though, like why you would do that, but yeah, that's just it's just crappy. I don't get it. And as a collector, I also hate it because as a collector, it feels weird because I feel like, as a collector, I gotta respect the relationship. To me, if you have a rep, I don't know what your deal is, but I know you have a rep. And if I know you have a rep, my initial thought is I'm going to go to the rep to ask about art because out of respect, it's a business arrangement. That's what I'm going to do, right? I know there's plenty who just prefer to cut out the rep and they'll go to the directly to the artist, but I would go to the rep. The thing is, it would be so weird because it's like you go to the rep and then you'll probably be like, yeah, let me look into that for you. I know all he's going to do is reach out to that artist, ask him, yeah, do you have this? Somebody's asking about it, right? And I'll still have to go to the rep, even though I know I could go directly, with the artist. And even if I did, I feel like it wouldn't be really my fault. It's like this stupid arrangement that they have together. It makes no sense, Then again, is it possible that I don't think it's possible, but is it, you think, possible that some reps don't even know, like maybe they're not on social media and they don't know that some of their artists are out there trying to sell their own art directly? Like, I don't know.
Wow. That would show me that that's a terrible rep.
Yeah. I mean, for sure. I agree, right? But like, anything's possible.
Anything's possible, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, yeah, but it's just weird for me, and it's okay. He was leaving Cadence anyways. Yeah. I don't know anything about that. Steve Mussolino loves you, Felix. Felix, what's the secret sauce on strategizing to get more per page for your artists beyond working on key characters for the big two? Do you mean page rate? You're negotiating page rates, or he means like charging more for the artwork on the pages? I'm not sure, Steve, what you mean by that. Do you know what you think he means, Felix?
Well, it's a process. It doesn't happen overnight.
It's not an exact science, as always. Pricing art is never an exact science, right? It's demand. Your gut feeling, what you think the demand is,
Yeah. So you sort of have to. Every artist is unique, and their market is not going to be, it's not really a one size fit all cookie cutter approach. So there's not like a standard playbook, right, that's going to apply to every artist.
Yeah, for sure. Interesting post that I just had up. Eric telling me, what's up, Eric? In 2008, long time ago, 17 years, J. Scott Campbell was selling pieces from his Faces sketchbook at the same show that his rep was selling his artwork to. When he found out, the rep was pissed. Although Campbell doesn't seem to need the help anymore, and he might have been testing things out for himself. Well, not back then, because he wouldn't have been pissed if that's what the testing out thing was. I don't know. But yeah, it's everybody has their different ways of doing things, whatever. And I just say for when it comes to reps, it's all about service. Just be good, especially communication. Shit, even collector to collector, please, for God's sakes, communicate better, people. Oh my God. Oh, that's the biggest frustration for me with buying and selling.
You said this earlier, right? Like there are collectors out there who would prefer to bypass the rep for any number of reasons, and normally I'd roll my eyes because I've been in this. I've seen where this has happened, where a collector goes straight to the artist, very happy to bypass the rep. But once there's an issue, like if it's a commission or something, and they need help, then they go running to the rep. And it's like, no,
Right. Right.
Oh, no. And then they get mad at the rep. Well, he's your artist. Why are you helping? Because you did the end around, right?
Yeah.
But there are also times where I don't blame the collector either, because I know the rep is like non-responsive. So what is the collector supposed to do? So again, it's kind of, it's not totally black and white.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I'm assuming the answer is going to be no, because I mean you're in the business of selling art and not getting into the weeds with these guys. But Antoine still asks. If you like Antoine, I'm going to ask on his behalf. Felix, do you know what Clayman happens to ink with?
A pen.
Do you?
I don't. I mean, asking me specifically, I'm sorry, I don't know.
That's what I figured.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Remember, Antoine, he's an art rep is not an agent, right? Where you're kind of, if you're an agent back in the old days, where you're responsible for actually trying to get them work with the publishers, then you're more, you might know, but even then you may still not know. But yeah, when you're in the business of just kind of selling people's art, promoting it, and exposing other, as many collectors and fans to the art, yeah, it's not typically something you would care about memorizing what tools every single artist you work with uses, Steve says, I once reached out to an artist about a cover they posted on his Instagram. The artist directed me to his rep, which is what they should do if they're honest. And I emailed the rep, and the rep emailed me back a year later. Again, yeah, I mean, not all.
I would just email the artist back again and say, hey,
for sure.
Like that's on us. I mean,
yeah, at
artists
that point,
may not know.
Yeah.
Like reach back out to the artist, say, like,
hey, I did, and you never heard from him.
Right. Like, that's the only way that if there is a artist being repped poorly, let them know.
Yeah, exactly. Cobby, what about you, buddy? Anything on your mind? Look at you.
I've been asleep with my eyes open for the last 30 minutes. So, no offense to anything you guys are talking about. Just past my bedtime.
Eric's back. I respect the rep role, but not all reps are created equal. Preach. Reps who get back to you sell more. You'd think it would be the status quo, but it's 100% not. Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely, what I've always said, Eric, many times, and I've said it over the years, but I've said it even on my channel many times. In my experience, what I found is over the years, as the hobby grew and we went from once upon a time, it felt like you could count the art reps on one hand, right? And apparently now there are, I know it sounds crazy, but I could swear I remember a few years ago, Bill on his show saying that there was 150 or some crazy number like that. It sounds hard for me to believe. I couldn't name that anywhere near that many, but whatever there is, there's a lot for sure, right? There's a lot. But what I always have said is the problem with that is that the reason there are so many, and the reason, therefore, that so many of them are not really great in terms of, being professional, communicating, and all that, is because a lot of them don't get into it because they think, oh, I think this is a good way I can maybe make a business out of this, and I love this, and I'd love to try to promote this guy's work. I have a love for these artists' work, and I want to try to, expand their markets, right? Which is what it kind of should be. Instead of that, a lot of artists, reps that got into the game were just comic collecting fans, fanboys, as I always say, who just, their interest is more about, I would love to rep. Oh my God, to be able to hang out with my favorite artist. Oh, I love that. Oh my God, I would love to be able to do it. And that's what it is. It's literally, they see people at a convention and they convince them to let me help you sell. But it's really about I want to tell my buddy over here that such and such artist, he's my friend now. I'm friends with this guy. It's a big ego trip for a lot of fanboys.
Well, I'm just going to say it because a lot of them reach out to me, to just pick my brain or ask me questions.
Oh, wanna be reps, you mean?
Yeah. And a lot of them, are buyers or other collectors that I've known and I've been friendly with. And at a certain point, I have to say, if you are going to become a rep, I wish you luck. But there's only so much I'm going to. I mean, if you ask really specific things, so much I'm going to tell you because you are now a de facto competitor. We can be friendly and all that, but it is funny how people don't even think about it.
They don't even think that.
Somehow they're just okay, hold my hand. Lead me to the promised land.
Yeah.
So I think when I started getting more attention, I think that's when you really started seeing this new landscape where there are now so many reps because number one, there are all these people say, hey, Felix was a collector. He became a rep. He seems to be doing okay. I'm going to give it a go too. And at the same time, you have a lot of artists who previously had zero interest in reps, now want to be repped. And I frankly turn a lot of artists down. So there's that vacuum that needs to get filled. But ultimately, if you want to become a rep and your main idea of what a rep does is what you see on my social media, you have no fucking clue.
Right.
You have no idea. This is like, you see all the fun, sexy stuff because that's social media, The real nitty gritty of it is completely different. The harsh reality of it is you have to give up, you have to sacrifice a lot. So Ron asked, anyone know what happened with Cam and Inky Knuckles? I don't know specifically, but if I had to guess, it's going to be the same thing that happens to so many other reps. The daily grind knocks them out.
Yeah.
You have to maintain that consistency. It's not a matter of, okay, today I feel like it, so I'm going to do it, but today I don't, so I can't. No, this is 24/7. And you ask any other rep who's been doing this a while and has a profile and it's pretty obvious they're doing it well, they'll tell you the same thing. This is a grind. And when I say all that, I'm not bitching about it. I'm not complaining about it. I have more fun with this than any other gig I've ever done. But I'm okay with devoting my life to it. Most people aren't. I don't recommend it for anyone. I don't have, my daughter's in college. I have no other kids. If I had a family, this would not be great with a family.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's funny, Felix, because again, the most I ever had at any given time was just four artists, right? And even I, from time to time, not too often, from time to time though, I will get somebody reach out to me by email and also ask me representation questions where they're trying to be purposely kind of vague, but like I could tell they're trying to get advice / info for me to tell them how they could get into it, and it's like, it's so weird. And I'm thinking, you're asking me, and I currently only do Mike Perkins. That's it. I got my one guy, and I'm probably never gonna do anybody else. So I'm thinking, my God, I get asked, and I'm only dealing with one artist now. I can imagine you not only having many artists, plus everybody sees how incredibly well and successful and large that you've built the business. The visibility that you've given all these artists. I can only imagine how much more often you kind of get that type of email than I would, and it's just weird. You're right. That whole thing about how do you reach out to me and not in your head, even for a second, think how, I don't know, weird, how like the fact that it's kind of not your business. Like, you shouldn't really be asking me these questions. Like, why would I try to help you become my competition?
Well, are the questions phrased in a way where they're trying to figure out how you gain a pool of buyers that are interested in buying
kind of,
or
sometimes,
or is it more from like how to deal with creative people, or
all of it? It could be something as mundane as what kind of packing tape do you use? What brand of packing tape do you use?
Yeah.
To something like incredibly personal.
I need the packing tape secret sauce.
Yeah. But obviously approach matters. I'm very, very friendly with several reps, for example, Jiggy. I mean, I consider Jiggy to be a good friend now, right? But when Jiggy started, I mean, he was very, how should I say? It was just very authentic, like his questions and him like saying what he wanted to do and his idea of what he wanted to do, and it's something we could work on. Where there was actually a guy who came to me and said, he goes, I want to beat you. I want to be better than you. That's how he started to.
Oh, well, here,
some random guy.
Yeah. Like it was like I don't know if it was meant to be funny, but that was his lead. Like I'm not now help me now sort of help me
beat you.
help me forge the knife that's going to stab you in the back.
Yeah.
It's just it's crazy,
Help me
like,
kill
what?
you.
Yeah.
That's the bold approach.
Help me kill you.
That's weird. Do you know if that guy ever became a rep?
Not yet. Not yet. No, not yet. Talk to big game though.
Yeah. Well, but again, that's the thing though, right? Like, that's the thing about art representation is that, in a sense, it's a very difficult thing, right? To build something, especially from nothing. It's so hard. It's today more than ever because there's so many other people out there, so many other reps, so many other, it's just tough, right? So sure, there's always new artists coming into the industry all the time, whatever, but that makes it tougher. Felix, because you started with guys who were, no names, and you made them into names. So that's the toughest thing, right? But it's so hard. Like I just, like you said earlier, why would you even want to? But like you said, I think it's because they see the sexy aspects of it, right? And they think, oh, it's so fun. And I really do honestly believe that part of the sexy aspect is, oh, I'm going to be able to pal around with these guys. And then
there's a rep who is no longer a rep whose name was mentioned earlier. I'm not going to get into it. Who really sort of presented the CEO image, right? Like, he's not the one who rolls up his sleeves and gets his hands dirty at the show. He oversees the
Minions.
The minions, like put up and tear down shows, and he kind of and I think that's kind of a sexy image, but it turned out I think he was embezzling. There's anyway. I think people see that and they think that's what the job is. It is not. It is not.
Yeah. I don't know. It's like I said, that's why I can't imagine. Why would you want to start to get into it now? Yeah, sure. What you see on the surface, it feels like, if you're thinking it from the point of view of, oh my gosh, well, I love my hobby. And if I love my hobby, how great would it be to be an art rep and handle the art sales for comic book art? Because that's what I collect, So I get that aspect of it, but it's like, I think that idea is kind of the fantasy. It really masks all the realities of the difficulties involved behind the scenes, what people don't see other than on Instagram or on your website, whatever. And that's it. And that's basically the main issue right there. It's people.
I like Cam a lot. I think I was friendly with Cam.
Oh, you like what a lot?
Cam. I mean, I haven't talked to
Cam.
Inky Knuckles. I haven't talked to Cam in
later. Cobby, have a good one. Cobby's leaving us. Everybody, just wanted to let you know. I don't want him to drop out without saying bye. So
when did I say that?
Oh, didn't you just
no,
say
it's me. That was me.
I think that was I'm sorry. I apologize. I looked at it quickly. Sorry.
That's all right. That's all right. Have a good night, guys. Good
I appreciate it.
I was gonna try to do the Alberto sneak away without telling anybody.
Yeah, exactly.
Earlier when I was falling asleep, but now I've got like a second wind going.
Second wind's coming.
Power nap.
All right, Hart. Have a good one. Thanks for popping in, man.
Thanks, Felix, for showing up too.
Hey, all right. Good seeing you, Hart.
Talk to you soon.
Later.
See you, Hart.
All right, man.
Good night.
Yeah, sorry. Who was talking before I interrupted so rudely? Sorry about that, Cobby, man. Yeah.
Where did he even say that? Was it in the private?
No, it was in the private chat. Private chat. Yeah.
It says gotta bounce.
Because I saw I saw your name. Your private chat comment was right above his, so I saw your name, but his comment. That's it, But yeah, no, it's it's a crazy thing. I don't know if Felix, when you said that somebody we mentioned that you weren't going to mention a name, was it somebody who was mentioned in the chat that I highlight the name? Is it somebody that I highlighted on screen?
Might have. Yeah, you might have.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, look, there's been so many. Again, there's so many reps now, and in the last couple of years, that's the other scary part. There's so many people get in for the wrong reasons. They don't realize this or that or the other. And then you suddenly start hearing like, oh, did you hear this scandal? And this guy's going out of business. And then you hear that it might be because of, oh, well, no, it's just because he was done with it. He was tired, whatever. Okay. Then another art rep person goes out of business, and you start hearing stories of, oh, because they were keeping the money and spending it for their own personal benefit. You're like, what? Holy shit, you know?
Like Ron's saying, Cam quitting is fine. I mean, anybody quitting is fine, but you can quit cleanly. You know, you can shut things down cleanly, not just you know, like fly by night, disappear and leave everyone wondering what the fuck happened, right? I mean especially if you owe people money, if you owe people art, collectors and artists, you know, totally not cool. So, you know, I will say again, unlike the other guy, I don't believe Cam is a crook. You know, I don't think he's a con man, or, you know, he's set out to run off with people's money. He could have done a better job wrapping things up.
Yeah, I didn't hear that about him. I didn't personally hear that about him. In fact, if I remember correctly, I still haven't heard anything other than it just was overnight, and he just didn't want to do it anymore. Which again,
he's owed commissions. You know,
there were there was an art drop that posted to the site, and I bought a piece, paid it off, and then never shipped, never heard anything. The artist never knew that the piece was sold, and I've still not heard anything from Cam. And I went through PayPal and got a refund. And and even during that dispute process, you know, that's a lengthy process. And there's, you know, the seller is allowed to respond to the dispute. Not a single thing. So
I just find that so odd, because I've never heard anything negative specifically besides your one example.
Yeah,
and I think I bought maybe 7 or 8 pieces from Cam over the years, and had a couple Jim food commissions and stuff like that when he was repping Jim, and I never had any drama. Like the biggest issue I ever had was that they sent me someone else's page by accident, and
I think the first couple of years were fine. And, you know, I pointed a lot of artists to Cam because I respected Cam. I like Cam. And look, the guy was, to me, was a solid guy before the repping. Just as a fellow collector, I always liked Cam. And then as a rep, I respected his eye. I think he built a really impressive roster there, you know? So if anybody should have succeeded at this, it should have been Cam. So
and can I also just say, and I apologize for cutting you off there, Felix, but I just feel like I also have to say, I never knew him. I never spoke to him once, but you know, I just know from what all my friends in the hobby have told me, and back in the day before all the shit went down, all I heard was good things, great things, in fact, about Cam. But I also got to say, because you're saying that he was good as a person, and then later as a rep, plus, you know, you respected his eye. And I gotta say, first of all, let's just, I don't want to embarrass myself and find out that it's not the same guy we're talking about. This is the guy based here in Canada, correct?
No.
Cam was
not. Inky?
Cam, yeah.
Inky's in Canada.
Okay. Is he not the guy that you were saying you respected his eye for artists?
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay. So I just wanted to the reason I cut you off is just because I wanted to also say that I don't know the guy. Props to him, though, because not only is it difficult to get into this game, right, and build it into a business, but he did it from Canada. And as a Canadian living in Canada myself, I could tell you, I did make an effort years ago, like 20 years ago. I thought, oh, okay, maybe I'll turn it into something. After I got my first 2 or 3 guys or whatever, I thought, oh, I'll continue with this. But for reasons I'm not going to get into, whatever, it's a whole conversation on its own. I realized, oh God, I don't know if I want to do this, you know? And, but it was so difficult as a Canadian being able to get new artists because, again, when you're like, so it's like, how do you do it? If I travel to conventions, right? And believe it or not, I did this. I was not cold calling, whatever the in-person equivalent of cold calling was. I'd go to conventions and I'd have this whole documentation all printed out, nice, whatever. I'd speak to the artists, tell them how much I love their work, and I tell them what I think I could do for them. I'm an art seller, and I'd leave them with documentation, whatever. I got nothing out of it. And then I thought, after a while of making those efforts, I thought, of course it doesn't work, because why would they say yes? I'm just a guy appearing out of nowhere at a convention at their table. They don't know me from a hole in the wall. Why would they say, yeah, I'll hand over all of my original art to you, Mr. Stranger? That's what I thought. And who knows, maybe some people have gotten artists to agree to be repped by them by doing what I did. But all I can say is it didn't work at all for me.
Well, again, Ruben, because you did a million years ago. But in say the last 10 years, it is a situation where artists are now wanting reps. They're looking for reps.
Oh.
And they made and they just have this general idea. Well, such and such artist is doing well with a rep, like with me. Therefore, I just need a rep without really understanding or having any real knowledge of the landscape. So it's just a different. It's been a different thing.
Right. But anyways, so I guess maybe it became easier in the sense that once you had established a certain amount of artists under your stable.
If you want to make a living at this, it's just math. It's simple math. Okay.
Of course it is.
If you want to make a living, like where I am in California, specifically San Francisco Bay Area, one of the most expensive places to live in the U.S. $100,000 a year income means you're middle class.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's not. It's a decent living. You're not getting rich, but you can keep a roof over your head, put food on the table. $100,000. Okay. Your average reps cut is say 20%. So that means you got to sell $500,000 worth of art a year.
Right.
To earn your 100K.
Yeah.
$500,000 of art a year is selling $10,000 worth of art every week.
I know.
Like you have to sell $10,000 worth of art every week just to make a middle class income. Yeah. Okay, it took me years to reach that point. It is not easy. You think about it. How much is an average page? $200, right? Until these artists reach a certain profile, that's what you're looking at. You know how many fucking pages you got to sell? How many commissions you got to take to build that? And like people don't see it. They really don't think about it. They say, "Wow, look at all this art. It's just money's flying everywhere."
Oh yeah.
It is not easy, and that's why that's how I also know. I look at some of these reps, and they're wearing designer clothes, or they're driving fancy cars. I have an idea of what the economics of this gig is. There's no fucking way you're selling that much art. I can just tell from your website you're not selling that much art. So the math ain't mathing. Exactly.
Yeah. Look, when I was trying to give it a go on the rep side, and I admit from day one, I always much preferred the hunt of wheeling and dealing with other collectors, going to see what dealers had at conventions. And I much preferred buying and selling of my own accord. I was much better at that for sure. So I definitely preferred just being a dealer of my own accord, buying and selling my own art, But I thought it would be a nice complement to that part of the business. And I did the numbers. I worked out the numbers back then. I was like, okay, so let's say, if I wanted to make, I was doing fine, fine enough just with buying and selling of my own accord. But I thought, okay, since I don't need to rep, it's going to be just extra added income and revenue to the business. Well, how much more would it be nice to have, right? How much extra? And then I'd be like, okay, so what if it was this amount? And I did what you just said, Felix. I'm like, okay, at this percentage, I got to sell X amount for the average page. Okay, I got to do this many pages. I would need, therefore, that's not realistic with one artist or two artists or three artists. So I got to get at least X amount of artists for that to start happening to make this much, and I worked it all out with the math. And I was like, Jesus, this is going to be fucking hard to get to where I want to be. And trust me, I wasn't shooting back then for $100,000 off the representation side. Trust me on that, And and it was like, God damn, this is hard. And again,
That's 100 grand before taxes.
Right, of course.
Taxes. So again, I just look at some of these reps, and I always say to the artists, make sure you get your accounting.
Yeah, for sure. You have to. But that's it. So for me, I was just I realized early on, I was like, oh man, I don't think this is ever going to say. It's so hard. But in the last 10 years or something, would you say, Felix, though? Because you're choosy, obviously, you have to be, and I totally get that. But would you say that for the average rep over the last 10 years, would you say it has then gotten easier for reps to get artists to agree to go with them? Just because
Totally.
Okay.
Totally.
Okay.
Yeah. Even today, where you have some real high profile collapses where artists have really gotten screwed, you still see all these new reps coming in. Nature abhors a vacuum, and artists, even the ones who've gotten screwed, they're still I know they're still looking for reps.
Wow. Yeah, that's I guess I was doing it back in the days. Like, again, there was a lot fewer, much fewer. It was harder, and like I said, that's the
reps are always lowest on a totem pole, and
right.
They get no respect because
right.
The typical rep back in the day was the fanboy who went to Artist Alley, struck up a relationship, and go, hey, guess what? I'll be your art rep. But the way I saw it was you got art reps and you had dealers, right? Art reps were art reps because they couldn't be dealers, because they didn't have relationships with the big collectors, because they didn't have the financial wherewithal to acquire, accumulate, maintain an inventory. Meanwhile, dealers weren't art reps because it was a lot of work for very little money.
Yes.
Like when I decided to become we talked about this earlier. Why did I become an art rep versus a dealer? Dave Mandel asked me the same thing. So why are you becoming an art rep? There's no money in art rep. Dealers are the ones that make money. I said, well, I'm gonna try this out, and it was. I question, just from a financial standpoint, I did question him. My accountant, I remember at like year 2, my accountant just sat me down and said, you sure this is a good idea? I said, well, I'm having fun. And I was choosy, and I had an idea of how I would like this to go. And, it worked out. It's just a great group of artists.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. It's funny because for me, I thought, like, initially I thought, and this goes back to 03, 04 maybe. Yeah. And I thought, okay, well, I got my first. Oh, and then I got my second. So I'm like, okay, it'll roll from here, because they could probably put in a good word with their artist buddies, and maybe it'll kind of work that way, right? The thing is that the first couple of guys I got were guys who didn't really do the convention circuit to begin with, so they weren't really hanging out at cons and buddying up with other artists, so they really couldn't help me put a good word in with other people or whatever. And so I didn't even get that help. And so I always felt like I was pretty much like lone wolf, reaching out by email and then going in person to the conventions, whatever. And it was so hard. It's just like pretty much impossible. But yeah, I kind of gave up on it years ago. And that's when it started growing, and I saw like all these other people opening up shop, and I'm like, how the hell are all these random people? I've never even heard of these as collectors.
Well, I think reps are sort of gaining in profile and in influence. The dealers have remained static, but you have a lot of reps, a lot of new blood, new energy. I think creating more excitement. But I always say to Albert, I would 100% trade places with you like in a second. You can have all of Felix Comic Art, but give me all Albert Moy.
Yeah. You mean for the artists, or do you mean because as a business? Okay, because buying and selling of your own accord is
I would take all his art and just keep it, because he's got such an incredible collection.
Oh,
I would certainly miss my relationship with the artists, and that is the big reason why I do this. I just you hope you work well together, but then to now be really good friends on top of that is just, that's why like the long nights and the many hours don't feel like total drudgery.
Bye, Peter.
Who's out of here?
Good evening, everybody.
Peter.
Okay.
It's my
Nice,
bedtime.
nice talking with everybody. Take care.
All right, good seeing you,
Okay,
Peter.
thanks for coming in again, Peter. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Wow, Kavi woke up to wish you good night.
Good.
Felix, can I ask you a question about? And I may have missed this because I was like reading some chat earlier. But so did it start with like a vision of just seeing that modern art was undervalued and is that what was that a big reason
Yeah,
to get
it
into it?
it was kind of a fun challenge. I know Ruben's a sports guy. I'm a sports guy, and I'm
Oakland A's, baby.
I'm an Oakland A's fan, and
Ricky Henderson, #1. Woo! Yeah.
a big fan of our GM during some great times, Billy Bean, and sort of watching what he did. Sort of turned the established structure on its head. And for comic art, it's vintage art is on top. The dealers are on top. Modern art reps are at the bottom. And that was kind of fun to me. I felt like here I am. I'm the underfunded A's, right? I mean, it's Moneyball's like Moneyball. The book is sort of the dramatic version of what happened. I watched that very closely. Very entertaining book. And Moneyball, the movie, is the dramatic version of the book. It's even further removed. But the movie's super entertaining. And of course, everyone remembers the Brad Pitt line. There's the rich teams, the poor teams. There's 50 feet of crap, and then there's us. And I feel like that you got nowhere to go but up, and let's see what we can do. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Who was it here? Let me see. I think I starred the comment and Southern Comic Geek. You're asking, do I have I don't know if you're asking Felix or me, but I can tell you I don't have a Jose bat. I do have a signed cap from back in 1990.
I got a signed card.
Card? Okay.
Yeah, and he always signed. Like I've seen a lot of Jose Canseco autographs from that time. And we always used to joke, "Oh, you got a Joe Cans too," because it looks like Joe Cans.
That's funny. But yeah, look, guys, it's a very, very difficult thing. The whole repping game, whatever. Deal with the guys you want to deal with. The ones who treat you well. That's especially important. And if you ever feel like, as far as the repping thing goes, ever feel like you're not getting the service you want to get, don't forget that it's still on you to sort of say, hey, I'm going to be the bigger man and sort of like, well, I'm not, decide, do I need to own art from this artist? And the truth is, you guys know, a lot of you have told me even, you will still deal with shitheads just so you can get the art you want, whereas I'm different. I'm like, fuck you. Once you've given me like a shit service one time, like I can't stand you because of that. I don't care. I can live without the art. Just knowing that I don't have to give you any business anymore. I get my satisfaction that way, and that's it,
Yeah, I mean, there's certain games that reps play that I don't want to play, but I appreciate the art and
you have to.
and you have to, and I mean you don't have to. I mean that's a lie.
No, but you feel like you still want to.
And the thing is, like, I want to support the artist. I mean, there's times where I've wished that even if I have access to art from a rep that might play some games, I would rather see them at like a guy like Felix, even if that meant that my chances to own that art drop severely if it goes to a very competitive drop. But because it would be great for the artist, because I would rather see the artists do even better than they possibly could do. And but two, it's actually the other thing is it's nice because I would have less access to the art, which might save me some money, which is never a bad thing either. But yeah, I wish that wasn't the case, that I dealt with reps that I don't always like dealing with, but
yeah. I'm curious what you think of this. I mean, I'm pretty sure. God, I hope I know the answer to this, Felix. Stanley asks, is it okay for reps to sell art that they don't have possession of yet? What do you feel about that?
I mean, every rep's going to do it differently. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me. It's not efficient at all. It's an extra complication, so yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. You know, that's the thing, Stanley. Remember, right? Like you think it's coming, right? And again, there's all sorts of different types of characters in the world, right? All types of all personality types. So all these artists that a rep may be representing, they're not all the same person. They don't all have the same attitudes and beliefs and all that, right? So think about it. You may be thinking, all right, this guy's done this issue and it's going to be coming in a month. All right, I'm going to do pre-sales. I'll just sell it now and I'll tell the customers it's coming, you know, it'll be shipped in a month. But then that artist, without even telling the rep, wherever they live, they may just, without even telling the rep, they'll go to some local con or they'll fly to a con and they'll just start selling the art to that book or whatever, you know, and then you've already pre-sold it. They've sold it. And then ultimately, when you're like waiting for it to arrive, like, hey, where's that art from this book? Where's the art from that? Oh, he's gonna tell you, oh yeah, no, I was had a show a month back or whatever. I sold some pages from that. Now what do you do? Now you got to go back to your client that bought it from you online, tell them what happened. It's just a waste of time, completely, like Felix says, completely and utterly inefficient. And it adds more trouble and work to what you already have to do. So for God's sakes, don't ever do it, you know? And I will say, me, it's different, right? I have on occasion, not often, but on rare occasions, I have sold before I had Mike Perkins' art in hand, only because I knew he was going to be, you know, sending it to me, let's say in the next week or two type thing. But he's the only guy I deal with now. So that's different, right? I know him very well. But as a rep, and it could be different for Felix, because we all know how hard he's worked with them, and he's become good friends with a lot of them, if not all of them. I don't know. He'll tell us if he wants to. But a lot of reps, they're not doing all the things that Felix does or has done. So therefore, a lot of reps, you know, that they may have a crew of 75 artists under their umbrella, but you also know that they've probably never even met most of those guys in person. Right, so you don't know them that well. So therefore, if you start selling some of their art in advance before you have it in hand, you're looking for trouble. You know what I mean? So I would say definitely not a good thing to do. You know, Carl, you look like you want to say something about that.
No, I gotta. I'll be right back. Or I think I gotta do.
I gotta drop off, guys. I mean, all
right, Cody.
I'm
gonna sleep with literally half asleep and
amazing. Yeah. Good seeing you, Kavi.
Good seeing you guys. Later.
Bye, Kavi. Take care, man. Thanks for dropping in.
I have to go attend to some father stuff.
You got to go too?
Yeah. I'll probably, instead of come back, I'll probably just drop out and then I'll
okay.
Yeah. So.
All right.
Guys.
Yeah. Take care, Kavi.
Hey, guys. Thank you.
I think
good seeing you, Carl.
Yeah, you too, Felix. Yeah, I think one of my kids woke up and they're now in bed with my wife, so I'm gonna go.
Okay, yeah, go take care of the kids for sure, man.
I'm back to bed. So, good chat, guys. Good to see you both.
Yeah, likewise, man.
Right,
take care. Talk to you soon.
See you.
And then there were two. But Felix, I'm so surprised that you stuck around so long again for a second time. Wow.
Yeah. This is I can't remember who I was talking to. But yeah, I get why everyone, you know, all these diehards are hooked on the show and look forward to this Sunday night. And I'm trying my best not to do that.
I know. Listen, like I said last time, 2 weeks ago, that could have been another 15 packages you would have packed up by now.
Yeah. Apologies to people who have been waiting, because it's actually been a really hectic, various reasons, family reasons.
Really?
Yeah, and the shipping's taken a back seat, but I got to get.
Yeah,
I will get caught up.
You hear that, everybody? Don't worry. Your orders are coming. Relax. You know he's good for it.
You know where to find me.
Out of curiosity, somebody, I think it was Steve. I don't remember who asked it. I didn't. Maybe hold on. I think I did. Did I? No, I didn't. But I remember the question, so I'll just ask. They asked, are you a one-man shop, or do you have an employee or two or a part-time help or any of that kind of stuff?
I'd say it's 90% me. I do have help. I mean, before, my wife helped me a lot. You know, my wife did all the scanning. She did the accounting.
Wow.
Great.
And the accounting too.
Yeah,
Wow.
accounting too. I mean, she was a stay-at-home mom, and
Yeah.
But we actually worked together on various businesses, so we worked together. Our entire time we were together. So that was very natural. Since then, people know Yams. He's at the shows. Yams actually helps me, once or twice a week.
Oh wow.
Lambert is at the shows, but he doesn't like the day-to-day stuff. He doesn't really help with. But those are my two main guys, and they're at shows. I'll have other people help as well, but just in terms of the site and the drops and all that, that's me.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It's like you on the one hand, even if you got in the business to a size where you could afford to, let's say, have somebody do a certain, delegate a task, let's say, shipping or packing.
I've talked about this enough, and this is where, like, for the artists, for the collectors, my own personal flaw of OCD helps because I have to pack every piece of art.
That's what I was just going to say. That's what I was just going to say. You probably want the control of that, right?
Yes.
Yeah. See, that's the thing with me too. Is again, people say, "Oh my God, what do you mean it takes you half an hour to pack a package?" And it's like, look, I've never been diagnosed. I don't think I have.
Well, I don't know about OCD, but I will say this. The whole thing. I don't want subscribers. I don't need subscribers. Like, what's he talking about? Who doesn't want subscribers, right? Is this some kind of shtick? But like you even emailed and you said, look, I don't own a cell phone. So who doesn't own a cell phone these days? Like, this guy truly is an iconoclast. Yeah.
What can I say? Look, the reality is about the subscribers is I love the idea that, like, when I was only at now I'm at 720 subscribers. When I was hitting 500, I was having like an average views in a week, right? In a week, I would have an average view per video of about 4.25, something like that. I was like, wow, like my views to subscriber ratio is like 80%. Like, that's awesome, given that most people on YouTube are like 5 to 15%, somewhere in there. And so what that told me was, oh, that makes sense, because
you're going for quality over quantity for sure.
Right.
Yeah.
I want my subscribers to only be subscribers if they are viewers. That's what it is, So that's why I'm like when I see people like on any given channel, not even comic related, hit that subscribe, guys. Don't forget to do the subscribe, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, that's why they pick up a lot, because random people watching will kind of be like, that's human nature. You'll be like, huh, what? Yeah, okay. I keep hearing this every time I watch a show. Okay, I'll subscribe. And that's how they add up, right? But for me, it's like, well, that's how you get people who do click, but they probably don't come back, or they come back once in a blue moon. And it's like, that's how you get to, like, again, what we were talking about last time, in terms of comic art, Bill and I are the only primarily comic book art focused channels in the hobby. It's that small of a hobby, right? And it's like, I like the fact that, so since his channel is the only one I could really sort of compare to, right? I would look at it and I'd be like, oh, so on average, from what I in the eyeball test, I was like, it seems like I would estimate 750 to 800 views per video.
You're forgetting my channel. I have a channel.
Right, but in your case, I don't count it.
Different. I mean, yes, I use it for primarily for marketing. So
right. So I didn't forget it. I only don't count you only because for you, it's like for me, it's like your YouTube channel, I see it more as, like you say, marketing. It's not, I'm talking about entertainment for the fans, or the comic art fan, that kind of a channel, right?
Well, yours is I would say it's the purest one as far as that goes, because even Bill, uses his channel for
marketing. Right. I know, but it still started with, entertainment, and they still do kind of entertainment stuff, whatever, once or twice a week, I think, right? So whatever. There's not, the point is, there's not much to compare, right? There's nobody else in the hobby really to compare to, an apples to apples. And the bottom line was, it just simply to say, like, you know, when I'd be looking and thinking, my gosh, his channel is the first and the number one channel in the hobby, you know? And so when I see though that, oh, our hobby can only support, like, on a non-sales show. So forget Dueling Dealers, right? On a non-sales show, I've checked, I you know, not in a long time, but when I did used to check, live viewers, it'd be like, oh, 60 to 80 on a typical sort of entertainment type show. And I'm like, wow. And this guy's got currently 7,500 subscribers, right? And so I'm like, well, if I'm at 500 and I'm getting 400 and let's say 400 views,
Yeah. That's,
you know what I mean? To me, it's like, wow,
pretty impressive. Pretty
you're
impressive.
doubling my views, right? You're doubling my views, but I've got half of your views on only less than 1/10 of your subscribers, you know? So that's just the number that I liked. It just felt like the people that do subscribe want to watch. They do come and watch, you know? So I just like that. That's why I don't think it's crazy. I know you're not the only one. Trust me, Felix. You're not the only one who says, what do you mean don't subscribe? Is it a shtick? No, it's not a shtick. And I just like that. I'll tell you one other thing, Felix. I'm scared that if I ever hit 1,000, right now, look at how we are. We're shooting the shit about anything. I tell everybody, be yourself. I just want honesty. Be yourself. Be who you are. Don't bullshit. And that's it. Say what you want. Speak how you normally speak at home or to your friends, whatever. Right. And it's like, I'm scared that if I hit 1,000, I'm scared that the YouTube, what do you call that? Algorithm will start, because at 1,000 you become legible. You're eligible for monetization with advertising, right? So I'm scared that they have it programmed so everybody that hits 1,000, suddenly the algorithm does check those channels for, like, oh, using the words like murder, kill, rape, sexual assault. You've seen other channels. They don't use those words because YouTube tells them, we'll demonetize you if you use those words. And so they're like, you can't say porn. So you have people saying, well, the corn star was, you know what I mean? It's like, it's so stupid.
Ludicrous.
I don't want to do that ludicrous nonsense. Exactly. And that's the thing. So the longer I can stay under 1,000, I think the happier I'll be. So I don't have to worry about, like, oh my God, I don't make money. So I don't need the YouTube people telling me, like, oh, you can't say this. I don't want to hear from anybody telling me I can't say this. I can't talk about that. It's just like very Big Brotherish to me, you know? Mm-hmm. That's just my thing. But yeah, look, I don't know that I'm OCD, but that's why I always say I have exhibited throughout the course of my life, like, obsessive compulsive tendencies. So that's all I tell people. I would never tell people, like, oh yeah, I'm OCD, because that's like I see that as an insult to people who've actually been diagnosed, you know? But
I think a lot, it is so common, and we can help destigmatize it too.
Right. What's good to talk about, you know? But that's it, you know. So you know, I've already forgotten the point I was going to make about why I brought it up. That, you know, I'm not diagnosed as OCD, but I've always said I was. But for many reasons. You know, you said that you know, you see why people kind of do like to hang out. You know, it could maybe be addictive in that sense. I don't know if it's addictive, but certainly I think people in this hobby, I will say, I think if I've learned anything through doing this channel, I think if you make the effort to just be a good person to people, as many people as you can, and knowing with the knowledge in hand that as nice as you are to as many people as you can be, you will still get somebody hating you for any reason, whatever, any multitude of reasons. That's fine.
You have people who hate you. They thumbs down on your videos.
Right, exactly. Those pieces of shit that keep thinking they're hurting me by negging me, thumbing me down. whatever. Like, people are going to hate you. They don't like your personality. They don't like the way you, I don't know, say things about certain things in the hobby, whatever. You know, there's always going to be somebody who dislikes you. You could just try to be an honest person, try to just treat people nicely. And I think for the most part, people in the hobby, they are very nice. And they do, we're a small percentage of us out of the overall amount of collectors that exist. We're a very small percentage, but those of us who are social on social media, we want to be social. I do believe that it's about the camaraderie, because a lot of us don't really travel, or we don't travel a lot. And it's the only chance to sort of feel what it feels like to have a lot of friends in the hobby by coming and doing things like this. You know what I mean?
No, it's great. It's fantastic. And you know, I did a different version of this with the podcast, and people can listen in and sort of feel connected with other collectors. But it's not direct like this, you know. And for this to work, I do believe you have to you know, do this consistently on a regular basis. So I could never do what you do, what Bill does, and but I do believe things like this are very, very positive for the hobby, you know.
I think so. You know,
it keeps people involved without necessarily, you know, that they feel they have to keep buying or keep collecting. You can still feel, you know, part of something and not, you know, not just leave the hobby.
Yeah, for sure. I just want to say to Steve Mussolino, you know, I've already gotten a bunch of your questions in. I don't want to take that one. I saw it earlier, but I know that, you know, especially now that I'm down to only Felix, and he's already given us so much of his time. Your question is not really a yes/no quick answer question.
What's his question? What's his question?
Yeah, it's a whole topic on its own.
Okay.
Let me get to it. I'll put it up. Let me see. I want a conversation on trading up art, because earlier he had said about trading up, let's say, fewer smaller pieces to get the. So Steve, if you wanna maybe rephrase the question again to get the exact question, since
that's a great question when there are a lot of guys on. You know?
Yeah, that's exactly it. That's why I'm saying now it's late. Plus, you're the last guy here. You know, and it is really an entire topic on its own. That's why I was like, oh, I don't know if it's time to take something.
I love it though. I mean, it's harder to do now with the values where they're at. But back in the day, it was fun, and it was like an old school baseball trade. You know, a 4-for-1. And conversely, you could be the guy with the 1 and getting 4 other pieces that you want. But if you know, I just did a podcast on probably the largest scale trade I've ever heard of in the hobby, which is between Gene Park and Tom Coker. And these are, you know, mega pieces that changed hands. But, you know, one guy traded 4 pieces for 1. So, yeah, you can, you know, that's the most extreme upper level of what, you know, what used to be very commonplace. Ruben, you know, when you're ready to wrap it up, I'll do another giveaway.
Oh, look at that. Oh, my God.
Yeah, for anybody who's still hung out. Not as sexy as last week, but let me.
Yeah, okay, guys. So while Bill, let me see, who is Bill that I saw? Oh, Bill's channel is entertaining. I don't know, Marcus. You're there literally every show. You should be able to tell me. Tell all of us. I haven't been there in a long time. But yeah, while Felix is going to get something to so generously give you guys again. Let me try to catch up with these comments here. This is a Grummet. Nope. And I don't even want to get into this user Insler, because I know a little something about Felix and his interests in his background with film and whatever. So I don't even want to get into this because it's way too late. But no, the answer is not even Blade Runner. I mean, I don't hate it, but I just don't think it's the end all be all that everybody thinks it is. Whatever. That's all I'm going to say about that. Let me jump ahead, catch a few last ones. Comic Art Boston, as usual, you come back in. We're so late that you come back, my friend. And once again, you still see us here. So glad to have you, even though it's only for a few minutes. So yeah, you're too busy commenting on art for sure. Let me see. So we watch for the tariff and blue line chatter. I'm sure you do, Carlos. I'm sure. I've given you some good info on that stuff. And listen, the tariff stuff, I know you guys laughed at me last time because most of you are American and you don't really have to deal with it. But from the Canadian side, right, it was very important. So it was important that I give info on the tariff situation. Good news, my son, the bed hog, is back in his own bed. Nice, Carl. That's funny. So the central scrutinizer hits at 1,000. The central scrutinizer hits at 1,000 subscribers. That's what I'm talking about. Make sure there was no monsters in the room. Poutine. Can't use poutine. When everything is taken into account, Marcus does more than what it takes to maintain a channel. He does a lot, that's for sure. The self-censored word.
He's on.
Yeah, thank you, Sean. Thank you. Yes, that was the first one when I started noticing this trend on YouTube. That was the one. That was the first word when I first noticed it. People, instead of saying kill, were like, and then so he unalived him. I'm like, what? I was like, is that some kind of stupid kind of whatever, the current teenage generation? Is that something they came up with? Like, oh God, that sounds cool to them. Like, and then I realized everybody was doing it. I'm like, oh no, you're not allowed to say kill or die. Or, oh my gosh. And then it just got worse and worse from there on YouTube. So, so double page spread be a plan. Okay, but it's going to be a banned term soon. Double page spread. Wow. Good addictive channel. Thank you, Cab. I know I can always count on you to suck up to me. I know. Thank you. But I do appreciate that. Success won't spoil you. Well, listen, there's no monetary shit in this, as you know, Mark Fong, and I know. Trust me, I don't feel spoiled. So let you go. Yes, we all have similar origins, almost the same, very similar ages, same everything, all about the hunt, the research, and the love for it. Yeah, exactly. So that's it. So that's why it's normal for a lot of, again, compared to the overall amount of collectors there are, we are a tiny minority. Most collectors in the hobby don't seem to want to socialize. But those of us that are numbering, I guess, in the hundreds, I'm counting people who want to socialize on a regular basis, you know, kind of in the hundreds. So it's really tiny if you think of it that way. But at least we are, we love it so much that, yeah, man, we want to gather together and shoot the shit. It's fun, you know. You don't find people outside of the online community that has this affliction to collect art. I appreciate these conversations and don't get to talk about it beyond these YouTube gatherings. They're perfect. That's my exact. There you go, Steve. That's exactly why. You don't get that chance anywhere else. So here you go. Suddenly you find stuff like this, and it's like, oh, this is, you know, I can have fun with these guys. And they don't take themselves too serious, at least on my channel anyways. I'm not going to speak about anybody else. We certainly don't take ourselves very seriously at all. So, yeah, you know, and then that's part of the whole reason we screw around so much is because we feel, I always personally felt that was a strategy on my part. I always felt like if I did that, random people that tune in for the first time, they'll be like, holy shit, like, what is this? What's happening here? You know, and if they watch long enough, they'll quickly realize that, oh, they all kind of know each other, friendly with each other, and they're just being themselves. And like, they don't have to, like, they're not talking as if they have to, like, oh, I can't say this and I can't say that, you know? So yeah, so that was kind of the whole strategy, and it seems to have worked. So yeah, that's it. Substance consistently interesting, provocative, controversial, but discussed in a frank, non-hateful way. Yes, Steve, exactly. Thank you. Exactly. And that's the bottom line, always with respect. You know, we've had some good conversations, some good back and forths, head to head. I mean, look, Matt's a good friend of mine, right? Matt Kennedy, you guys know that. And look, we have, you know, our most popular show is everybody's favorite show, well, most people's favorite show, right? The Stop the Insanity series and some of those adjacent ones. People love that, and that's why I wait until his schedule is free to do other ones, because I love the guy. But you guys have seen, he and I have gone head to head, and it seemed like woo, it's getting heated. But then it was over. Once it was over, it was over. You know, it's not personal, right? It's not personal. So that's it. That's what it is. It's about mutual respect, and then you can talk about anything, even if you don't agree with each other and have the same views. You know, prepare to overpay when trading up. Yes. Ruben, I think that you should release Felix. Don't worry, I'm about to. You'll bring it up again next time, yeah, and especially wait until we have like multiple people, because then there's more opinions. It's more interesting.
But Ruben, you know, you said the last couple of weeks you've been searching for a topic. I think that could be a topic.
It is a topic. I'm just saying now it's been almost 5 hours that the show.
I mean, for the next time you need a topic.
Oh yeah, no.
And by the way, Steve, why don't you come on? Just come on the show.
I keep saying, well, look, Steve just started showing up, so he probably hasn't heard me say it yet. But Steve, I always say anybody's welcome, especially when you see on my thumbnail it says live studio. Jump in or out. That means that in the description of my video, my live stream, there's a link. You just click that, and you're gonna jump in. I'll see you, and I'll pop you on screen, and you can be part of us on screen shooting the shit. And that's the funnest part. But hey, if you also, and I've been actually, to be honest, it's just I've been busy. Eric, I think you know Eric, right? Eric's your friend, Eric B. Belanger. I was meaning to reach out to you anyways. I haven't been doing a lot of collector show and tells this year, 2025. Not because I don't want to, it's just been tough. But if you want to do something like that, I'd be happy to do that. I haven't, especially because I haven't done a lot this year. Even Felix has agreed to when he has some time, he'll let me know when, and we'll have him do one. That'll be a lot of fun. So,
Ruben, actually, a reason I wanted to talk to you directly, but you don't have a cell phone.
Privately?
We gotta arrange these StreamYard things.
These webs. Yeah.
I want to pitch something to you. A Rubén DaCollector, Felix Comic Art crossover. Like you and a couple of guys do my show, and then I'll come do your show, maybe with a couple of friends too. I think there are a lot of people who, they look at your channel and they see that, oh fuck, it's like 5-6 hours. It's like too intimidating to jump in. I think there's a lot of good stuff here, and there are certain snippets where I realized, wow, I think a wider audience would really appreciate this. Like that when I showed up on last time, a couple of weeks ago, I went back and listened to it from the beginning, and there was like an hour and a half, 2 hours before I came on, where it was you, Matt, Wolvie fan, fantastic. That there was definitely I could carve out like 40 minutes in there and present it to people. They really enjoy it. But anyway, my show's a different format from yours. I thought it might be fun.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like I said, and I think I said it to you last time in email, but if I didn't, just in case I didn't, because I talked to so many people, I don't know what I tell to who. It's hard to keep track of every conversation, but I had mentioned, pretty sure it was you. For me, the one thing that, and again, because there's not many channels or whatever, and was it you who I was talking to, and I brought up the topic of how in the hobby, unfortunately, or fortunately, however people seem to think about it, one thing I don't like about it is that sadly, the hobby, at least those of us who are interested in being social, it tends to break up, and a lot of it has to do with personalities. A lot of it has to do actually with geography, but it is kind of cliquish. So it kind of the hobby breaks off into like cliques, groups that you'll find them hanging out here, but those people you never seem to see them hanging out there. There's a little bit of crossover, but not much. Anyways, the point is I was like, for me, given that my entire time in any hobby I've ever been in was, again, what I was saying earlier a couple hours back about wanting to, when I love something that I collect, I want to do what I can to sort of introduce other people to it, expose more people to it. So in that same line of thinking, I always feel like, again, it's about camaraderie for me too. So it would be so much nicer if a lot of us who have, let's say, channels and stuff, but who don't seem to cross over, it would be cool if we could kind of start crossing over a little bit with each other. And again, for me, Felix, about what I said, it's true. I don't give a shit. It ain't financial for me. So I'm not going to make money with YouTube. So therefore, for me, it's just a question of, it would just be nice or nicer if people who know you, but maybe they kind of just, I don't know, they have this allegiance to you and don't seem to socialize anywhere else. If some of these guys have, and a few have popped in from time to time here, but if maybe on a little bit more than just a few random ones here and there. And likewise, in the other direction, if some of the people who have watched my show over the last 3.5 years, and who maybe only watch my stuff or my stuff and let's say Bill's stuff, but don't go to your social media stuff. Maybe, you know, having you on, this has been kind of nice, these two appearances you've made, because I've been thinking, hey, maybe some of my guys can, you know, let me go check out Felix's stuff. And yeah, like I said, it's about camaraderie for me. So for sure, that idea you propose, it fits right in with what I'm trying to do. It's about building up the camaraderie, and not just in my own cliquish way, and you have your own little cliquish following, and Bill has his or whatever. But like, again, everybody's not going to always be able to love everybody, you know, whatever. We may have mutual friends, but you know, I know this guy and you know this guy, but he doesn't like you, but I do like you. You know what I mean? All these weird triangle things, and it's unfortunate, but that's just how it is. But
well, there are definitely people I don't like, and there are people who don't like me.
Right.
But I don't ever tell anybody, you know, don't associate with whoever. People can decide for themselves.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, there's a publisher who I think is a total piece of shit, and you know, who openly solicits artists I work with to work with them, and you know, I don't step in the way if as long as they get paid and the check clears, you know, that's fine.
Yeah. Totally.
Not Nick. Nick is great.
There's always going to be somebody I know thinking, oh, is he talking about Nick? Hoping some shit starts all of a sudden, you know? But yeah, no, for sure. So that's it. No, I'd be super, super happy to do something like that. We can talk about it again through email or a web chat or whatever if you want, Felix. No, anytime, no problem. You know, that's what I'm all about. I just want to try to be, again,
Well,
nobody will always be.
I got to jump on your show to have the conversation. So
I'm sorry?
I got to jump on your show to have the conversation.
You got to jump onto the show to have this conversation?
Yeah. It's fine.
Yeah. But okay, guys. So let's see.
It's no longer a surprise, though. Your audience knows all about it.
Oh no, yeah. Well, whatever. Yeah, but it's, you know what though? That's good, anyways. Even though I like surprises on my show from time to time, it's good anyways because you know a lot of people like you here, anyways. They already know you. They already like you, and so now you tell them this, and it's like, oh shit, oh good, right? Because I saw some comments earlier, like, oh, Felix again, or oh, get Felix on more often whenever you can, whatever. Like I said, anybody who wants to come on is welcome. So if Felix anytime he wants, no problem, you know? Yeah, man. So that's what it's all about. So, okay, everybody. So Felix, why don't you go ahead and I guess tell everybody, I'm just going to try to catch the rest of the, catch up to my comments.
I'll show the prize, but
yeah, you tell everybody what you're going to do a giveaway for here, man.
The replay of last week.
Oh, I thought you said it wasn't a sexy. What do you mean?
Yeah, we gave away one last week. We're giving away one this week, except not quite as sexy as last week because this one's
oh, because it has a crease. Oh my god.
Yeah. So
oh my god. No, you guys.
Alberto got a minty copy. This one, I don't know. Maybe you can press that out, but I'm not doing it. So I can't sell this, so I'm happy to give it away to lucky winner.
Oh my god. Oh no, guys. You're going to win a free comic book that you're not going to be able to get a 9.8 on it. Oh no, and sell it for a profit. I mean, please. Felix, if anybody ever complains about getting something for free, like to me that's the ultimate in like I want to tear my head out, my hair out. It's like, no, please. All right, so guys, take your gifts and appreciate them for what they are, for gifts, not the value in money that they represent. Please, So anyways,
I wasn't planning on doing this, but whatever. There it is. Happy to send it out. And
okay.
Again, just like Alberto, whoever wins it, please shoot me an email with your shipping address. This week I'm pretty busy. I'll try to get it out before I'm actually headed out of town tomorrow for a couple of days. So yeah, and then end of the week I'm headed out of town again. It's just nonstop. But anyway, yeah.
Okay. So let me set this up with the giveaway tool that I gotta use here. All right, so we're doing this stream, and so yeah, okay, guys, just because you guys know that pretty much the basis of my entire personality is laughing at myself and just screwing around, I am gonna go with Marcus's suggestion of doing hashtag poutine, baby. Hashtag poutine, because you all think I must eat poutine every day. And for those of you who don't know what poutine is, don't ask. Look it up. You can Google it, and you get a quicker answer. So hashtag POUTINE. Okay, do that. And in the meantime, I'll have to type that in too. So hashtag POUTINE. All right.
We had like 18 people in the draw last time.
Yeah, it was much better odds last time. This time it's doubled or close to double. It's like 36.
How are people still here?
I know.
Like the real diehards at the end.
Yeah. Marcus said that last time, right? Like I told these guys.
You're an old school baseball fan. Back when the Giants played at Candlestick Park.
Yeah.
This was the year before Will Clark, and they were terrible. I mean, they were the dog shit team of the National League, and they
85 then.
85. So they were doing anything to bring people in the park, just like the corniest.
Giveaways, like shitty giveaways. Yeah.
And it is freezing cold at Candlestick. So they gave away a really fun prize, which is if you stayed all the way through the end of an extra inning game, they gave you the Crawdad Candlestick, which was like a cheap little metal pin, but damn, it was pretty cool to get that.
It was a metal pin of what?
The Crawdad Candlestick.
Oh. Are you serious? Oh my god! I shouldn't be surprised. I shouldn't be surprised because, like you said, when the franchises are in those sort of death knells where it feels like nobody's showing at the ballpark, and they do get desperate, and that's what they often do. They get to these giveaways. They do a lot of giveaways, and then there's suddenly a really, really stupid one.
They were having fun. Like they knew they sucked. Like they
knew,
like,
right?
This was in the day of like the Philly Fanatic and the San Diego Chicken. Like the heyday of the mascot, and the Giants had Crazy Crab, which was like intentionally stupid. And everyone would like throw shit at Crazy Crab, and they almost encouraged it. Just so you got some entertainment.
It doesn't surprise me. But again, fun, right? You're like a teenager, whatever. Like it's like who cares, right? It's just good fun or whatever, right? Okay, so everybody, you guys done? Are you guys done? Everybody, last chance. Type in hashtag poutine. Let me see how many. I'll tell you right now how many of you have entered. Let me see here. What's it telling me? Where's the thing? It usually tells me. Okay, here. Okay, so far it is exactly 25 guys. So that means we're up to 40 now. 40 people, watching. But 25 of you have entered. So I'll give you another, I don't know, call it 10, 15 seconds. One last call. Last call at the bar, folks. Last call. To type in hashtag poutine to win and by the way, this is still the 1 of 1,000 version, Felix, right? Yeah. Okay, of the Absolute Batman annual, correct?
Yeah, we tried to we went through them. We yanked out the ones that weren't, that were a little messed up, like this one, and figure out something to do with them.
Okay, all right. So everybody coming in, all right, that's good. Rest in peace, Candlestick, indeed. Let me see. All right, okay, are we good here? I'm caught up here. Wow, Vladimir.
Stanley says the A's are getting an amazing new stadium. They're getting a new stadium. I doubt it's going to be very amazing.
Well, the A's, aren't they going to Vegas? Is that what's happening?
They're building a stadium in Vegas, and it's getting built on the cheap. The owner's a piece of crap. They're sort of following the Raiders playbook, and I went to Allegiant Stadium, and it's very cookie cutter, like Home Depot prefab. Stadium. Yeah, and the A's it's the smallest by acreage, smallest lot in Major League Baseball. Yeah, I'm absolutely disgusted. Just disgusted.
That's
if you're like you're in Montreal. I don't know. Were you an Expos fan anyway? We're now we share the same pain.
Okay. Yeah. But at least it's one of those things where it's like, at least you still, like, for me, it's like, at least you still have a team. No matter how bad it gets for the A's, I'm always like, I wish I lived in Oakland. I wish I lived in that Bay Area so I could still have my team. You know what I mean? When you have one and you're born into this world and you have a team, a Major League Baseball team in your city, and then you lose it later on in life, like, oh my God, it's such an awful feeling. Yeah, I don't even know how I'm going to get into it. And by the way, one last thing before we do the drop, Felix, I just want you to know, when you mentioned earlier about the Billy Bean, right? The Billy Bean thing, and using all those, all that data, whatever, to build a team. I gotta say, I wanted so badly to say something because, and I love the book, I love the movie. It was all good fun. I just want to say one thing. I will say it to you just so you know where I stand, because I didn't want to say it earlier simply because I knew, like, oh shit, you never know. This might spark a friggin' baseball conversation that we argue about for another hour, and most people here wouldn't give a crap.
I have a feeling it's about to anyway, but go ahead.
No, it won't. I promise. But I want to say that I enjoyed all that, and at the time, like I was all about it. I believed it. I'm all for that. That makes sense to me, right? The thing is all these years later, the one thing that sticks in my head now is, well, wait a second. If all that was legit, if it was true and it works, how come they couldn't do it year after year after year? Or at least, quite often. There's variables that can't let you win every year, but like basically
they made the playoffs more times within that specific window.
I know.
It is a good long 20-something year stretch.
Yeah.
I think just than any other team besides the Yankees and the Braves, something like that. I mean, and again, with their hands tied behind their back. So they just never won it all, But other than that, just getting into the playoffs, making the playoffs, having success during the regular season. That is a long season.
Yeah.
A remarkable accomplishment that doesn't get the credit deserved because they never won it all.
Yeah.
But the way I look at it is every year a team wins, right? But how many teams, how many organizations actually change the sport?
Yeah.
And I'd say not just baseball, but the general concepts and ideas, and the most basic idea of looking for undervalued assets, and just sort of looking, like trying to deal with this from a different angle. All sports have adopted, let alone just business in general. Yeah.
No, I absolutely. There's one for you, Marcus. There's one for you. You remember that guy?
Of course, 1990, number one pick. I mean,
he was supposed to be the future.
Remember, he was like Brian Taylor before Brian
Taylor, right? Exactly. It was the whole same scenario. Oh my God! Except with Brian Taylor, it was a massive stupidity that caused.
Yeah, it was like a bar fight or something.
Yeah, exactly. Punching some idiot or whatever and wrecking himself. Oh my God. But anyways, okay. Guys, that's it. Last chance is over. I'll tell you how many. All right. So only one extra. So 26. That's a pretty decent chance, guys. Let me do the sharing of the screen here for the giveaway. Share screen. And here we go. Here we go. All right. All right, everybody. Good luck to you all. Those of you who entered. And let's see what happens. And away she goes. All right. Let's see. It's going to be. Wow. Mark Fong. Right. All the way from Singapore, Felix.
Congratulations.
Yeah, man.
Let me know an American friend I can send it to you. I don't want to send it to Singapore. I will send it to Singapore. Oh my God, that's the risk I take. Is someone international.
That's the problem. Yeah. I know. It's like, oh my God, it's gonna be like all the shipping's worth more than the book or whatever. But guys, thank you. Yeah, that's
on my show. I give away. It's like something a little tchotchke or something.
Yeah,
shipping is like just oh my God.
Yeah, I know. That's the thing. Look at him. Woohoo! Thanks. Congrats, Mark. Wow, that's awesome.
Congratulations. Yes, for sure. Congratulations.
Yeah, that's really, really good. Thank you to everybody else who participated. Poor Felix. Yeah, poor Felix, but you laugh at him, right, Stanley? Poor guy. But Nick says, Felix, send to me, and when Mark picks something up, I can add it in. That's a nice offer.
Thank you very much, Nick. I won't trouble you with that. I'll send it to Mark.
Like sending stuff to
I hope do you know anybody who presses comics in Singapore, Mark? You can find one.
He might be pressing comics himself. You don't know. I'd rather just Instacart Ruben. Oh my God. But yeah, thank you so much for that, Felix, man. I appreciate that. Not once, but twice now, man. Dude, you're making a habit of it. I don't want people to think that every time you appear, oh, Felix is going to give us a cool giveaway, you know? So I'd like you at some point to come on again, but like, yeah, just to be yourself, shoot the shit, and don't let these guys have these expectations that they should always get some freebies from you, you know? They learned from me already.
Extra little bit of fun for everyone. You know, for the guys who actually hung out like all the way to the end, I think it's kind of cool.
No, for sure. And I've told these guys over the years many times, especially I appreciate like all my viewers, but especially the live ones, and especially the really core group. What I would say there's like 20-ish, but I could even probably cut it down to like 16, 15, whatever, who like are always here. And I mean like not only always here, but they always here and always stay for the entire duration, no matter how long it goes. That's insane, you know?
I want to say one thing real quick. Yeah. It's about the Ace and about Bean.
Yeah.
Is that they never tanked. They always tried. Now, they weren't always successful, but they always tried. They didn't go through the whole tanking, you know, like the Astros and that process and that strategy. So he took over in '98, and the A's were interesting by '99. Were competitive in '99. Made the playoffs in 2000, 2001, 2002, 2003. One game out in 2004. Missed 5. Made it in 6. Then they went through a fallow period, but then came back 12, 13, 14, then 17, 18, 19, 20. So again, I mean, you have like teams that will go 20, 30 years without even sniffing the playoffs.
Yeah.
And these guys were in it more than they weren't on one of the lowest budgets, payrolls in the sport. And you know, like the initial Moneyball run, I think people identified the secret sauce, reverse engineer the playbook, and were immediately copying him. But you know, they were still, Bean was still innovating, you know.
Yeah. You see, look at in terms of the length of my shows. Look what Ian says. You should see how long the conversation goes beyond the show sometimes. Ruben and I had a really fun super late combo once.
That's funny. Was it just you and everyone had gone and just?
No, not like that. We mean like he means like once we literally stopped the stream, me and whoever was my guest that week, there's been times where we then like we did a 5-hour stream, and then after the fact we went off air and we just kept talking, and we talked for 6 hours. Like literally.
I mean, the exclusive after show discussion. Seriously, I mean, I guarantee you there are maniacs. There's a certain percentage of maniacs in your audience here that would pay for that extra content on Patreon or something if you wanted to monetize this. I guarantee you.
Not gonna happen, but thank you, but not gonna happen. Carl knows very well because he was one of those victims who I kept up. Shit, the world. I can tell you guys the record was it was with Neon Dragon, John Byron, and I believe it was before the show or after the show? I can't remember. I think it was a little different from most people. I think it might have been before the show leading up to it. But either way, he was a guest, and that same day we also had and it was probably like at least a good 5-hour solid stream, and then he and I also had a private convo that was like, I want to say 8 hours or like, yeah, something like it was a full-time work shift for somebody. So yeah, it was pretty nuts. So it happens. But yeah, again, thank you guys.
During the initial Moneyball era, that was the key. It was Hudson, Mulder, Zito, you know, a big three, homegrown. cost controlled. Yeah, that was having 3 starters like that was absolutely huge. And someone else made the point that the A's walked so their Sox could run. Absolutely. I mean, you guys might laugh or think this is a stretch, but if there's no Billy Beane, there's no Theo Epstein. There's no Theo Epstein, then the Sox curse doesn't get broken. The Cubs curse doesn't get broken.
Yeah. And there you go. Oakland Athletics talk till 10:14 on the West Coast and 1:14 a.m. on the East Coast. All right, everybody.
Oakland A's forever.
Oakland, yeah. To me, it's always going to be Oakland A's for sure. It's weird. I don't even. Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
I don't know who this Stanley guy is. Felix needs to defect to being a Dodgers fan. I hate the fucking Dodgers. I despise the Dodgers. The Dodgers and the Yankees. Go to hell.
Well, I'll tell you who Stanley is, and I think I mentioned it 2 weeks ago when you were here. Stanley is that guy who not only is he the guy who, when we're trying to wrap up a show, even no matter how long it's gone, we're trying to wrap it up, Stanley then starts asking questions, not because he's actually curious about the answer, because he just enjoys it, has nothing better to do, and he wants to keep it going for as long as it goes.
It cracks me up.
Yeah, he's a funny dude, and he's also a shit disturber. He also likes to try to start shit.
He's probably the guy who puts the thumbs down on the video.
He's probably the thumbs down guy. Exactly. I would not be surprised. But goddamn right, fuck the Dodgers. Look at that, Marvin says. Yeah, look at that. Wow, it's suddenly everybody's suddenly in the chat talking about baseball. What? Favorite part of the show. Me too, Ian. Talking with your buddies, right? Pratt played a picture in that movie, right? A's all the way. There's another Ricky fan for sure. The Rickster himself. Good night to you, Rick. Tell Felix you hate sci-fi. Felix, I am not a fan of science fiction. Okay, Stanley, with very few exceptions. Yeah, I'm not into that, and I hate Harrison Ford. That's the next thing he's going to tell me to tell you, so I'll say it right away. Can't stand Harrison Ford. All right, there we go. You never know, Felix. Now that you know, and I know, you've got this film background and all that, and who knows? We might do a show someday where suddenly it devolves into movie talk, which some of my shows have already happened, and then you can shit on me like the rest of these guys.
That's all right. I love Harrison Ford.
Yeah,
I like sci-fi movies.
Yeah,
but it doesn't like people's taste in movies. Doesn't really bother me or very individual.
Yeah,
but you're the team you choose to root for. That says a lot about you down the other. So if you're a Dodgers fan,
well, it's funny because the thing about that is, I gotta say, so I don't really, because I lost my team, so I don't really have a team. So to me, but even when I had the Expos, I was always like an Expos guy. But because I love the history of the sport, unlike most American baseball fans, I have no problem saying, oh, I love the Yankees because of the rich history. And I love the Red Sox because of their rich history. And you'll never see American baseball fans, be like, what? What do you mean? Well, how's that possible? You can't be a Yankees and Red Sox, right? But for me, being on this side of the border and, looking at it more in terms of, I've always been a player follower plus a lover of the history of the game. So that kind of lets me be a fan of certain teams, like especially if they have players that I like. So the Dodgers with Shohei, I'm so impressed with what this kid has done as he's come into the league. And it's another franchise that has had a rich history. So I'm like, I don't always love them, but in the last few years, just mainly because I'm following Shohei. So I'll root for them, And since I've always hated the Blue Jays, it was easy to be, I'm all in on LA Dodgers. You know what I mean? So I like a lot of teams, but a lot of it is player centric. If players I really like are on, I can't help it. I'm rooting for them, But I know most Americans are like, you got your team and that's who you cheer for. Anybody else you don't cheer for. I'm not like that. My excuse is I'm not American, so maybe that allows me to be able to do what I do. Do you think I'm crazy, Felix?
No. I mean, I'm in the Bay Area, right?
Yeah.
And I think most two-team towns, you either like one team or the other. And
Right.
I grew up.
Oh, yeah.
I grew up loving all of them. I love the A's. I love the Giants. Love the Warriors.
Oh, yeah.
Love the Raiders, and I love the Niners. I mean, I'm just a glutton. I mean, I that way there was always something I could watch, you know. But
Yeah.
when the Raiders moved away in after 81, that was it. That was it. I was what, 10, 11? I mean,
Yeah.
You break my heart. That is it. And
Yeah.
even when they came back in 95, I didn't care. I was done with them so
Yeah.
long as Al Davis owned the team. Maybe if they had changed ownership during that second run, I might have jumped back on. But like, as long as John Fisher owns the A's, they are not getting a penny from me.
How long has he been the owner now?
Not quite 20 years.
Yeah, not even 20,
Yeah,
right?
not
Yeah.
quite 20 years. Yeah.
But isn't that kind of the, like, what is it about the A's that is always, they kind of have, you know, the whole
Shitty owners.
Finley going back to the,
It's always been a shitty owner. I mean, they have had, if Fisher would have been willing to sell, the tech guys here, there would have been buyers, including Larry Ellison, Oracle,
Right.
Joe Lacob, who done an amazing job with the Warriors. And it doesn't, like, the Warriors moved from Oakland to San Francisco. I'm okay with that. You know, they stayed in San Francisco. And the one thing about Lacob and the Warriors, they took no public money. They built all of that on their own. Unlike every other team that is out to like bend over, you know, municipalities. It's disgusting. You know, my thing with, if you're rich enough to be an owner, what's the point of owning the team unless you want to win? Like, if you're buying a team like Fisher just to collect the welfare check from the rest of Major League Baseball, it's embarrassing. You know, it's absolutely embarrassing.
Yeah. I mean, but that's the thing. That's why, like, so from 93 onwards, I liked in football, I liked the Patriots, right? And then the thing is that, again, being a player follower, and I started watching college football in the late 80s. And in those days, especially, I still am, but much more in those days, of the position for me was running back. I liked guys who ran, which why, you know, in baseball, Space Steelers, my favorite, you know. And so I was a Barry Sanders fan coming out of college. So I'm like, I'm going to follow this guy wherever he goes. And then he went to the Detroit Lions, and I'm like, okay, whatever, I'll cheer for them. But it's like, yes, on the one hand, I had a long time of good success with the Patriots cheering, but while at the same time suffering the indignities of having to follow the Detroit Lions, who have these wealthy owners, but they seem to not give a shit about winning, and they think it's just it's a business. We'll treat it completely as a business only. We'll just try to make it a profitable business.
One name for you, Matt Millen. Ooh. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Yeah. So, anyways, you see, that's the thing. We could easily devolve into all kinds of topics, sports included. We've done it here before, movies, sports, whatever. So you see how easily it can happen. But anyways, let's wrap this up, everybody. Let's let Felix get out of here. So thank you all again, of course, for being here with us. Shockingly, still 25 of you still hanging in. I do appreciate it. Everything that you guys have all done for me over the last 3.5 years. Been a lot of good fun. Especially, and I don't forget, especially 2025. All of 2025, I have really struggled mentally a lot with coming up with shows every week, since it became harder to get collectors to do show and tells, and I've had to do more of these style show up with no plan and let's just see what happens type shows, and it's been very stressful, and you guys have continued to just show up regardless, and so I really appreciate the support, everybody. So thank you again. I'll leave you here. Don't forget to check out Nikki V. Of course, go check out everything that Felix does. He's got so much shit on the go all the time. I don't know how he does it. Well, I do know it's 80 hours a week minimum. But yeah, Nick, thank you again. If you're with the rallying the likes, and if you're still there, everybody go check him out and check out his Grail this Friday, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 o'clock Pacific, and then we'll be back here to do it again next week. Probably another hangout. I don't know. We'll see. But yes, thank you. Have fun on your baseball after show chat. No, I'm gonna force him, even if he wants to. I'm gonna force him, Carl, to go and do whatever he's got to do. Later, Tom. Later, guys. John, thank you. Good night to you, Nick. Last word, and I'm out of here. And as always, Tom, you're not there to say it. I'll say it. But go blue.
Bye, guys. Thanks a lot.